All right, what's up, everybody? It's me, the artisan MC, and you have now embarked on the hero's journey. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the channel so you can get alerts when I go live. Um, it's Sunday, and I was missing some stuff. I forgot to set up this stream last week when I finished that 11-hour monster because I was still trying to download it to my computer. So I went on to the next thing I needed to do and forgot all about. You need to set up the next stream for next week. So apologies for that. And there's still some technical things not working. I just added this song to my show intro list and it didn't show up on here. So I had to go back and find it. It's funny what you hear if your ear is tuned to that kind of stuff, like music that you like. I heard this song just last night, doom scrolling through Instagram, and it was on because the algorithm is always listening, which I loathe. So I was looking for a Punisher button down shirt, like a bowling style or baseball style shirt, because I'm going to play pool in Vegas in about 2 weeks. I wanted a Punisher shirt and a low-key Punisher shirt, right? Regardless of it, I have my dreams of being a professional pool player, regardless of how practical I think that would be for me in my life and what I like doing. I've always had that like dream in the back of my head, right? And so I thought about what I would call myself, right? Because a lot of good pool players have names. The Mizrack, Steve Mizrack, who I enjoyed, was the Miz, right? You watched The Hustler, Color of Money, Fast Eddie Felson was Fast Eddie. He was just Eddie Felson, but he was Fast Eddie Felson because he how rapidly he would get the hustle done, right? And how he wanted to play. Fictional character, but no, you understand, right? Jeanette Lee is the Black Widow, right? Why? Because she was a woman on the table eating up men. She was eating up male players, left, right, and center. Now there's another player named Venom. He's also a part of the league that I'm a part of, the APA. And he's a very good trick shot player. Very good player, very good trick shot player. I think he's from Europe or something like that. That dude is good. He's really good. His trick shots, I watched some of his trick shot videos. I'm like, damn, this dude actually seems like he might be fun to talk to. Or just to fuck around on a pool table with. He might be. Pick up some tips, right? So I was thinking of that in my own head, like, what if I was a professional pool player, what would my name be? All right. Don't know. Never really settled on anything that didn't seem too on the nose, right? But playing and knowing I'm going to play in these, mini tournaments and whatnot, I was thinking of something I could wear that could identify me while I'm there. And I was settling on the Punisher logo, obviously, because I like that one. And not just because I'm all into skulls and shit like that. But for the reason that it's kind of a motif I adopt, right? You see it on my banner right here in the top right corner. It's just glowing, right? It's a skull. So I was looking for Punisher shirts, and sure enough, the algorithm ended up noticing that. So all my ads when I went on Instagram kept showing me fucking t-shirts. Kept showing me t-shirts. So scrolling past one of my friend's story to get to another story, this ad for One Piece shirts popped up. They're nice shirts, the same quality, but I don't have muscles like that right now. But what I heard in the background of that ad was that song, Hot Girl Mummer. And the lyrics caught me right off the bat. I listened to that ad like 7 times until I booted up my other phone to try to get a a song search sample so I can find the damn song. Things That's how things come to you. Sometimes it's totally inexplicable, but if you have an ear for it, I heard the background beat that I liked. I heard the lyrics. It sounded funny. I said, I got to hear the rest of that song. I have to hear the rest of that song. That I'm playing that on the show. So that song by Black Bear did not show up in my save list when I put it on there, which is irritating to say the least. It didn't show up in there at all. I don't know why. But it is what it is. I thought it was funny too. So I put the lyrics up there. They say you throw up in your Birkin bag and all this other stuff. And I was like, that's hilarious. That sounds like some trash ass chick too. I guess that is a hot girl nowadays, right? What up, A Bizzle? AB in the building. All right, so we got the Malika Me Bang. What's good, Malika? I know you probably at the work. We got the Dr. Rosie. What's good, Dr. Rosie? I like that picture. And AB Media said he is beaming in. Appreciate you, A Bizzle. I had an interesting thought today, which I thought was kind of profound, just for me. A friend of mine is in Indonesia right now on vacation with their child, right? And they were going to have dinner on the beach last night, which would be, because they're 15 hours ahead, which would be Sunday night. Right? That was 15 hours ago, right? But it was interesting to me to think about this because of where they are in the world. At the same time that the sun was going down for them, it was coming up for us. That's about right. So that made it a bit interesting for me to think about it in that context, that you're still staring at the same sun, right? You're still staring at the same sun, obviously. But at the time, while they're watching it recede on the horizon, is the same time that we're watching it rise on the horizon. Which just seems amazing to me to understand how small we actually are and how big this planet is at the same time. That all this life and stuff is going on, regardless of if you're paying attention to it or not, around you. So it makes it really fascinating to me to understand that. Life is happening. People are living lives. People are doing things, getting amazed by things, having experiences, falling in love, getting broken up, all this kind of shit around you while you're sitting in your one place thinking about just you. And the world keeps spinning. And we're all looking at the same shit in the sky. Mm-hmm. Malika said, nope, I'm on vacation and tomorrow is my birthday. You have my full and undivided attention. Well, you know where the link is, motherfucker. If you want to be up here, you bring the birthday boy up here. You bring him up here early. I got a lot to talk about today. I do, but Malika's my boy. You know, Malika's, what are you turning, like 55? You 5'5"? I forget how to say 50 right now. In Espanol, I forget how to say 50. Shit. The things you forget. Age. Los Cinco. I just forget what 50 is. It's no, Cynthia's like 100 or some shit. I fucked up. Fucked up. Nah, birthday boy, you can come up here because I don't know if you've seen you saw something that we didn't get to talk about. So, and I woke up this morning, believe it or not, Malika, I woke up this morning thinking Malika didn't even get to get on that stream last week. We was on there for 11 hours. He didn't even get to get on. It's my homeboy, my Philly boy, my Philly homeboy, Philly cheesesteak man. So, you want to come up and get that birthday love? Jump in there. It would help if I dropped the link. It's just for Malika, just so we can give him shit on his birthday. Before his pre-birthday. Pre-birthday. AB said, I watched Strange New World Season 3 first 2 episodes. I'm not watching that. I haven't watched anything Star Trek in a while. I told you. It's just too much. I was on kill my favorite franchise overload. So I wasn't. I could not bring myself to do it. You was over there watching it. I trust your opinion on it. AB slaying that dragon. I got my hands full right now. I got my hands full. So, speaking of having my hands full, geek-wise, got a couple of trailers that dropped this week, which could seem interesting. And I thought about going to see Superman again on Friday, just to see if I was giving it a bad take, right? Because I got to sit around and listen to some other people's reviews of it and some stuff they saw and how hyped they were. So maybe it was just me, trying to give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it was me. I do like James Gunn movies. I do know what he does. And I still hadn't done my review yet, and I wanted everything to be fresh one more time before I did my review. And then I said, fuck it. I was feeling like shit Friday and tired. I stayed home. I didn't go. I didn't go to the movies. I stayed my ass home. I said, fuck it. It is what it is. He ain't losing. James Gunn is not losing any money because I said so. What's good, me bang?
Hey, home. What's going on, man?
What's happening? Happy birthday.
Thank you. Don't push it. I'm going to be 54 tomorrow. Not going to be
54. Okay, not 55. Okay, I thought, you got a year or two on me. Okay.
And I think the phrase that you're talking about is cinquentenarian.
Not in Spanish. 50
has
Latin. No, that's Latin. That's Latin. Okay, cinquentenarian. Yeah, because you're half a century old.
Yeah,
but the number I was looking for was how to say 50, 55 in Spanish.
Okay. Oh, okay.
50 is something, and then I already know what the 5 part is. I'm forgetting what the 50 part is.
You gotta ask
that's just
Dr. Rosie.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She was going to jump in on that, but she didn't say anything. And I know why. But no, when I worked during COVID, I was working on a whole site of Latinos.
Mm-hmm.
I was one of few dudes who were not Latino, one of like 5. And I was running the elevator because they didn't hire me on as a carpenter. They hired me on as a laborer. And it was COVID. I got to take whatever work I can fucking get. So I'm running the man lift, and it was a 40-something floor building. And they always say their numbers in Spanish.
Gotcha.
So I was getting that wrote into me the whole time outside of being a carpenter and giving people who I'm working with who were Spanish, giving me the measurements and stuff like that in Spanish. Right. Gotcha. So you pick up things, right? You pay attention in life. And so I'm forgetting what 50 is. Like,
gotcha.
What's 50? I know what 50 was. What is it? You got to use it or you lose it. But happy birthday. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You got that good 54 coming.
Mm-hmm.
You passed that halfway point. I will ask you because I talked to my brother a little
Mhm.
bit last week. Um, are you scared in the 50 block?
No,
Do you feel a little vulnerable?
no, not
No.
at all. Not at all. Can I
Okay.
say something to you, boy?
Always.
I'm more confident, more
That's Samantha.
sure. I guess because, well, you know, we've talked behind the scenes,
Hmm. Yeah, we talk offline.
and we talked in depth. And I mean, people on here known that I had went to prison,
Hmm.
and before I went to prison, I was a police officer, so I seen both sides of the law. So the funny thing is, I went into prison at the age of 39. I was going into my 40s.
Hmm.
So I had to really grow up in prison. It was only for 2 years, but I had to really start focusing and realizing the flaws.
How
So when
much
I
is
got out,
much is enough? Like it was only 2 years, but how much is enough? Like,
yeah, 2 years seemed like 10.
yeah,
But
that's enough.
when I came out, I had nothing. Luckily I still had a home
Hmm.
and I still had my car. But then of course, 3 weeks later I get in a car accident that totally totals my vehicle. So I'm a Philly boy. I'm a city boy, so I grew up on public transportation, so it was no big deal.
Right.
But starting over from nothing and going back to school on my own and realizing like, I had no security net, so I had to start over again. And then having you guys, Angeran, BGS, um, really helped forge me and help me become a better man. But then going into my 50s, well, my throughout my 40s, doing something I did that I didn't do in my 30s because I followed my aunt becoming a police officer.
Hmm.
And we all had that chip in us, and just being led by women in our community as black men in America, we were always taught to serve. Like BGS and Kevin Samuels always said, black women are raised to survive, black men are raised to serve. But then I did something on my own. I got 2 degrees. Nothing, yo. Nothing. I jumped in both feet and started swimming. And I did well. You would never told me in prison, oh Malika, you're gonna go get an associate's degree and you're gonna get a bachelor's degree, doing something that you always loved that people made fun of you in art. You're gonna get a bachelor's degree with a minor in film. What? Now, mind you, loving film. As we talk about film and geek out about that stuff, one of my I couldn't get any more financial aid until one of my teachers said, well, you got to get the classes because my major is graphic design, was graphic design. And my teacher said, well, you're always talking about film. Why don't you get a minor in film? He says, I okay it. All I gotta do is sign off on it. I'm your supervisor. I'm your advisor. So the next semester, I'm gonna tell you this, artisan and people in the chat. I'm doing shit that I love. I'm filming. I'm looking at fucking movies. Well, the state is paying me to go to school to do that. And I'm sitting there, I'm waking up 7, 8 o'clock in the morning that I don't want to get up, but I'm going to look at movies, talk about movies,
In a deep way.
getting tickets
Hmm.
to go to like film festivals. Like what was that when a lot of foreign film festivals come around, but what was the Jordan Peele movie with
Get out.
not Get Out, the other one, the second one. No,
Nope.
not no, we the one before that.
Oh, the one I hated. Us.
Yeah, now
Us.
I saw Us Free
That's
and
the
saw
only
a
one.
bunch of those. Now in Philly, we have like a film art community, right?
Hmm.
And if you're a student, you can go to a bunch of free flicks. I was like, I didn't know that shit. So, black person, oh, free shit. Okay. So I was going. But something started to happen. I started to get my confidence and my mojo back, but a different type of mojo was a more mature masculine mojo. So when you say like, it's, oh, I'm more confident than I am. I'm in better shape than I am in. I know what I want out of life, even though I had to start over. But I'm glad that I had to start over because I'm doing it on my terms.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm really thankful for is this space because I would say you, an angry man, helped me become unapologetically masculine in me. And what I mean by that, I don't give a fuck what people think. Like sometimes I'll think like, do I want to put this up here? And your face will pop in my head and you're like, motherfucker, if you don't put that up there, that's your shit. That's who you are. Be who you are. That's who you are and be proud of it. And just becoming better. And 54, I mean, artists, we Gen X, we grew up where people said, okay, you're not going to make it to 18. Then they moved the goalpost and you're not going to make it to 21. Oh, if you make it to 30, I'm like,
Oh, you really
oh,
ain't gonna make it.
all right, well, what is it? I'm 54 now. So,
Yeah,
you not
the finish
now,
line
now
has
you're
constantly
old head. I'm like, well, what is it? What is it now?
the finish
But
line
then
has
people,
constantly been moved on us.
I said, but then when I make it 60, what are you going to say? You're going to have a bunch of other people come out with samurai swords and swords and say there can be only one. Come on, I mean, it's like.
I'll be ready for that shit.
But you know what the funny thing is? In the black community, ageism is so funny.
Mhm.
Every other race, white, Latin, Asian, Indian, we're seeing it as like, wow, you're gonna be 54. Congratulations. Oh wow, wow. You're seeing like, oh wow, great. You don't look 50. You don't look 50. What does 54 supposed to look like? Because I got gray in my beard, right?
Mhm.
All right, I got some circles under my eyes, but physically I don't look it. I might look like maybe a guy that's in his mid 30s, right? That's
I
because
don't, I don't look it. I shock people all the time when I tell them how
yeah,
old I am. All the time. They be like, "What? Oh, you were 35." I was at one time, not today. Mm.
but no, I'd say I'm wiser, more confident, and people say, "Well, you're 54." No, it's not about that. Confident, I said confident in me and confident in what I can take care of because you know what I think more.
Mhm.
And I got to say, because I remember when we talked, therapy helped out a lot too.
Therapy helps.
Because there was something inside me, like, when I got my degrees, there was something pinging inside. It was like, all right, you ain't whole yet. Yeah, you did something cool, and you want to get back out in the job market. There's something whole. There's still something fucking with you. I said, you need to go talk to somebody. So I talked to a therapist because I never really got over mommy and daddy issues, and I was still carrying this lead weight over my head of not really getting over going to jail and doing a crime.
Mhm.
Where a lot of people around me, and this is the time, I mean, I've been out, I was out, and like this is post COVID, like 2021. And half of my family, half of my friends forgot about that I was even locked up. Even you, like if I talked about it, you're like, oh yeah, that's right. But it was still holding on my head, and I had to go talk
Mhm.
to somebody. And you being you and Dr. Rosie being in the psychological field, the key phrase is you're given tools to know how to get through your problems and issues.
Mhm.
And whenever I deal with a situation or certain things that I worry about, I go to the tools that I learned in therapy and just thinking and handling stuff. And like for us being nerds and you and I also just being very detail oriented people, I always write a list and I'm always organized. And people always think I was a weirdo for that. And it was like, and one of my mentors said, no, that is you. That's
Mhm.
how you get through. And my therapist said, well, you always like to write lists. If you ever have an issue and you ever have a problem, write your stuff out. And I started journaling.
Mhm.
And whenever I hear an affirmation or an idea and I have my phone with me, I start putting notes down there and I go over that. And if ever I have an issue or problem, something's messing with me, I go over that and I look at that. And I'm a big self-help guy. So like we both like David Goggins.
Mhm.
And I like listening to a lot of self-help stuff to keep me focused, keep me going. And I had an ex-girlfriend when I was a cop, and she would look on my bookcase. She said, "You forever got self-help books." And I remember I told a friend this, and he said, "Oh, she ain't the one then." He said, "If a chick is talking shit about you about getting self-help, she ain't the one." She said, "If a man wants to help himself and is trying to do better, and a woman makes fun of it, why are you doing that?" And that was just certain things that I just had to learn. And it feels good to be 54.
Mhm.
Some days I feel like it, And some of the days I'm like, oh, okay. You know what's funny? And this is crazy. Morning erections started coming back. And I was like, what the hell? It was like, like it's a friend, like, oh, you found like $5 or $10 or $20 in your pocket.
Know your birthday's coming. Like, hey, it's party time, right? You
I
getting
was
your
like,
ass, been
I'm
eating
like,
your
what,
ass. You
what?
want
And fellas, it was one of them like strong ones, like in your teens and your 20s. Like you turn over and you're like, ow. You're
you
like,
can't roll over.
yeah, you got the tent. I'm like, what is going on? And then you get up in the morning, you try to make that morning piss, but you got to hold it down. I was like, where have you been for the past 20 years? And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, where have you been?
This
And
is
I'm like,
old man humor, bro.
really?
Old man humor.
This is like, but that's that shit. Like, the fuck? And here's how it happened, Artisan. It's been going on for the past 2 weeks.
It's your birthday. It's your
And I was like,
birthday.
what the fuck?
Your
And I
energy
got
is high. Hold on, because we're gonna have to wind this back to Geek where everybody will leave. But that's your energy is your spiritual energy is usually higher around your birthday.
okay.
Like I know when my birthday is coming at least a month or two in advance. I don't even have to set the calendar or look at it. I can feel it. I can feel it in myself. My energy
Mhm.
is rising. I feel it. Everybody, well, not everybody. Every female started looking like steak. Every every female started looking like steak. Like I can get that. We take it
Mhm.
down, and it just keeps rising and rising and rising. That's why I said I'm getting into my nature. That's what that shit means. I can feel it coming on. So it's your birthday. You
Mhm.
notice there's a difference in your energy right now. Your
Mhm.
energy is spiking because it's close to your birthday.
Yeah.
So if you want to think about it in a universal way, all the energy and stuff coalesced in that one day your mama and daddy was fucking around to make you.
Mhm.
All those energies are
I'm coming
coalescing
back.
again, are coming back,
Coming back.
coalescing again, made they orbit to come
Mhm.
back again to be your birthday.
Mhm.
That's all it is. It's consolidating of your energy. You can do a lot with
Mhm.
that. You can take down a
And
lot of people, but you can do a lot with that. You can do a lot with that energy, that focus.
and I think also another thing would help with that coalescence was how focused I am now
Hmm.
too.
Yeah.
Um, and some people could say is due to wisdom, and I said, yeah, but I had to go through something to help build this confidence to be better.
Yes.
And like how you said, another thing, when you get older, you don't have any regrets, or you have no poker face, or another thing, what I call poker
Not really.
tongue.
That poker tongue.
There's no. I'm like, like how you said, yeah, like if
Keep none of that shit quiet.
like if it was a woman saying, where you going? Bring that ass over here. What you saying? You know what I'm talking about. Bend over, face down, ass up. And she might laugh. I'm like, I ain't laughing, but you know what's up. But
That wasn't a joke.
yeah,
That was a
so
real
you
deal for
laughing
real.
now, but you're gonna be smiling in the next minute. Come on. But I mean, and it's just that comfortable feeling within you. You're comfortable in your shoes. Like, um, and it's just cool. But yeah, I don't want to talk about me. Let's talk about Geek. I have to forewarn you, I have not seen Superman yet. That's on my list for this week.
You're not getting judged for that shit. Don't worry about
Um, Pretty much it was just been so. It was for the past 2 weeks. We're so busy at work, and since I work out in the open, and everybody and their mother's coming through, and we
it.
had, for real, like man, like last Sunday, I didn't come. I could have jumped on when I got off work, but artisan, I was dog tired. I was working in 90-degree heat. The ACs weren't working. We were dealing with industrial fans there.
You
I
gotta
jumped.
explain it to me, bro. I was on your coast. That shit was bull crap.
Yep,
That was bullshit. I'm telling you, I was on your coast, and I was thinking, Malika ain't said shit about how hot to get out here. This is fucking bullshit.
yep. And here's the
It
funny
was
thing: you raised on the coast where the heat's there.
Yeah, sweating, standing still inside a restaurant. Like, nigga, we don't need to be drinking no alcohol. We need fans on and water splashed on us. It was. I was outside trying to breathe the air. I was so happy when the sun went down. The rain clouds coming in. I was like, oh, thank God. Woo! Cali boy might live. Might live another day in Pennsylvania because this shit is crap. That was that
And
whole week.
mind you, man, I had 11 and a half years as a cop.
Yeah. I didn't know it got. I knew about New York having hot summers, right?
Mhm.
I knew about New York having hot summers, but Pennsylvania, I'm thinking I'm a little farther north, so I'm not even thinking about 100 degrees over there. I don't even think y'all thermostats went that goddamn high. I wasn't thinking about that at all. 100 and something degrees?
Yep.
Fuck, and humid. Oh hell, I thought I was in the South. No,
Yep.
nah.
That's just a Tuesday for us here on the East Coast, man.
Apparently, it was Tuesday because that was bullcrap. I dealt with it because that's what we do, but at the same time, that was some bullshit. That was bullshit. I was not ready for that.
So, and it was just so freaking busy at work because this is a busy time at work. Like when I'm off, man, I'm like, I don't feel like doing shit. And plus, you got chores and stuff to do at the crib. This past week I had to clean the house top to bottom, mow the front lawn, mow the back lawn, do all that other stuff. Do normal man everyday shit.
Yeah, man, shit.
And then you're like,
just taking care of your life shit.
And like literally, if I went to go see a movie, I probably would have fell asleep in the theater. And
I've had that feeling too. I've had that feeling when people ask me why haven't you seen such and such, and I'm like the real reason is because I don't want to pay $20 to fall asleep. I can do that at home for free.
And like us, we want to enjoy the flick. I want my popcorn, I want my Raisinets, I want to look at the screen. Then you get comfortable, then you start dipping and you start forcing making your eyes stay open. And you hear yourself snoring and stuff. I'm like, oh hell.
Yeah. That's when I take my mother to the movies, that's what that shit is. We got to judge on her if she gonna still be awake to see the damn movie or not. So I told you when we went and saw Mission Impossible, that's how you know how good the movie was, because there was a part she fell flat to sleep. Like, Mama.
And also that was like a 3-hour flick too.
Yeah, you adding dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Yeah, she went to sleep. Like, well, you ain't snoring. Don't be that person, because I will bump you. Like, hey, shut that shit down. You can sleep, but don't snore.
I have a question. I have a question to ask.
Go ahead.
Are you going to see Fantastic Four?
I am going to see Fantastic Four. I'm going to see Fantastic Four probably twice, but not because I thought it was really good. It's just because my favorite geek family from the comic shop days invited me to go see the movie with them.
Okay.
So it's Kevin, Jen, and Morgan.
Okay.
Their daughter. They're from New York. So they didn't my East Coast PhD geeks. And they asked me to go see the movie with them. I said, sure. And it ended up being, I think it was going to be a Friday, and now we switched it to a Saturday and go see it at the old theater by the shop. So I'm looking forward to seeing them because I haven't seen them in a while. Like since the shop closed up, I haven't seen them. Right. And they're good. They're good folks. I really like them as a family. Like I said, I love geek families. I love geek families. Like they have a child who actually reads. Will come in the comic shop. Don't give a fuck what we talking about. She at the stacks reading comics, man. She's solid. Play D&D, all that shit. Right. Yeah, the one of us. They respawned. they spawned another. Like, oh, the two of them can do it, but now they made another. Like, let our numbers grow, right? So I really like them. They're really cool. So I want to go hang out with them and watch the Fantastic Four movie, which is funny because then the four of us together will make the Fantastic Four. I guess that makes me the fucking thing. Unless I want to be Storm. No, because then I have to be related to somebody. And they're all related. So yeah, I guess I'm the thing. Who gives a fuck? Black thing. Just walk in with my shaking my hips. With the Fantastic Four. But I'm looking forward to that, to hang out with them and watch the movie. But I'll probably see it myself early because I gotta watch it for you guys to take notes. Because I know if I sit in there with them, I won't be taking notes the whole time. I'll be sitting in there, trying to enjoy it and watching reactions and shit. So I might see it twice, not by design, just because I got to do one of these things for you guys, and the other one for them, just to have some social time. So I'll probably enjoy it more the second time I see it with them, as opposed to.
I'm kind of pissed because, and I'm with you because, like we said, they're in this day and age of the internet and social media, they can't hold a secret to save their life.
Man, they couldn't hold their breath.
And
outdoors.
Now
through a tunnel, through a driving tunnel. Like, get the fuck.
A lot of toys and a lot of other stuff that start showing pictures of what Galactus looked like. I said, I did not want to see him. All right, you gave us a glimpse of the side of the face. That's fine. But now you show him what he looks like. I'm like, oh, really? Really?
I didn't want to see him. I didn't want to see him at all. I wanted to wait. And Marvel, we've talked about this many times. Marvel is good for ruining that shit. I didn't want to see Galactus at all. It was bad enough I saw his fucking foot. Shadow was fine. I don't know what he looks like. Cool. You don't have to sell me on what Galactus looks like. But no. They put that motherfucker out there, and then they got that goddamn $80. I knew it was going to be about $100. People thought I was fucking crazy. $80 popcorn bucket. Are you fucking kidding me? This is one of the points I wrote on my list, so thank you for mentioning that shit. Can we agree now that this popcorn bucket shit has jumped the shark? That it's over? It's over. I'm done with these motherfuckers. I'm not even buying one of them damn buckets. $80? Wait a minute. You mean the goddamn bucket for the popcorn costs more than the IMAX tickets and the popcorn?
Yep.
For one person? Barely two? Hell no, dude. Hell no. $80? Some dickhead is going to go and buy a couple of those buckets. Some big fat arm dude is going to buy a couple of those buckets, and he going to have them bitches on eBay for $100, $200.
Yep.
Fuck you. $80? What family of four is about to blow $80 on a light up bucket? What responsible family of four? Let me just say that.
You said responsible.
Yeah. We're going to see Fantastic Four in IMAX. 20, 40, 60, 80. Oh, and let's get the popcorn bucket too.
Damn, that's $160 right there.
You ain't even seen the movie yet. No, motherfucking no. Not at a theater. That's Way too goddamn much. Yeah, studio. Ridiculous don't even cover it. I knew that damn thing. When I saw it, I said, oh, damn, that looks big. That's going to be expensive. That looked like about $100. And I was just being, kind of facetious about it, but it's like it lights up and it looks big. Then I saw a video with this motherfucker taking a picture of it. He had one, right? I guess he worked at a studio or whatever. He had one and was showing how to put it together. And I saw how big that goddamn thing is. It's fucking 18 inches tall.
What?
That means it's as big as my fucking Black Panther statue. I'm like, what? Who's sitting there with that shit all up in their fucking face with the fins out and stuff?
That's just going to be an annoyance in the damn movie theater as is, man.
Light up for $80? Y'all don't understand what $80 is supposed to get you for a toy.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't get it. That motherfucker is supposed to light up, talk, project a galaxy onto the ceiling for $80?
Can it suck his dick while it's in your lap too?
Might as well. He might as well be able to open his mouth and turn that head around and just.
No, for $80, you ain't got to move that fucking mouth. Better move itself and give you a cosmic experience.
Force fucking with butter. Like, come on, man. Hell no. That is way too goddamn much. 25 was a stretch. 30 was like, what is it? What is it? 80? You could have made it smaller. You could have made it smaller, my dude. You could have made it a lot smaller and actually sold more of them, because that is fucking ridiculous. If I still had a shop, I'm not even sure I'd spend $80 on it just to leave it sitting on the shelf and collecting dust for another 4 years. I'm not even sure about that. See if I can write that shit off on my taxes or something. No. That joke my buddy Ron said way back in the day, good news, the loan came through. We can get popcorn. Like,
the
cosmic experience. Yeah, the cosmic grape experience. Yeah, the power of cosmic in your pocket. No, that is way too goddamn much. Way too. I could have saw $40. I could have saw that. That would have actually made some sense, being it's the Fantastic Four movie.
There you go. Still
overpriced, but a little reasonable. Right? You get light up stuff that costs less than that. 80?
Because
you making this in China, right?
Yeah.
So what is it, like 200% profit? It only actually costs $20 to make?
And you know the light up feature only gonna last for probably about a month. If that.
Quit it, man. The dollar store batteries are gonna have in that bitch. What does the popcorn bucket look like? Let me hook you up, lady Dr. Rosie. Let me hook you up. Let's see if I want to look at it on the Ubith of Tubith or not. Yeah, let's look it up on the TubeUbe. This motherfucker thing. $80. Somebody need to be slapped in the face for even mentioning that shit.
But you know you got a bunch of crazy people that are gonna buy it, man.
Of course. Okay. Hold tight. It's definitely epic because it proves a point. You motherfuckers are so stupid, you'll pay overpriced prices for anything. And that's why they keep selling you dumb shit like that, because you keep paying it. You don't understand the power of the market. If you stop buying that shit at prices like that, they'll stop making it because they want to sell them. Because best believe if you don't buy these motherfuckers at $80 and you wait like a month, they'll be selling them bitches for like $35 to get them out that theater.
Yep.
Because they wasted a shitload of money on putting them in there. The markup on them motherfuckers is probably nothing. They probably had to buy them each for about $60.
Mm-hmm.
No. Absolutely not. Okay. Shout out to this brother for putting the video up on YouTube. It's just a short, what's his name? Just the nobodies. It was just the first video I saw that looked like it showed the bucket and how big it is. So let's see what Asian dude. He got one now, so that means he probably got 3 other ones he gonna sell. I liked his video. Don't know who the fuck he is, but that's what you do on YouTube. You like videos or downvote them. I liked it because I'm watching this shit. Follow suit. And here we go for Rosie, for the doctor in the house, getting her education.
Fair use.
Fair use.
We just got the most epic popcorn bucket of the year. So here we have the Galactus popcorn bucket, and it's huge. And it comes with 2 of his horns. Look at how big these horns are. Oh my gosh. So what you do is you get these 2 horns and you attach it to the side. So here we have Galactus with his 2 horns. It doesn't even fit in this camera, but so we have to use this angle. And then underneath Galactus, we have a pull tab. You pull the tab, you click the button, and his eyes light up.
Now, do you see how big that goddamn thing is?
That's a human head.
Pretty much. That is a huge goddamn bucket. Not just in height wise, but in width. Like, do you see 4 people sitting side by side?
Nope.
In some seats with that goddamn bucket, man? Put them fucking horns down so I can see the screen.
This is
shit away. Put it on the floor. Look, Dr. Rosie said, wow, that's huge. That's what she said.
Yep.
But regardless, that's ridiculous.
Figuratively and literally.
Figuratively and literally. Repeatedly. Hold on. Why is that shit?
Look at how sick that is. Each one of these popcorn buckets come with an extra large popcorn. We are going to be giving this Galactus popcorn.
Why?
So make sure you hit the follow button, and we are giving this to you. We just got the most epic popcorn bucket of the year. So here we have the Galactus popcorn bucket, and it's huge. And it comes with 2.
Can I say something, Artisan? So
you can say a lot.
I understand that. All right, that thing has got at least to hold at least 2-3 gallons of popcorn, right? At least. Where you're going to put at least a pound of butter, melted butter through that. Right?
Good point. Good point. It's going to have butter on it.
So you got this big thing. And like you said, this is not like back in the day when we was young where the movie seats are together. No, these movie seats now are reclinable. They're like 2 feet apart from each other. So who's going to be reaching over into this big, gigantic thing between somebody else's legs? It doesn't make, I'm like, and then you got, like you said, how many people are going to buy this? So you're going to have the one spoiled, whiny kid that wants that. He's going to want to hold this thing, and the thing is going to be as bigger than him. So mom and dad's got to reach down in the middle to get the popcorn from him. And this is an hour, almost 2-hour movie where I got to reach down in a 2-foot hole to get popcorn.
Hole. A wet 18-inch hole to get that last little kernel of popcorn out of it. Sounds dirty, don't it?
And everybody's going to turn the light feature on while they're in the movie theater. It's going to annoy everybody. Parent going to be telling off. You're always going to have the annoying, nerdy person. Oh God. You're going to have the big fat nerds with the neck beards. Got to have this.
Yeah, you're right about
that. And I'm
that.
not knocking what you like, but it's like, this is where impractical doesn't come in. Like you said, I can understand if it was like the size of the what's the name worms from Doom. Something like that.
Well, here's the funny part on that. One of the other videos I saw about this bucket, the dude had the Doom sandworm bucket.
Mm-hmm.
And that bucket fit inside of that Galactus head. And he was making a joke about some freaky sex shit.
Yep.
I'm like, of course you did. What he said, the Doomsy bucket or whatever it was. So like saying Padussy, but it's a Doom bucket, like the Doocy bucket. I'm like, what? I'm like, did you really say that, bro? Did you really say that? Is somebody lubing up the sandworm and just having a go at it? Like, yuck. Telling you, there are levels to geekdom, and I don't hit some of them. Some of them I do not hit. I know they exist, but we don't go down there. It's like the platform. It's like the platform, bro. We don't go down to them levels. There's some weird shit happening down there. You wake up on one of them levels, you need to check yourself.
Capitalism. Gotta love it, bro.
Shit, you don't got to, but it's definitely gonna try to make you a believer. Oh my God. So yeah, Dr. Rosa, yeah, gross. Yeah. It is what it is, man. Pervs is pervs. I told you, when I had the comic shop, I shared customers with the Secrets porn shop. I did. I'm serious, because they come in there on a Saturday, get their comics, and they'd walk right down the street to the porn store and get their other comics. Then be home beating it like a monkey with a drum. His head is bigger than the guys reviewing the bucket. No shit. Them big arm motherfuckers, I'm surprised they can get their hand in there. For me, another video showed the inside of it, how it looks on the inside. Yeah. I'm looking at that shit like a kid who learned how to wash dishes early. Like, that's going to be hard to clean as fuck.
Yeah.
You're going to have some moldy butter in there. Yuck. That's too hard to clean, man. I need one clean slot. Like, I don't need all these crevices and around shit to try to clean with a sponge and stuff. Like, I'll never get that motherfucker clean right. It's going to go in. Is it dishwasher safe?
Here's another thing. You got some people that ain't the most cleanest people in the world that they'll half-ass hooker clean the box. And then
whole bath.
Yeah. Gonna whole bath your dog on Galactus fucking 20-foot tall helmet.
Yeah, had that shit all fuzzy on the inside. A week later, giving off some weird smells.
You got nothing but rats and ants crawling on them. Like, yeah, all right, y'all try to answer this shit.
Like I said last week, it's nice, but it is not practical. And I like practicality. I do. It has to be utilitarian to a point where I can actually use it. I don't see that sitting on my fucking living room coffee table eating popcorn, watching a movie, because I wouldn't be able to see my goddamn TV.
Exactly.
It's too fucking big. Like Gladiator 2 bucket, perfect. That shit impractical as fuck, just like the Ghost Trap. Ghost Trap is cool, but it don't hold popcorn well. That shit.
And you know what, man? We're geeks. We collect geek shit, novelty shit.
Mm-hmm.
But like how you said, I do too. But there's a point like where you draw the line, you're like, all right, this is not practical. And even if people that have room for that and that like to have that, they're like, okay.
But this is the part that bothers me about that shit, right? You realize this is the price on that popcorn bucket is a statement to what these companies think of geekdom. As a whole. Yes, they see you as a market. Everybody knows that, right? But they see you as a bunch of fucking dummies with a lot of money. That's why they do shit like that. It's not because they actually care about you, Eddie. They're playing to you because they think you're so fucking stupid you'd spend that much money for something like that. We can tap that because geeks will pay for it because they want to be the first one to have it. And they're collectors. They don't want to be left out. They see you as dumbasses. That's why they priced it that high. Because they believe in their research and their divine wisdom that the market will support them offering the $80 popcorn bucket. Oh, you know what? We'll throw in the popcorn. Motherfucker, the popcorn was $12 anyway.
Exactly.
Popcorn is cheap. You was already getting me on the popcorn. Now you gonna get me on a bucket too and saying you throw it in the popcorn? You'll always throw it in the popcorn, dickhead. If you think about it that way, anytime you go to the movies, you're only paying for the bag. You're never paying for the popcorn.
Exactly.
So how much do they tell you the bag is worth?
And they always try to push the deals for you. If you get a large drink and some jujubes, it'll be such and such cheaper. Or would you like to have this now? You know, they
Yeah,
want to give.
why is it that what is it? Was it the last movie, the kids movie that was out, How to Train Your Dragon or whatever the fuck it was? Why is it they can offer you a deal for your kids to see the movie that comes with a drink and popcorn in a little cardboard box for like $10 or a collector's bin or some shit like that? And these motherfuckers know you coming to see the Fantastic Four movie with your family and gonna try to rape you for $80 and some free popcorn. They ain't gave you a drink, no red vines, no M&Ms, nothing, nigga. A bucket and free popcorn. It should be coming with popcorn anyway. That's not an add-on. That's not a bonus. Popcorn is cheap. Cheap as shit.
That Galactus bucket should be coming with a pack of heroin, a hooker,
A fucking handy
a life coach.
A handy at the concession counter.
Yeah.
From the cutest chick in the building. Like, oh, you bought the Galactus bucket?
Come with me.
You're gonna get that extra butter on it.
Here's your handy wipes.
Yeah, here's your wipes. Now you can go to your seat. Thank you. Did you get the bucket, Dad? Yes. How's it look? Fantastic, son. Fantastic. Like, no, that should be standard. There's a lot more should be coming with that bucket. Maybe, I don't know, for $80, 4 drinks, because syrup is cheap, and syrup in the sense of cola, and sodas, that shit is cheap too. You should be giving me free popcorn and maybe 3 drinks for free for $80. Then it's a deal.
And a couple
you'd sell more concessions that way.
Yep.
Fuck you. $80, I ain't buying shit else. Lucky I got this fucking ticket. Oh, bruh. And I want to see the shit in IMAX.
And if you're with your wife or your date, you want to go to dinner afterwards.
No, you're not.
You be looking at your wife and say, and you look at the bucket, and she look at you, she say, I know you ain't buying that bucket. Why not? She's like, fool, $80, that's for dinner.
You got to buy that goddamn bucket.
Yeah.
Look, I'm a single dude. I told you I'm going to see the movie twice. I already know I'm going to see it twice. So one of those times I'm going by myself. $80 for a bucket and an IMAX ticket is damn near $100 and something for one fucking movie. That's a bit of a stretch for me as a single dude with no young children. Like, nigga, I can't even justify that for myself. Like $100 for a popcorn, $80 for the popcorn bucket. I don't know about that. That's a huge ask. Yeah, I am a geek.
Yeah.
Stomp down and invested in geekdom. That's a hell of an ask for me. $80 just for the bucket? Somebody better be sucking me off. The Silver Surfer better jump out the screen and say, I want to give you the power of Cosmic. I'm like, I like
that's my cosmic experience right there. You YP Studio.
Yeah. Yeah, Beastly, a handy. They need to give you a galactic handy when you get that shit at the counter. Like, bruh, you better
be
get
my herald for the day.
Natural butter. You better get my natural body butter for that shit. Yeah. That's a lot. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
So anybody who buys that shit, like, I know people who will. I know there are people who will. I'm really gonna look at you suspect, because that is a hell of an ask for just normal people to spend. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. And I wouldn't support that shit for that reason, because I wanted to drop the price. It's like the same thing I told you about these video games and the video game companies. Why do systems keep going up in price? Not because they seem like they any better. They just keep taking shit away from you and having more of you actually having something physical and more of it all being digital. Well, if it's digital and it's cloud-based, you shouldn't be costing that much more money, should you? You're cutting out a lot of stuff that you could be making. But why does the price keep going up? Because they keep putting these prices high to see what you'll keep paying. That's why. If you stop buying it at that price, they'll stop raising it that high. Because, yeah, I got a PS5. I didn't want to pay that money for that bitch. I was going to wait. The only reason I got it is because PlayStation and Sony contacted me directly and gave me a special offer to buy one. That was it. That was the only reason I bought the shit. Like, oh, yeah, I'll buy it for that. Otherwise, I still wouldn't have one. It's too expensive. No. And I'm a gamer. I'm like, nope. I can still play 4. And most of the same games. As far as I know, Beast know this right now. I believe Rivals is playable on PS4 and a PC. So I wouldn't need a PS5 to play that bitch. None of the games that I'm playing and spend time playing on there, I actually need a PS5 for. Imagine that. Maybe Gran Turismo, maybe that one. But that's it. All the rest of that shit, it's on multiple platforms. No, it wasn't worth the price. Was it? Is it a status symbol? Maybe for a geek if you care about that kind of shit. Otherwise, no, you got an expensive box in your house that you spend most of your day away from. And you ain't making money off of using it. No. Shit got to pay for itself. Or it needs to be that damn entertaining that it mitigates the cost I paid for it. Silver Surfer service with every purchase. Yes. Yes, you do. And I'm not saying they got to be the chick from the movie, but somebody at the theater, some pretty chick at the theater need to be dressed up in some silver costumes. They come around the side so we can give you this power cosmic. Scandalous. I'm not getting the PS5 until the new GTA comes out. See? And how long has that system been out, studio? They ain't swayed you on that shit. And when that comes out, they'll probably drop the price again. That motherfucker will be back to something reasonable. Like $300, $400. Fuck you. You asking a hell of a lot. I don't believe in them big ass of the consumer base because to me, that means you're just taking advantage of the consumer base. In an $80 popcorn bucket, that's exactly what they're telling you. They think you're fucking stupid and we're going to take advantage of you. Rape that fat bastard. He a virgin anyway. He ain't even getting women, so fuck him. What about the dude who actually has 2 kids and has a wife who is a geek and likes the Fantastic Four? You about to rape his ass for $80 after he just bought 4 tickets for this movie? And all you throwing him is free popcorn?
A bunch of plastic and cheap wiring.
That don't even sound right. That don't sound like any kind of respect for your customers. Fuck you. And keep them damn buckets. I'm buying when you're trying to clear them out. Laugh my ass off. Look at the Silver Surfer comes out on the screen. Are you the purchaser of this popcorn bucket? Then your Johnson is marked for sucking. Bear witness to the power of practice. The devourer is coming. Really? It better. Devour my pocket money.
I devour my seed.
Yeah, devoured my pocket money. That's bullshit. But somebody will buy it. I won't. But somebody will. And if you ever see me with one of them damn buckets, no, I didn't pay $80 for that bitch. There's no way in hell. No way in this earth, in this realm, in this dimension, I would pay $80 for a fucking popcorn bucket.
It's funny. He said
that's not even a good that's not even a good collectible. If it was selling it, if diamond still exists, if they were selling it in diamond, that wouldn't even be a good collectible. $80? What does it do? It lights up. I can get a better statue from Sideshow.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. They got a fly ass Ghost Rider statue that lights up too. It's gonna do the same thing that popcorn bucket is doing. Just fucking sitting there looking at you. Lighting up to symbolize how much money you burnt on that bitch. You got to prove you're a real geek. That's why I use discernment. I don't buy everything.
You should.
Because a lot of it is bullshit. I buy quality, not quantity. And everything ain't quality. Fuck you. Anyway, that gets me off on bitching about the damn popcorn bucket. But I can tell you, outside of that bucket, I'm not watching any trailers for this Fantastic Four movie. I'm done. The one I saw the other day was by happenstance because I was in the bar playing our last pool game for this session, for the summer session. and I saw that they had Franklin Richards on the screen and Sue holding up the baby and shit. I'm like, why am I seeing your movie now? You showed me Galactus. You showed me the Surfer. You showed me Franklin Richards. I think you just showed me the whole fucking movie now. So why should I even pay the $25 for an IMAX ticket to go see your shit? I think you showed me the whole movie. I think you have. I've seen way too much that I didn't ask to see and I didn't want to see. Even watching Superman, I've seen too much before sitting into the theater. And that was probably why I couldn't give it a good review, because I'd seen all of that shit already. There was no excitement left. You could squeeze the juice out of that fucking orange. I'm not going to be happy licking the rind. No. Fuck you. So I'm thinking this Fantastic Four is going to go down the same way. And that was one of the few reasons I thought of to actually see Superman again. Like, maybe it was just me. Maybe if I looked at it again with some fresh eyes, maybe I would see something different. No. Falling prey to the glazing. You also saw part of the movies in the... Yeah, I already saw the ending in the Thunderbolts.
Yep.
So what am I rushing for? I said that at the time when I did my Thunderbolts reaction. Why the fuck did you show me that? Well, if I didn't know how it ended, now I do. You spoiled it already. Months in advance? You spoiled the ending of the movie that's coming up in advance?
And also special parts too. And I'm like,
y'all really do have monkeys
like
sitting at keyboards in a pocket universe typing the shit out, right? Fucking morons, dude.
Because what pissed me off, like they were showing one of the trailers for Fantastic Four. And it shows, I guess, Reed and Sue, they were coming back from the doctor's office.
Mm-hmm.
And Johnny says, "What doctors?" "Well, we went here." "You're pregnant, aren't you?"
We're late, yeah.
I'm like, really? Now all of us geeks know what's going on. And then you see Reed and Sue, and they're talking about, and I said, "Oh, here we go, here we go." And I'm calling it down the line. They're talking about what should we call the child. I'm like, really? I'm like, fuck, like, really?
It's Franklin. Yeah, we
I'm
already.
like,
that could have been a reveal in the movie, not told on the trailer.
Exactly. I was
Put
just pissed.
Put it this way. Explain to me why you would need to tell the audience that don't know shit about the Fantastic Four that a baby is introduced into the situation in a trailer.
Exactly.
What's the point of that? Who is that for? Regular, normal, just moviegoer who don't know shit about the Fantastic Four. Why do they need to know in the trailer that they're having a baby? It's a movie about the baby? You trying to get that family audience? Well, there's 4 of them and they're related. At least 2 of them. So we got the family aspect of it. Why did you need to mention the baby?
Exactly.
Why did you need to show the villain in the trailer for people who don't know the characters at all? What is showing the villain doing for them? It's ruining the movie for them. Because now there's no reveal. The Surfer, yeah, you can market the movie off the Surfer. But Galactus is supposed to be the villain. You don't spoil that. That's the part you don't show. So like Studio was saying in here, the trailer for Sinners was great. Yeah, up until that week before Warner Brothers started fucking it up. Marvel trailer people need to be fired. Oh, yes, they do. They the same motherfuckers. Are they the same people? Their marketing team for these movies is shit.
Yes.
They ruin every movie. Every big spot they ruin. Every one. You can't even really look forward to the movie because they already spoiled it. You saw it with Thunderbolts. They ruined the Void, dusting all those people, or shadow melding all those people. I didn't need to see that in the trailer.
Exactly.
I didn't. I needed to see that in the movie and be like, whoa, shit, what the fuck just happened? That's what needed to happen. But what you got was I'm sitting in Thunderbolts like,
Seen that already.
yeah, seen that in the trailer.
I did not see.
That's exactly what it was. Yeah, seen that in the trailer. No emotion, no outpouring of shock. No, like, oh my God, you got to see this scene, man. No, none of that. They already spoiled it for me. I don't need to see this shit then. I didn't need to see the last part of the movie then. Because
I didn't need to see the limo flip over.
Didn't need to see the limo shit. It wasn't epic to see Bucky show up and flip a limo over. Already saw that. Already saw it. Didn't need to see them all banded together at the end and Yelena kind of crying. Didn't need to, already saw that. The only part in that movie that you didn't see in the trailers was Bob showing up in the Sentry costume, which was just Nuclear Man's interest from Superman 4. So if you saw that movie, you saw this one too.
Exactly.
And his roundabout fighting with them that they can't do shit to him because what you gonna do against Superman with people who just shoot guns? Sounds kind of stupid, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
That was it. Other than that, everything else was known and seen in a trailer. You guys suck. You need to stop. Why don't you go back to them days of like take a cue from the old Matrix trailers? You know what the fuck was going on. You saw one scene. Lawrence Fishburne jumped from one building to the other. Nobody can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. Bam! Fuck you. See you in a month. What did that look awesome? What is that? What's going on there? You had more questions than you had answers. Same thing with Sinners initially. Mm-hmm. You didn't know if it was the Klan, if it was vampires. You didn't know exactly what was happening, but that shit looked freaky and you wanted to check it out. That movie sold on two things: mystery and Ryan Coogler.
Mm-hmm.
I could say Michael B. Jordan because once they showed you the cast that was in it, like, damn, that's a lot of good actors in there. Haley Seinfeld in there looking grown and sexy. I want to check that out. Mind you, these are the same people that say the Hawkeye show sucked, but they wanted to see that. They wanted to see that. You're gonna kill all of you. They wanted to see that. Like the
just that part right there.
Yeah, what and the fuck is that about? I gotta see.
And just the camera angle of what's the name in the dark room? Shh, it's gonna be all right now. He's better.
Mm-hmm. Remick.
Just with the blood and the fingernails and this the lighting.
Come on now, let me out. No, that shit sold on very little. Very little.
And just singing.
And it worked.
And the thing is, you can't put your finger on it. Everybody said, no, it's going to be this. No, it's going to be this. And then we went to go, oh, this is totally different.
What was the joke I was making that me and JT was making? It was Klanpires. Understand it's the Klan and vampires. I said vampire Klansmen. Yeah, I'm down for killing them. Let's watch this movie. Was it Klanpires? No, it wasn't Klanpires. Kind of close.
Klan was in it.
Klan was in it. Vampires and Klansmen got killed. Yeah, so got what I wanted out of that. But no, they weren't necessarily.
But not in the same order.
Yeah, not the same order. Not together. No.
Another great movie from 2025. We couldn't put our finger on what Magazine Dreams was. And for it being an indie movie, it's like, what is this? And you have to be intrigued in order for you to want to go see this. You know what I mean? It's like, well, what is this about? And you're thinking it's this, and like you say, oh, it's totally something different. Okay. All right. No, you know what? I'll give it to Tom. I'll give it to Tom Cruise. He did that good with Mission Impossible. We didn't know what was happening. We thought what was happening. I'm glad, they didn't. They showed a picture of Ving Rhames. I'm like, what? Ving looked kind of It was like a blurb of him, a big blip when you saw Ving Rhames in the previews, but then you didn't see him again. Said, well, Ving Rhames got scrubs on. He looks kind of sick. They didn't tell us that, oh, he's dying or he's dead.
No, they say he was finished off in that shit.
We didn't know that if Benji was going to live or die. We didn't know what was going on. Everything you saw, a lot of stuff that was going on. We saw enough intrigue that kept you on the edge. And I was like, thank you. Give you just enough.
Yeah. Like Studio was saying, I didn't hear Stack say, let this pimping out the closet until my second time seeing it. Yeah, he said this shit. Can't keep this pimping in the closet.
Yeah.
No, they didn't spoil that in the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. You heard him saying, let me out, but you didn't hear the rest of the shit. And the rest of the parts you heard made the scene more interesting than what you saw. Marvel doesn't do that. Marvel gives you the whole kit and caboodle in the trailer, and then wondering why their numbers is always low on movies, making excuses. The numbers are low on the movie because you fucking spoiled the movie 4 months in advance. There was nothing for anybody else to see.
No foreplay.
And anybody who was waiting to see if it was worth seeing got spoiled on it by people who went to see it early, namely people who review movies, and told you there was nothing else worth seeing. So they say, yeah, I was right. I'm just going to wait. That's why you do it to yourself. There is no mystery. There is no surprise for what's going on in your movies now. You spoil it yourselves months in advance. Months in advance. We got to get the marketing out there to make sure people show up to the theater. If you believe your dick is big, do you got to pull it out on everybody first?
Yeah.
Or do you wait till that chick get in the room like, now we gonna see what we got? No, bruh. You don't have any sense with this. None whatsoever. If you know you got a banger of a movie, you don't have to show it in the trailer. Just like you trying to gouge these motherfuckers for $80 for a popcorn bucket, you make them show up and watch that goddamn movie. You want to see more of it? Show up in the fucking theater. How about that? Look, it's been 4 months. All I've seen is a trailer and these same images. You goddamn right. Show up to the movie if you want to see the rest of it. This ain't no free show. They don't do that. Yeah, exactly, Beastly. Marvel basically tells you what you got for Christmas. Yeah, and still wrap the present. It handed to you like some irritating ass woman. Like, you're not surprised? For what? You told me what's in it. I'm supposed to act surprised? Look, you're the one supposed to be doing the acting job. I'm supposed to do the reacting. You're supposed to do the acting. Okay? I can't react to something that I already know that it is.
I'm giving you a surprise birthday party next Friday.
Yeah. Oh, so when you come through the door, act surprised. I won't, because I know what's happening.
You an ungrateful motherfucker.
Yeah. Oh, you've been there before too, huh? You ungrateful. You don't appreciate the work we're putting in. What work? You told me.
But still, you should be grateful I should do this. Damn. Niggas ain't shit. What?
Yeah, what? I gotta be not shit because you can't keep a secret. You don't
know how all of the hard work I did to create something to tell you that you should like. Come again? You heard me. You don't know all the hard work I went through to create something that I'm going to tell you should like. I should like this because you want me to like this because it's something that you tell me I should like. Yes.
Yeah. That's not how my liking shit work.
I don't care. This is what I want you to like.
No, that's not how my liking.
That defeats the purpose for me liking something.
The damn show does. Look, I'll give you a perfect example of this shit. And this will be a slight segue off of Marvel, but this is something for you and your birthday.
Uh-oh.
This is the kind of shit you don't have to tell me to like, because I like it because I like it. If this is the right one. This is the right one. It's not showing up on here. It's not showing up. Okay. That's not the right one. You fucking monkey. Dumb monkey. Where'd it go? Is that it? Nope. That's not it either. What the fuck, dude?
I'm arguing out. It's good.
I'm trying to show my like or something. Work with me here, computer. Hello, computer. Work with the Negro. If that's the right one. That's not the right one either. Why is this fucking thing not working correctly? Let's try it this way. It has to be a window. Screen 1. Show me screen 1, computer. The fuck are you doing? Okay, let's try it this way. Okay. One more time. This goddamn.
One more again.
One more again. You stupid bitch. This motherfucker is just acting ignorant.
You got a lot of windows open?
No, it's just one window I'm trying to share. But
oh, it's being temperamental.
Yeah, StreamYard is not reading the window. It keeps showing it to me because it's on a media player. There we go.
Okay.
Now he got it.
Okay.
I want to blow it up full screen. Okay, this is for Malika. You see that?
Yes, I saw it.
You know who that is?
Who?
Gia Scudellera. From
Wait a minute, hold on. Gia Scudellera. She looks familiar.
She should. If I say the words, you'll know exactly who it is.
Give me a little hint.
Who cooks for you?
Oh shit. Equalizer 3.
Yes.
Yes. You know what got me? The smile.
Yes.
The smile.
Yes.
When she smiled, I said, okay, she's familiar. When you said who cooks for you, and motherfucker, you know what I like. See, that's who your boys are. That's who your boys are.
I saw that this morning. That was on her Instagram. I took that shit, made it into a GIF. I'm like, woo, this is how you want to wake up in the morning. You see some shit like this in the morning when you wake up, like, hey, baby. Like, oh shit, I'm going down. I'm sorry, that's all I heard. I'm going down.
That's the story of love.
Happy birthday, nigga. Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I will email that to you, and you can you can do what you want with it. So I ain't never did nothing for you.
You know the funny thing of that movie? Like Denzel had that look on his face, like, huh? Who are you talking to?
Knowing he married, still thinking about it. I'm married.
No, but the funny thing, the man had to travel halfway around the world to Italy, finds an African Italian woman, being kind to him. Sees that he's coming to this cafe and invites him to dinner. He's like, no, Mark. She said, no, I want to invite you. She said, well, what do you do? Well, who cooks for you? And he had that look on his face. And any black man from the age of 25 to 60 all had that look like, huh?
Yeah.
Because you don't hear that from a black woman. But this is an Italian black woman. Beautiful Italian black woman. Who's just being kind. She's not trying to holler at him, but she's being kind to him. Because she sees this guy that he's obviously alone. He comes to this cafe. And the way the character is, Denzel Washington's interpretation of what is the Equalizer's name?
Robert McCall.
His interpretation of Robert McCall he suffers from OCD and he's on the spectrum. So if you ever notice from the first two movies, he always sits a certain way because he's CIA trained, because he always keeps his back and he's always looking at everything. He reads a certain way. He always orders, because the chick, she comes in and she waits for him when he puts the cup down, and she waits for him to pour. But then she came and one time she said, "Why don't you try this?" And he says, "No." She says, "Try this." And he looks at her and she's not forcing him, but she's telling him to try stuff. And then she gives him a pastry and he's like, "I didn't ask for this." She says, "I know, but try this." She's breaking his rule, and he's so used to being so rigid.
His routine.
And when she said, "Huh?"
His routine. She's just breaking up his routine, his OCD.
And she does it so nice. And the thing is, like, she just puts the pastry there and puts different type of coffee there. And then, like, when he comes in, he sits and he's waiting to see what she gives him. And he smiles. And then when she says to him, "I want you to have dinner," and he's like, she's like, "Who cooks for you?" And when we heard that, that was like a shot around the world. I was like, "What?" And just that look and that smile she has, that chick has no makeup on, natural curly hair, that accent, and like artist said, accents get him. I was like, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Accents get me. Her accent got me. Sorry, Americans. She was something nice, and like I said, it was just lines on a page, right? It was just words on a page, but the way she delivered that shit sounded as natural as breathing. And I was like, I don't know. What looks for you? Nobody.
You?
Nobody. But I'd let you.
Yes.
I would let you. I felt like I was missing something all of us at that moment. It's like, I am missing something. Something is not going right with my life at this moment.
Remember the magazine Dreams when what's the name's grandfather is looking at him when the girl's talking on the phone? His grandfather's looking at him like, "Okay, nigga, are you gonna go?" And like he's standing there, and his grandfather's looking at him like, "Oh, young, you gonna go?" And it's just like, he's sitting there. But that's where you see that beautiful, man. That's the great thing.
Yeah. Let me bring this dude up here. He didn't know that the link was just in there for you to come up for your birthday, because I know he gonna over talk about his own shit.
He would be Charles if it wasn't that.
Darkness.
All-consuming, conquering darkness. Happy birthday, Malika.
Thank you, brother. How you doing, man?
Now you get drunk, lucky, and rich, and whatever path you decide on, whichever goes first.
Whichever goes first.
Oh man, what's up, brightness?
What's good?
Look like a tall glass of lemonade. Look like all the happiness in the world. Look like rainbows and lollipops in one person. You look like headlights, high beams,
like them 5,000 watt headlights.
5,000 watts.
The 5,000 lumens.
Look like you walk next to a vampire and he spontaneously combust.
Yeah, look like a storefront of kyber crystals, nigga.
Oh yeah. Look like if he points at you, look like a Jedi lightsaber coming at you. Oh man, I will say this. I had many thoughts, many things when I took my son. I don't know if you heard my review on it.
I didn't get to hear your review because I didn't realize you were sending me a link to get on your stream, and I was at work in the middle of some shit. And I was like, oh fuck, he's doing a live stream. I would want to be on that shit, but I can't get on it right now. Like, yeah, but I heard a little bit of it when I tuned in, but then I had to get back to what I was fucking doing because I was in the So yeah, you can definitely express yourself on that Superman shit. Because when I popped in your chat, that's what I said. I just need to know something really simple, up or down.
I'm gonna
Up, down,
tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this.
Drawn out.
From being a fan of Superman for literally 40 years,
Mm-hmm.
ups, downs, and betweens. That's my guy. How can I start this off?
At the beginning.
At the beginning. at the end point. Unlike this movie, but
She's only 40. Oh,
you got to think about it. This is one of the first books I read. The Superman. My father gave it to me. So you kind of get an affinity for that character because you always remember your first.
Mm-hmm.
What's the greatest nickname, the most well-known nickname of Superman?
Boy Scout.
Huh?
The Big Blue Boy Scout.
Nope. The Man of Steel.
Well, that.
It didn't feel like he was the Man of Steel in this movie. I've noticed something that even just seeing it just one time, I've observed one thing, and even my son admitted it. There's not one fight Superman didn't need help. In every fight he fought by himself, he lost. In comparing, when the Apple co-worker said, this is better to have better fights than Man of Steel, and I'm looking at the movie, and I'm like, is this guy on fentanyl? Don't get me wrong, I like it because of Superman. It was cutesy. But if I was a child, my son said he gave it an 8.
Mm-hmm.
I give it a 6. And I told my son, if you give this an 8, go back and watch. And I could tell what my son said when he said, well, the colors were muted. I said, kid, you got that off of some Gen Z or millennials review of Man of Steel. Because if you look at Man of Steel, that was actually the story of manhood.
Mm-hmm.
You had to come out from the shadows and be your own. And every dude can relate to that, especially when you're on a job for the first time by yourself. You're no longer the apprentice. You're no longer in field training. You're no longer in basic training or AIT. You're out there on your own. You're not going to do things as great. And remember this. This is year 3. So year 3, he should have mastery of how fast and how strong he is. And you get handed. And I'm like, the first 5 minutes, I should not see comedy or what's perceived as comedy of a guy you want to take seriously is supposed to be the anchor or the light bringer to your universe. And a dog jumping over his ass. It doesn't make sense. Because if you looked at Man of Steel, Jor-El was in there getting some.
Mm-hmm. Man of Steel started off on Krypton with Jor-El getting Jor-El and Laura getting it in. Make sure they snuck that way.
And there he was getting busy. Which showed the duality we never saw before in the comics. Not only was he a scientist, he was also a fighter. You would relate to that because guess what? If you wanted your children to escape, you would do everything in your power, even to the cost of your life, for them to get free and safe. Oh, what's another thing? I like the shining moments for me was Mr. Terrific.
Mm-hmm.
It was nice to see a black guy who was unapologetically confident and black and masculine. I love the part when he mushed the dude and said, I don't need your help. I'm Mr. Goddamn Terrific.
Goddamn terrific.
I like the part when he went on the base and he put foot to ass.
I didn't like that part when he said, I don't need your help. I'm Mr. Terrific. Because if I remember correctly, that was after he couldn't break Lex's code until he got into the building. And then he could just sit at the terminal and do it. I'm like, well, that's bullshit. I say, you wasn't terrific, nigga. You should have did that outside of being at the control center, at the actual control.
Yeah, I'm just Mr.
You overstate.
Like I'm Mr. Terrific only when I use your shit.
Yeah. When you let me use your terminal, I'm terrific.
What
Outside,
was,
I'm stressed.
what was another thing? Superman would not question, even being questioned by Lois. He would have the conviction of a god that I don't care what laws would invoke. If it came down to saving life, I'm gonna do that first. Preservation of life overall.
I
Mhm.
agree.
He's not gonna look shaken because his girlfriend has asked him a few questions.
Well, here's the thing about that. I was watching this interview, and they were comparing the Man of Steel, Zack Snyder's version of Superman, and James Gunn's version of Superman, right? And one of the things that they were hitting on that I thought that it was their underlying point of why they didn't really feel Zack Snyder's Superman is that Zack Snyder comes from a religious background, a Christian religious background. So Superman is considered a god in Zack Snyder's universe. He has people looking at him like a god, right? And they try to say that he doesn't care about people as much. That's why he lets everybody get blown up in the Capitol. So he didn't let everybody get blown up. By the time he realized what happened, what was going on,
He couldn't do
they blew
anything.
up.
Yeah.
He couldn't do anything. He didn't just sit there and like, oh, he's going to explode. Let me watch them die. That's not what it was. But James Gunn does not have a religious background, so that's why he doesn't make Superman into a god figure. He makes him a regular person. And for me, watching Superman get his ass kicked, I kind of enjoy, but it makes him sound like Invincible in a way, right? That how can you be invincible? You bleed in every episode, motherfucker. I think you need to change your name. You are
Yeah,
not. You are very invincible.
and I'm gonna tell you a key point about Man of Steel compared to Superman 2025. Here's the point that got me. You have a guy who is going on his man's journey. And I had to tell people and remind them, you're looking at Superman, not year one, day one, when you look at Man of Steel.
Mhm.
This is not year one, this is day one.
Yeah, he ain't even got a name. He's just
He's just him. And what I told a lot of people, he was going into the quintessential. I think people need to get their vocabulary words down packed because you're seeing the story of the quintessential Superman becoming. Because by the time you looked at the Snyder Cut of Justice League, he was not just the hero of Earth, he was also the hero of Krypton. He became the best of us both. I fit in neither. I'm truly from two different worlds, sometimes fit in neither, but I'm the best of both.
Mhm.
And that's when he put on the black suit. It's basically him saying, I'm okay from being from both. I made my peace with it. And even though that suit was tough as hell. And when you look at this Superman, I don't mind him making mistakes because Superman makes mistakes. When people talk about the Capitol, I don't care if you had Barry Allen, Wally West, Superman, anybody with super speed. Remember, if they don't perceive it, they can't react to it.
No, and that's what it was.
Can I make a mention of that though, guys?
Yeah.
He did not, he does care about people because remember what he did to Zod at the end. Zod was using the heat vision. He was going to cut down people and said, what's your choice? You care more about them or do you care about being a Kryptonian? He's now people say, oh, he could have flew out and threw Zod somewhere, but he knew that he had to break Zod's neck because he knew Zod was a zealot.
Yeah.
So he did. He chose about people, and I kept telling people, say, he screamed at the end when he broke Zod's neck. He didn't really want to kill Zod, but he
No,
had to.
he didn't. No, he
I'm
didn't.
gonna point
That
out
was a
something. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't let you to finish.
that was a pivotal part of being a hero. He knows he's powerful enough to do something, but he was at a crossroads where do I save these people or do I have to kill this zealot that I really don't want to? I really don't want to kill. You realize he is realizing that he noticed that all the collateral damage that him and those Kryptonians put between Smallville and through the rest of Metropolis and other areas of United States. So he's realizing that. He's at the Capitol again when he breaks Zod's neck. But I mean, it was that was something when that was a real pivotal part in the movie where you saw his humanity.
Yeah, what would he do to save life? Well, he had to
Mhm.
kill one of his last links to people that he has never known, his parents' people.
Yeah.
He had to kill that last link to save these people of this planet that he lives on now. And it was
Yeah.
anguish. It was a situation. What would you do? What are you willing to do to save life? And he was willing to kill a dude to save a life. I didn't agree with him killing Zod. I thought he could have did something else, but I understand what the point was in that shit. That was not missed in any sense. I just thought could have just you already got him by the neck. Just push up hard. You flying. Do that. Cover his fucking eyes. Either way, it would have got the same effect.
Here's a part that I tell people, and I pointed out the Sand Dog very well. And he was like, you know what? I didn't see it this way. Not only everybody knows my profession and knows my background. There are many times that I might be called upon to save, in order to save lives, I might have to take one.
Mhm.
And I've had to deal with that since 17, and I'm 43 now. Very long time, would you say? If Zod would have, even if he took him up in the sky, Zod was, people don't realize this, Zod was only getting more powerful. He wasn't even at full strength.
No, he would have got to not that quickly, but he was getting to Superman's level is what it was.
Mhm.
Yeah. He was getting more powerful. He was getting more powerful minute by minute. And remember, Zod is the ultimate warrior of
He's
Krypton.
a trained.
Mm-hmm. He's
He
more
had to be
trained.
trained.
So his power
So-
level was getting close, so his power was getting increasing, but he would have had to edge the same reason Feora had to edge in beating up Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Because she was better trained. She was actually trained. And she was whooping his ass, flipping him like a flapjack in IHOP. She was whooping his ass.
Yeah,
She was
and
whooping his ass. There's
she-
no
she-
debate about that.
Yeah,
You want a
she was
strong
handing him-
female character?
That
Feora
was
and
strong.
Man of Steel was whooping his ass.
And
Flat
notice nobody ever brings her up. Even
Nobody
though she
brings
was-
her up. Nobody mentions that shit. They barely remember her name.
But she stole the show with some of the, and I said, and this is, and since we're on that note about fight scenes,
Where did you train? On a farm? Yeah.
yeah, that was funny. That was funny. Since we're looking at fight scenes, everybody who knew, because when the way Man of Steel ended, you thought it was almost over, because the way they hit you, you thought it was almost ending when the ship crashed.
Mhm.
When Zod hit him with that combo, you knew it was getting on. When he parried, blocked, punched, parried, and blocked him and knocked the shit out of him, you were like, oh shit, it's on.
No, it was a Zod and Man of Steel fight was better than Ultraman and Superman's fight.
1,000 times better.
I would say 1,000 times, but it was a lot better because Zack Snyder does fight scenes a lot better. He does. He just does. James Gunn can do a good spinning fight scene because the one that you would hold up would be Mr. Terrific's fight, right? That has all the James Gunn in the revolving camera going around and all that shit. He does good, combo scenes like that. But getting down to a good fist to cuffs, just two characters on the screen fighting, Zack Snyder does that way better. You ain't got to look no further than Watchmen and some of the other movies he did, 300 and shit like that, to see that. He does that miraculously well, because I can tell you, watching Man of Steel, the minute I knew it was really on for Clark was when Zod got his senses together and flew up in the air and broke that suit off his ass. I'm like, oh shit, that's your ass now. That is your ass, boy. He came with the whole bucket of chicken, boy. The 2-piece, the biscuit, the mashed potatoes, and the coleslaw. He was whooping his ass. I'm
He
like,
said, I know you don't eat coleslaw, but I got it right here in the corner.
I got it right here. I got it. I packed it up. It's chilled. As soon as he got a hold of his senses and understood what to do, he was like, oh yeah, I'm about to beat your ass now. And that's when you knew it was on. And that fight had more tenseness in it than me watching Ultraman whoop Superman's ass for the second, third time in this movie.
I did not.
It didn't carry the same for me. It just didn't. It didn't make me feel anything.
No,
I told you.
it,
One part in that shit that made me like, oh, that was a fucked up move. Man of Steel fights, like, God damn, he beat the shit out of him.
yeah, they were
You know
like,
what?
they were.
You know,
You got go ahead, Malika.
when Zod and Superman fought, it no, I'm sorry. When I saw Invincible season 1, when Omni-Man starts beating the shit out of Invincible, and when he takes him underground to the subway, and he just holds his face and he's just going through the people, and you can see the horror in his face that he's killing the people, and you're sitting there, and then he takes him up and he flies, he throws him. Because remember they were doing they would do the catching, right? They would play catch, but he throws him. So they give you the red herring, they remember back how he's teaching them, and he catches him like hundreds of miles away, and he takes him, and he pounds the hell out of him in the mountain. And he's just broken, and that's where he says, he says something to him. His father couldn't beat him anymore, but then you could see like Omni-Man just angry, and you could just see he's beating his son so much that the material of his gloves are gone. And I said, this kind of reminds me a little bit when Zod was kicking Superman's ass in Man of Steel. That's where you're feeling like, each punch. I was like, ah. But like I remember like how you guys were saying, a lot of people were saying they weren't feeling nothing with this, with the Omni-Man and Superman. I said, was it kind of similar like when Neo and the agent was fighting like Superman and shit? Like, oh, it was just kind of cool because they were flying around like Superman.
Even Neo and Smith fighting with all their flying and shit like that. You felt something in that fight because you knew what was going into the fight. You know why Neo went back into the Matrix to fight Smith. He had to. And you knew what Smith was. You knew what Smith's power level was. However strong you thought Neo was, Smith was that strong, if not a little bit more. So you knew it was going to be a fight. And Neo got in there and started getting his ass rocked. For real. The first time in that series, you saw Neo getting his ass kind of rocked. Or I should say the second time, because when you get to the second movie in the Burly Brawl, you saw him stressed a little bit, like, God damn, there's a lot of them. I had to get the fuck out of there. Because they was going to whoop my ass. Yes, you had to fly away because it's like you wasn't ready that day. Like Smith came to play. So by the final movie, Smith was whooping his ass. He got over on a technique. He actually lost the fight to win it. He lost. He gave up. Just so he can get integrated with Smith and try to take him over again. That was it. His winning came from losing. Is it over? Oh shit! Thank God.
When you looked at the fight between Ultraman and Superman compared to Zod, Zod had the tactical and technical advantage, but Superman still gave it back. I mean, whatever broke. I mean,
he had the heart.
He had the heart. And when he hit Zod, you were like, yo, these motherfuckers are scuffing. It was like you looking at Ray Leonard versus Tommy Hearns. Like, they giving each other back. Like, everyone you give me, I'm going to give you back if it kills me. When you look at Ultraman and this, it's like, once again, you had to call crypto to help you.
Yeah, somebody mentioned it it dawned on me that this movie, watching Ultraman and Superman fight, was like watching Superman 2 and watch Superman fight Nog all over again. Some muted Kryptonian fighting him that doesn't really say much, but just a little bit stronger than him. It was the same shit. I saw this. Yeah. I saw it in Superman 2. I saw it in Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Watching it again for the fucking third time, and I'm supposed to act like it was epic. It's not fucking epic.
It's not. And what took it away from it was this. One of my favorite parts of Superman 2 is when they're fighting in the sewer system, and you feel the earth. And even then, you in the 80s, you felt stakes. There were no stakes felt in this one. No. The ground shaking, it's an earthquake. manhole cover jumping 20 feet in the air, and you
hear
see Noah just
screams and
flying out
grunts
the
and shit.
grunts, punches. They're just giving it as much as they taking it. And next thing you know, you see Noah coming out the damn sewer, and you see Christopher Reeves caught. He didn't
Crawling
fly
out
out;
of that
he
bitch.
crawled out, and he's grabbing his fist. You know that must have been a hell of a punch if he had to
Right.
go to he had to shake his hand. Like,
Like,
God damn, what this motherfucker made of?
right.
Where he had to, like, how hard did he hit you? If Superman's thinking he broke his fist, that scene right there was like, yo, he's in a fight. You're like, God, why are you smiling when this dude is holding you by your throat and whistling? If you can whistle, you can fight.
Yeah. You waste a win with that whistling
And,
shit.
and I told people, I don't feel the stakes. You don't feel super. It's not saying that he doesn't get help, but you don't feel super if the first couple of fights we see you in, you need help. Like kaiju fight. Yeah, I know it was a good time to join the Show to Justice gang, but it's like, okay, where are you being super? I mean, I understand that you want to save the dog, cute little scene. You save the squirrel, cute little scene. But Superman's very pragmatic, and it's like you didn't show that because one, you're strong enough to obviously lift this thing off the city.
Should be.
You, it's like, okay, you should have. You wanted to save the creature's life. I get it, but and people don't understand growing up on a farm. Well, he Superman wouldn't kill. I said Superman's a farm boy,
Mm.
and speaking of farm boys, Jonathan Kent was such a pivotal part of Clark's life, being his dad. You know, Jor-El's his father, but Jonathan is his dad. You made him a stereotype dumb hick. You
I've
made
heard,
Martha and
yeah, I heard the debate around that too about no, these are really people from Kansas. I'm like, so the fuck what? I didn't think that worked on the screen for me. It made them really dumb,
you
regardless
made
of
him.
regardless if you live in the South. And I'm saying this specifically to somebody, but I'm not saying their name because I'm not trying to start any shit. I'm just saying. I was
Yeah.
watching your stream and I heard y'all talking and say, no, these are actually people from Kansas. I don't give a fuck. I've been out in the world. I don't give a fuck. That was embarrassing for how those two characters, have been represented in media since I was a child. That was embarrassing. I don't give a fuck if they sound like real Kansas people. If we wanted real Kansas people in there, they would have hired them a long time ago.
Yeah, that's like saying Charles.
It makes them stupid.
That's like saying Charles. You don't sound Baltimorean, but I was born here and raised here. Not all Baltimoreans sound typically hood. And that's what I got from it. Jonathan Kent was somebody who was so wise and so brave that he inspired him to be a hero.
Mm-hmm.
Martha was the concerning mother. She in the way she was talking to Jonathan, like she was dealing with a spectrum child.
I told you.
You know what?
And Martha loves Jonathan. She's doting on both Clark and Jonathan. She dotes on him. It's the same shit that pissed me off when I looked at She-Hulk.
Yes.
In the way she talked to Bruce.
Well, she talked to her family.
She-Hulk is doting on Bruce. She
And she
doesn't look at
respects her
Bruce
brother.
as a cousin. She looks at him like a brother. She knows what the fuck he grew up with. She would never disrespect and say, it's harder being a woman than being hunted down for the government to be used as a weapon or to be murdered. That's the same feeling I got from it. It disgusted me. Because that's not Martha and Jonathan Kent.
Remember the Superman Adventures cartoon that came out in the 90s?
Thank you. Please speak on it.
There was a particular episode where Martha and Jonathan Kent come to Metropolis to see Superman. And They're walking down the street and he's taking them to lunch. And he hears something. And Jonathan says, "What is it, son?" And Martha touches him and says, he hears something, Jonathan. What do you mean? He hears something, Jonathan. He's like, oh, and he says, "I'll be right back." And he goes off, and Martha, like he starts battling something, but people saying, "Wow, Superman, Superman!" And they're looking at him, and he comes down and he sees all the people, and he talks to him, but he looks at his parents and he says, "Are you guys okay?" And he hears something else in the distance that starts going off crazy. And he says, "I gotta go." And his mother says, "I understand. Be careful." I laughed. I could have been like in my late teens, early 20s. I laughed. She knows he's the most powerful superhero on the planet, and he's near invulnerable, but she's still his mother. That's what I loved about that. Be careful. That's an awesome thing where you see how the way a character is and way a character is being portrayed. That's an awesome thing. That's why you never take that away from how the way a character is. And that's what made Superman become Superman.
Yeah. And it was that episode he was fighting Calabac, son of Darkseid.
Okay.
And Jonathan actually, while Superman was recovering from something, Jonathan actually stepped in the way to distract him so Superman or his son could heal up and get back in the fight.
Mhm.
He was willing to sacrifice his life for the most powerful man on earth, who was his son. Isn't that the most fatherly thing you could do?
Mhm. And one of the greatest speeches ever to me between a mother and a son in cinema is in Superman versus Batman with Martha Kent. Like, Superman's carrying the burden on his shoulders that I destroyed these people. Now people look at me as they look at me as a hero, but now they look at me as a martyr. And Martha Kent says to him, she says, "Clark, you can do whatever you want. You can save these people or you can't, or you don't have to. You don't have to prove anything to anybody. Basically, you're a man. It's your choice. You don't owe anybody anything. You chose to save them. Things happen." And I was like, wow, that's what you need to hear.
Yeah.
Because when Dr. T talks about emotional labor, Superman's carrying that emotional labor as a hero.
For the world.
Yeah. And his mother says, "You don't owe these motherfuckers shit.
Well,
It's your choice."
his mother is reinforcing in him that he has a choice. He still
Yeah.
has,
Yeah.
even as Superman, even though he can do all of this shit, you still have a choice. You don't owe them shit because at the end of the day, they haven't done anything for you.
Mhm.
Exactly.
So
And
you're
here's
choosing
another part.
to do
I'm
this.
sorry.
You're choosing to do it. Go ahead, Charles.
Here's another part that I got. You can see the love that he had for his parents more so in Man of Steel compared to 2025.
Mhm.
Because when Zod grabbed his mother, all bets were off.
Yep.
All bets were off. Not saying he didn't in this movie. There are some parts I enjoyed about it. But when he grabbed his mother, he said, "Fuck this ass. We gonna throw hands." And even Martha Kent was like, "Get off my lawn." You got a super chat there, buddy.
Yeah, I see it. Shout out to the No One, the package man. He said, just saw Superman. Why Superman consisted of all the previous Reeves film elements? Why does Mr. Terrific was always going to say jive turkey? Seemed like he was on the verge of saying jive turkey. No, not really. He just sounded like Nick Fury to me, like he was doing his impression of Samuel L. Jackson. That's all he sounded like to me. I think Mr. Terrific came across really good on screen. I really liked him, which is what I wanted to see on screen, especially after that Arrowverse bullshit. This one was a lot better. Like Dr. T was saying on his stream, though, they still made him asexual. You don't know if he got a lady or not. And if you know comics, you know Mr. Terrific fuck with Power Girl, right? So he got a big titty white chick. from another dimension. So I'm waiting to see if they throw that in there.
Hashtag Kryptonian titties.
The Kryptonian titties for the win, right? You got power boobs. You got power boobs. Blonde, big titty,
Long.
like Blondie. So wait to
Yeah.
see if they put that in there. But they probably put that in there the same way Marvel put Rhodey and Captain Marvel together.
Yeah. I've actually seen this movie, and I'm like, everybody asks me, how do you feel about crypto? Crypto's cool when you're dealing with kids. That's why they probably put them in there to attract more kids and to sell more toys. And it should. But for me, crypto was never really a needed thing. So I'm neither here nor there about crypto. And then let's talk about the real X factor, the hoe of steel.
Eh, eh,
I didn't say she is a hoe, but I haven't read Woman of Tomorrow, Supergirl. I haven't read that one. I might read the trade, but if you don't like Tom King, you can already guess what's in it. So having a deconstruction of a female character and just the psychological part of her being alive, the little overview I got of it, of her being alive this time, seeing her race die like twice. Okay, that means you're taking the best parts of what should have been Thor's story in Infinity War that Marvel didn't do, and you're rolling that into Supergirl to deal with how much trauma this character has had. Because Infinity War, Thor sitting down talking with who was it? Rocket or whatever it was, and saying everything that he's been through. Like, yeah, he lost his mother, he lost his father, his people was just wiped out and shit, and his brother is dead. You like, yeah, you haven't. This should really be a whole story into of itself. This should have been a Thor movie, seeing how he dealt with all of that shit instead of just being goofy. No, this is what you want. This is what you want to see him dealing with. You never got that in Marvel. But what it sounds like for the Supergirl shit is that you took that piece and put it on a Supergirl and say, yeah, she saw all her family and stuff like that die a couple of times, and she's older. She's been out there a little while longer, so she's drinking to escape the grief. I said, well, at that point, it sounds like she should be on the Thunderbolts having shots with Yelena.
Yeah,
because that's the same shit.
Yeah,
that's the modern girl stuff. Oh, well, now you know why I play Hot Girl Bummer to start off the stream. That's gonna be Supergirl throwing up in her Birkin bag, right?
Well, she's talking about, thanks for watching her, bitch.
Yeah, fuck you. That shit was off-putting to me, bitch. Who the fuck? What?
I'm thinking, and that's the part that got me. It seemed like Superman had almost no respect from anybody. And just to let you know, I'll be in and out the stream, so on my breaks, I'll explain it later when I give you a call what happened. But notice, he not one time did he save Lois. Lois actually saved him.
Now I really don't want to see this flip.
Yeah, he's spoiling it for Malika.
So
he's kind of immune, but just go see it, Malika. Just go see it.
Just go see it because out of love for Superman and comics.
Yeah,
but
because
I'll be back. I'll be back, fellas.
Yeah, at this rate, that was a Faulkness. At this rate, you have to see it to basically have a real opinion on it anyway. Okay. You're a geek anyway, so you kind of want to see it. It's the first new Superman movie since Man of Steel. You kind of got to see it for those reasons in and of itself, just so you can match it up and see what James Gunn is going for yourself. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I'm not saying it's a really good movie either, but it's not a terrible movie. Okay. It isn't. It's kind of mid more than anything else. There's elements you can like about it. There's elements you can really question. And a lot of my stuff that I talk about it's just questions like, why? That doesn't make any sense. This didn't work for me. And so I left the movie just feeling like Torian would say, I felt nothing. I didn't. I didn't feel hopeful. Hopeful for what? That his cousin can call him a bitch and peace out of his fortress, and that's just what it is. I'm too old for this generation, apparently, because that would never fly. That would never fly.
Yeah, and that would
You
never
come into
ever
my house,
flow.
I've been watching your asshole of a dog, and you call me a bitch and leave? Bitch, where are you going? She wouldn't get out the fortress. It'd be, wait a minute, what did you say?
Don't
What's that?
fucking come back. Really?
What's that? Say that again. I didn't hear with my super hearing. The fuck wrong with you? No, man. No. And what Charles said is true because Dr. T.S.I. said it too. His problem with Lois, one of the things he never really liked Lois anyway, but the other thing, Lois treated Superman like a regular dude. He was
Exactly.
never really nothing. She had no real deference for him. He wasn't shit to her. The most remarkable man on the planet, she treating him like a regular nigga. Like, that don't work. Because she super regular chick.
Exactly.
That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's hella disrespectful, dude.
Because you know what that's comparable. Like, you have a chick who's just working class, but then you have a wealthy guy, like we talking about Bezos, Trump, and he's hanging around this regular chick, right? Who's trying to talk shit to him. He's like, "Excuse me."
Dr. T's example was this, and you'll get this. If Superman was Barack Obama, Lois was Michelle.
Exactly.
How does Michelle talk about Barack? Like he ain't
shit.
did shit.
Exactly.
Like that
Like you profiting
motherfucker.
off his name.
He a district manager at Burger King or some shit. Like,
Yeah.
nah, cool, baby. He ain't about shit. What? He is ascended to the highest office in the land.
Twice.
You don't get no higher.
Exactly.
And he's still just regular nigga shit for you, right? Get the fuck out of here, Michelle. Wow. Like Lois is a female power fantasy. No, Captain Marvel is a female power fantasy and some of the other bullshit. Lois is just a modern chick.
Yeah.
She's just a modern chick who thinks a lot of herself. Because most Caucasian reviewers I listen to talk about this stuff. They really liked Lois for one scene. I really cared nothing about Lois in all the scenes. No, she wasn't beautiful. She's not. She is not hot. I don't know who said that shit. Like who was gaslighting this bitch? She is not hot. I've seen hot chicks. This ain't one of them, and she didn't make the list. Okay. Her dress was extra regular and frumpy, and it's supposed to be for the character punk rock. That's not punk rock. Your interview scene, yeah, you was getting at him, but the whole movie, you got an irrational 3-year superhero Superman sitting there not even being able to stand up to questions to his chick. And you're wondering why he getting his ass kicked all over the fucking movie. Because he moist. He's super moist, man. And that's why he has that muted blue. Because he's a moist talent. That's why. So all that weak man, fake masculinity shit that y'all like nowadays is why this movie is getting glazed the way it is. Everybody likes Lois because she feels respectable and all the rest of that shit. Okay. And they like Superman because he is vulnerable and he's this, that, and he gives them hope. How? For being a modern wuss? He gets talk shit to by every woman in this bitch. And every other powerful man in this shit kicks his ass. Lex even fuck with him to his face. And this motherfucker is being irrational. You heard that. What did you say? You heard that, right? Are you fucking kidding me? This motherfucker has no control. This is like a toddler with superpowers. Emoting and reacting like he has no control over himself, let alone anything else, which is scary. I don't need somebody that powerful with no control over himself. That is not masculine, dude. That is really problematic. That's a teenager. That's what that shit is. A teenager with a new license. You're going to run into something sooner or later. You're going to kill somebody sooner or later. So even with those criticisms from me, that's just me watching the movie. I'm about as old as you are. I'm like, you watching it, you might see something different. You might
No,
see the same things, you might see something different. But for me, my reaction was titled what it was for a reason. Modern problems, because I see this as the modern male, not the Gen X male, the modern millennial or Z male.
Yep.
And this is what they like. This is how they see them. This is who they are. Because those groups of viewers love this shit. So that only means that then that's how you guys are. That's
so
what
you're playing that to the audience, and
you
that's
played it
where
to the
you.
audience, and that's why you picked up on it. You will be the $80 popcorn bucket buying motherfuckers.
There you
You
go.
will be, because you'll be so scared of not saying you don't like it that you'll say you do.
And can I say something?
Please.
Those like that's the spectrum theater people that you talk about,
Yes.
and that had when they did the when they did. I'm sorry. Let me get my thoughts together. When the last Mission Impossible movie came out, there were groups of people saying, and my brother was one of them, but I'm not knocking him. He's Gen X like us. My brother is 46 or 47. He said it's too long. I said, yeah, it was too long. But it was all right, but it was just long hair. And I said, but you know, they were clearing up points from the whole franchise. You know, this is a ninth movie from a franchise that spanned it for like 30, 35 years, right? Yeah, but it was long. I said, did you understand why it was long? Tom Cruise talked about why he wanted to make it this long. Certain things. Yeah, but I said, and when you said Spectrum Theater came, I saw that. But then I had to give grace for people because a lot of people can only take certain things for long. I said I haven't been on the edge of my seat in a while. And I said two movies. No, change that. Three movies put me on the edge of my seat in 2025, and I haven't been on the edge of my seat in years. I said Sinners, Mission Impossible, and Magazine Dreams. Like
Mhm.
Magazine Dreams put me on the seat like, oh no, is it going to end? No, the movie's got to end now. Oh God, I got more of this going on. And it was just me and another dude in the seat. And I could hear the dude like 4 rows in the back of me squirming.
Mhm. I
And I'm
was
like, oh God. No, please, please, please don't let them get, but that's what I'm talking about. I don't know, because we're Gen X and because we come from a masculine standpoint, and like I said earlier, how the way this space and BGS, Angry Man, you, Kevin Samuels, Dr. T have all forced black men to be unapologetically masculine in you. But for us being geeks, we grew up where we saw like, okay, Wolverine's a fucking man's man in comics. You know, flannel, smoke cigars, the big gold buckle, cowboy boots, you know, drink beer till I'm fucked up.
if it can happen.
Um,
Healing
I'm the
fact.
first, I'm the first one to go in and I'm the last one to leave, but still have honor and respect for people. Um, if you're getting beat up, he's going to tell you, get the fuck up. But you're the guy. I don't care. Get up and fight. You know, seeing you know how the way we just had the bad taste in our mouth. Like damn, the nigga T'Challa can't have the intelligence. We had to wait 7 years later for we see it with Mr. Terrific. We just can't have it both. And then the shit stain that they rubbed in our face with like Wakanda Forever. I'm like, wow, really, really.
It really has.
And,
I
and,
mention it.
but then you said something important. This is what you're appealing to this certain group of people. No, Superman wasn't like that. Like you can even look at all the movies that led up to this one. No, 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 no. Man of Steel, he was a man. He was a man. He was masculine. Except for one scene I didn't like when Lois and Man of Steel, or not Man of Steel, Superman versus Batman, she has the ring, and he says to her in the fields, he says, the answer is yes. She says, what you mean? When you looked at the ring, the answer is still yes. I'm like, you pussy, she's supposed to say yes to you, not to her. Like, that pissed me off. I was like, the fuck?
Let me answer this. Shout out to Joe Herb. Was good with you, Herb. He said, didn't dig Superman's birth parents being villains. I didn't dig that shit either. As far as Mr. Terrific Girlfriend goes, I see Sydney Sweeney playing that part. Yes, because she got the memories for it. If they want to introduce a Power Girl right after they introduced Millie Alcott's fucking Supergirl, maybe they could.
They might make
that'd be a little much for two super, because you realize, this as well as I do, that Power Girl is just a Supergirl from another universe.
Yeah, she's just another clone.
So it's the same character, pretty much. Why would they introduce two of the same character? But Sydney Sweeney could fill that out in a good time. And
or they might
mind you, we're saying this shit, not talking about her fucking acting at all, just because you want the little boob window.
Yeah.
In the mams pushed up there so you can see Cleve. I don't know if they can get away with that with Warner Brothers.
Now, if
Amazon, maybe.
Now, if they make her and Mr. Terrific together, that's going to mess it up, because this Supergirl is a trip, like you said, because I heard from other platforms that this new Supergirl that they have in the comics now is the modern woman interpretation. Like, they changed her attitude and everything. And that's going to go against the grain with Mr. Terrific, because now you got a black man trying to deal with a superpowered,
uptight, straight-laced.
Yeah, it's like, oh, like, really? Now the black man got to deal with some crazy white bitch shit, man. Come on.
Yeah, we'll be back to Jonathan Majors and Grace Jabari.
Yeah,
running from this bitch.
And nigga, no, you
the speed.
And nigga, you literally can't run from this bitch.
You can, but you're gonna need a T-sphere to get away, bro. Shout out to Cyrus for supporting the stream. He said, that's why I said there are some dangerous motives behind this movie. It's being used as a covert vehicle for people's agendas, and I'm saying this thinking it was a decent film. You have to be more specific, because that sounds like a bunch of word salad. I don't think there's any covert agendas in this shit necessarily. The only covert agenda I see with this movie is the glazing of it by YouTubers and whatnot. It wasn't that good of a movie, but I told you they always need their saviors. Superman was going to make money regardless, good or not. James Gunn didn't even have to direct it. It was going to make money. You could have had that same dumbass that did Thunderbolts do this movie that would have made money, because they need their white saviors. And if you look at this movie, everything you got in it was just white folks. Only color you got in the movie,
Terrific.
2 spots of color, Mr. Terrific and Hawk Girl. Everybody else was vanilla, and they love that shit, because it's a far further departure away from all these minorities being in these goddamn movies. So you didn't have to be some massive prognosticator to figure out that it was going to make money and everybody was going to be happy for it. I told you that shit about Thunderbolts. I told you that shit about Superman. I've told you that shit about Fantastic Four. These 3 movies were going to get glazed regardless. Thunderbolts wasn't that good of a movie, and I was looking forward to Thunderbolts, and I told you that. I wasn't looking forward to Superman. It wasn't that bad of a movie, but it wasn't a great goddamn movie from James Gunn, because it doesn't match up to the last shit he did, which was actually heartfelt and you felt something. It didn't. It didn't even have the violence of Suicide Squad. So something is missing for me for this James Gunn movie. Something is missing. I thought he played it safe. That's why something is missing.
Everybody was saying he was trying to play
You can't tell me this Fantastic Four movie is going to come out. You've already seen everything in the movie in the trailers. You can't tell me this movie is not going to come out with an $80 popcorn bucket and motherfuckers are not going to be in there praising the shit left, right, and center as much as they want to shit on Marvel. because that's the only two ways I see it going. They either gonna massively shit on Marvel because it's more beneficial to shit on Marvel and the MCU and Disney, or it's gonna get a massive fucking glaze up. Like Reed Richard wrapped his whole hand around Yo Johnson and pounded it one time, nigga. That's what's gonna happen because it is all what the rest of America can get behind. That's it. Not because it's actually good, just because it's not that other shit that they don't like, like A Brave New World. So that's to me, Cyrus, that's the massive agenda. There's no other secret motives behind the rest of that shit outside of making something successful that can make some goddamn money. That's it. That company needs to make money. And that's why I think James Gunn played it safe and didn't give you a lot of James Gunn stuff in it. But he made a decent Superman movie that can just hit the middle of the market and claim all that money and not alienate anybody. Because if you alienated them white geeks, that shit would have went down in flames and it could have been the same goddamn movie. The same damn movie. It would have went down in flames quick. Shout out to Cyrus again for the second one. A bunch of Gen Z losers think this movie will put them on the moral high ground and live vicariously through Superman, who decided to be the emotional pushover tank for this dungeon party. Yes, the pushover tank. I like that one. That's for you people that never play D&D. That's the part that didn't work for me. Superman was too much of a pushover, even at 3 years on the job. Even at 3 years on the job, to people who are less powerful than him. I'm not saying your power needs to denote your attitude in any sense. I'm not saying that. I don't agree with that shit. That don't mean just because he's stronger than him, he gets to be an asshole. No. But I would think he's older than some of them in some ways, and he should actually act with more maturity. He can't. He doesn't. He is a regular dude that got superpowers yesterday. I mean, Malika would get this. If you took that Superman costume off of him and put the Greatest American Hero costume on him, it would work better. It would completely work better. You would get it then.
Yeah.
You could have had William Cat in the movie. Like, who the fuck is that? It's the Greatest American Hero.
And you know what? You could have had Nathan Fallon playing Robert Colt's part as
Nathan Fillion.
Yeah.
And it's Superman, that's a snafu.
Can I tell you something? If James Gunn did the American Hero, right?
It'll work. Be awesome.
And he did them too. He did a modern version of the American Hero. And can I tell you something? The fucking super suit would have worked. The way it looks, all you had to do is change the colors to black and red and put the Rocket Man symbol on the chest.
Yeah, I said that. Just said it. Yeah, it would have worked. It would have worked better. It would have worked better that way.
And Nathan Fillion being the comic guy and having Corn Sweat being the straight man, yeah. And have everybody else in the back. That would have been a summer hit for what's the name, for James Gunn. Because who owns the rights to that? Because NBC, Universal probably.
I don't know. I'm looking it up right now. I had to do Google to find you guys a picture of it because you can't see inside my mind, thankfully. But now that I said it out loud, the Google AI will keep populating pictures for me because they can't read your mind. Shit. Stephen J. Cannell. So that would make it Universal. It's a Universal.
So it's Universal. So I was right.
Thing. Yeah, it's a Universal thing. So, which means once you see the movie, you'll see what I'm talking about, Malika. But here we go. I'm trying to get an image for everybody else so you don't have to describe it for them. For the younger folks that don't watch this channel and only show up to troll,
Yeah.
can see it. There you go. It would have worked better as that. The greatest American hero. I know some of you other YouTube geeks might not remember this shit, but that's what this worked as. Because he was invincible to some sense too, but he would end up fucked up every time. And that's what the Superman looked like. Now, I don't mind Superman getting his ass kicked because to me, that's the only time Superman is interesting. There's two things you have to do to make Superman interesting for me. You have to take his powers or he has to get his ass beat. James Gunn gave you the second one because he knows that's true. It's a truism. The overly powerful, he can do everything. He's totally invincible. You have to remember, they made up a whole psychological classification for people after this character came out because people had that mentality in their fucking head. Superman syndrome. That you're just invincible. You can do anything. No, the fuck you can't. That's a problem. It's a problem. So books and comics that play up on Superman's humanity and how he can be relatable, even though he has all this strength, is a lot more interesting to me than just, I'm strong, I can do anything. And everybody have been to my will just because I'm stronger than them. That's bullshit. Those characters are never interesting to me. That's why you don't see me talking about buying or reading a lot of Superman. You don't see me buying and reading a lot of fucking Thor. You don't. I'm not interested in characters like that. That is not interesting to me whatsoever. I know who they are. I know what place they fill in the pantheon, but those are not interesting to me. You don't see me glazing a century. None of that shit. I am not with these uber powerful white saviors. Fuck them. I'm not interested in them whatsoever. Peripherally, but not, no, this is my guy. No. I know Superman lore, a lot of it, and a lot of it is interesting from the standpoint of an immigrant trying to do the right thing in this situation. Dr. Anwar doing a Superman review. You should come over here, Dr. Anwar. What the fuck you doing, bro? I gotta email you. I gotta wait to watch your fucking review. That doesn't do it for me. That's why I'm really, I would say, aware and watching how people glaze these characters when they show up on screen. How the Sentry got glazed when I knew it was going to happen. Which I just found out recently. The Sentry ain't even a guy no more in the comics. They killed him and gave his power to a female. Can't wait for that to show up in the MCU and see everybody be pissed off about it. They ain't talking about it now, though. They will in a week. But that's why I'm not interested in those characters like that. They don't do it for me like that because, one, I've never been white. And I don't have a God complex with looking at white folks as gods. I don't. I'm really conscious of that this is what I'm saying. So the idea of a Superman, I get. But the idea of a Superman in my mind is never a white dude. It's just a guy. If you got all the same powers and you weren't white, would people still look up to you the same way? No. That's why Blue Marvel is more interesting. Because you get people's real reactions to that shit, finding out this is a nigga. Oh, hell no, he got to step down. He got to stop doing that shit. He saved the whole planet. Yeah, but he got to stop doing that. We can't be praising that black dude like that. An icon. I grew up in the South. And no, I ain't a Democrat. I'm a Republican. And no, I don't think you should be a teen mother. Who the hell is you? Well, I'm an icon. Augustus Freeman III, bitch. And no, you shouldn't be a pregnant woman out here. Teenage mother having unprotected sex. No, you need to tighten up. But that's Rocket's most notable trait at that point. For people who never read the comic, that's her most notable trait. That's how they pitch her. She's the single mother, teenage pregnancy superhero. That means like they don't know anything else about Rocket. Read a book, man.
But I remember I was talking to somebody about this. And I said, no, that was controversy back then when we had it, and we were in our 20s when that came out. And I said to somebody, and I remember the comic store I went to, and we were talking about it. And the guy, he was a brother who was the manager of the comic book store, and he says, "You know what that meant?" And like there was a young girl saying, "Well, you know, she's a teen." He said, "Hold on, you gotta understand the story. Rocket and Icon aren't just like superhero and sidekick. Rocket was viewing her as his daughter, and she saw him as a mentor and a father figure. And he's telling her he's disappointed in her. How the way a father's telling a daughter that he's disappointed.
Mhm.
It's like if you first of all, he took her under his wing and he's training her, and he sees her as possibly his heir apparent, and he wants her more. Once he sees more out of her, but realizing, okay, you got pregnant. That's where, and they were kind of low key telling you, hey, these are still things that are happening within her community. But also in that same year, we had that special issue with
Static,
Static
Static and Frida. I
and
think his girlfriend was named Frida.
Dusk, right?
No,
And
Static's girlfriend or Virgil's girlfriend. I thought her name was Frida, or was Frida his
no,
friend?
that's right. It was him and his girlfriend. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
his
because
girlfriend on the couch that's gonna fuck around.
they did. Because remember, they had two covers. Yeah, the one cover is when he's on there and you can see the condoms hanging over the arm of the couch. And then they put out another one. And the thing is, when you look into the comic, you see them that they were kissing and the condoms were there. But then the next scene, you see them getting up and they were putting on their clothes. I was like, Virgil lost his virginity. So, I mean, that was cool. So that was the PSA for safe sex, which was cool. But I mean, but then on the other hand, you see another teenager who is a superhero gets knocked up and chooses to keep the baby.
Okay, you're calling out this white savior BS because I wonder how far back the pendulum will swing after the election. Well, this is one of those corrections. This is one of those swings after the election. I told you that after the election, that a lot of these white voices and some of these content creators, because their political affiliations that they bring into this shit now, um, were happy, and they were going to be really happy, and they were going to get a lot of mileage out of that shit. My thing was only to watch how far, like you're saying, Cyrus, how far that shit was going to swing. Like, don't take this as a mandate to just be acting a goddamn fool, and they have. I've heard more white dudes calling Ironheart a bitch than I've ever heard before.
Yeah,
What do white dudes get to call black women bitches on camera? When did that be okay? When did that become okay?
exactly.
You mean you'll have an issue with Kevin talking to some white chick and putting her in her fucking place, but you get to be full faced on camera, laughing and joking and calling a black woman a bitch on camera, reviewing a TV show, a fucking fictional character. That's why I don't feel bad about calling Lois a bitch. A fictional character, and Rachel Brosnahan ain't hot. How about that? Fuck them both. Because I don't know them personally, and I don't get nothing for it. So yeah, they've been running a little bit wild because of that shit. It is what the fuck it is, man. People support what they want to support. For me, I don't get into the overglazing the shit that's not that damn good. It's not. That's like praising mediocre pussy to make her feel good. How's that making her better? How's that making her better? You gonna fall down and slap the ground and get on your knees and praise God because she spread them? Motherfucker, everybody do that. That's not a miracle. That's not magical. Low standard having motherfucker. No. Call it what it is. Mid. Yeah.
I could have
It
had
had a
the
V8. I could have had a V8. Same age range, right? Like I could have had a V8. Could have had a V8. It's about as good, more energizing. If you've watched the TV series The Greatest American Hero, you know he got his superpowers. Yeah, you know how he got his superpowers. Aliens. But if you've watched the Superman movie and you're old enough to remember the TV show The Greatest American Hero without having to go back and find it on Tubi and shit like that, or to Google it to get up on what the fuck these old niggas is talking about, you'll understand that the Superman in this movie works a lot like that character. If you change his costume, it would work a lot better. And you would have an awesome Greatest American Hero movie while you also have a mid Superman movie.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just an old geek perspective on shit. I know the rest of y'all just want to be happy that you got your super powerful white boy on the screen again. Good, be happy, have fun with that shit. Go forth and be fruitful. I just don't think that's what it is. It's not that big of a deal. It is not my best James Gunn movie he's ever done. It's not. It is not. I enjoyed The Suicide Squad. I got more laughs out of The Suicide Squad. I enjoyed his Guardians of the Galaxy movies, even though I had a lot of reservations about Guardians 2 because I didn't like the promotion of Yondu as a father figure when Yondu took a lot of kids to their fucking death. Mm-hmm. I didn't agree with praising Yondu at all. I don't. But if you look at this movie, the Superman movie, and how James Gunn pivots Jor-El and I'm forgetting Superman's mother's name now.
Lara,
excuse me. Thank you. Lara as the villains and Ma and Pa Kent as some hick-ass idiots. That is James Gunn's version of how he sees parenthood and family and shit. It's never about your biological family is okay. Your biological family is always fucked up. That is a James Gunn-ism through his movies. That's why I didn't like that shit in Guardians 2. I called it out then. Me and JT talked about it. Like James Gunn, but I know what his disposition is on certain things. And he likes to promote fake families. The family you choose for yourself, regardless of how fucked up they are. Because Yondu in Guardians 2 was praised for being a motherfucker who trafficked thousands of children to Ego to be killed. And he saved one white boy, so he okay now. Mm-hmm. Fuck you. No, he don't get to get praised. He made money off of that shit. He profited off of it. Why are we praising him? Because he did one good thing? Hell nah. Your ledger still got a shitload of red in it, my dude. A shitload. No, I'm not praising you because you saved Star-Lord. Just the same way I'm not getting into this movie and shitting on Jor-El and Laura and say, no, yeah, that was a real message. They really said to go forth and conquer and have a harem. Nigga, what? You even had his mama saying that shit. Yeah, I know that happened in Smallville, but this ain't Smallville. That's some bullshit. That is really some bullshit. That is the hopeful kernel in that shit. Yes, Ma and Pa Kent made Clark who he is now, but without his Kryptonian heritage, he'd just be a nice guy living in fucking Smallville and still getting his ass kicked in Metropolis. No, I don't like that. And that's all it was. You get to, spoiler Malika, you get to the end of this movie where now Clark has removed the pictures of his actual birth parents from the fortress, and he just looking at home movies of his Earth parents. How is that respectful to his birth parents? That's hella disrespectful. I don't give a fuck what a message said, what somebody told you a message said, which made no sense that they could decode something that the actual Kryptonian robots couldn't decode. Fuck you. That's bullshit. It is more in line with the shit they pump into these kids' heads all the time, with shitting on your natural family to embrace all the rest of these dysfunctional people as your family now. And Ma and Pa dumbass Kent is supposed to be redeemed by one scene and one line with Jonathan Kent sitting on a bench with Clark. And they're supposed to be redeemed. No, they look dumb throughout the rest of the fucking movie. And yes, Jonathan Kent looked like he was on the goddamn spectrum. The first time they showed him on screen, and Martha Kent is yelling into the cell phone sitting on the table, he might as well have been sitting there picking boogers and eating them. Because that's how he looks sitting up there. What the fuck, dude? You mean the accountant got more sense than Jonathan Kent? Good night, dude. This is fucking trash. That's trash. That was the deconstruction of parents on both sides. Both sets of parents was fucked up.
That's a spit in the face to the total image and ideology of what Martha and Jonathan Kent's supposed to be about.
Look, like I said it last week, I've always had respect for Jonathan and Martha Kent. Most geeks have. Do I respect this Ma and Pa Kent? Fuck no. For what?
More like mom.
For what? Yeah, for what? For being the Beverly Hillbillies of Smallville?
Exactly. And then you look at the Superman and say, oh, no wonder you're such a fucking basket case. These are the two people that fucking raised you. Damn.
Yeah, no wonder you're such a pussy. I get it now. Because you couldn't tell me looking at that shit that Jonathan Kent was nobody's man's man.
Exactly.
You can't tell me he ran the household. You couldn't have told me that shit. The fact that something smart fell out of his fucking mouth, you looking at it like, oh, twice a day. Broken clock. That's what it looked like.
Exactly.
It's just something that just happened. Well, every once in a while, you know, the sun shines on a dog's ass.
Can I ask
but
you
it's
a
still
question?
a dog's ass.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
In this movie, when you see Ma and Pa Kent and when you see Superman, do they show any resonance of why this guy is a superhero? Because you know that there's throughout all of the lore of Superman in any form of media up to now, there's a push and a drive that he's using his abilities on Earth to become a hero. Now, I like Kevin Costner's portrayal, John Schneider's portrayal, even Glenn Ford when we go back to Christopher Reeve. And you know, I like Kevin Costner's portrayal because you're dealing with a boomer father who is raising a millennial son. And he says, I'm protecting you because I know how the way the world is. And then when like you see like when he sees it, I guess it's up to the audience's interpretation if this is in Clark's head or if it's the ghost of Jonathan Kent where he's building this rock statue, but he's doing it to represent his love for Martha. And he's talking to him and he says, I told you not to do things because I protected you because I know how the way the world is. And he says, I don't care whatever it is. I love you. You're my son. He says, any father who loves his, basically I'm paraphrasing, any father who really loves their son or loves their child is going to protect them. But I wanted to protect you extra. Even I know that you'll be protected because I know how the way the world is. And then you hear him talking back to his father. And then like after a while, he's talking back to his father and Kevin Costner's gone. And I said, that's awesome. That's where you can see where Zack Snyder wanted to prove and see how the way a father's love them, which kind of pushes, and you see how the way Martha Kent, like when I talked about earlier, when she says you don't owe anybody anything. This is where you really see like the hero's journey. Like, why is this guy? What is his motivation to become a hero? You always have to get through Superman. What is his motivation and his drive, and why is he a hero? And part of it comes from Martha Kent and Jonathan Kent. You know, even through Smallville and even through all the other iterations of the TV shows that came up out to today, you know, like the last Superman movie that came out, him and Lois and their kids, they go back to Smallville and they raise their kids there. That meant something because Smallville is a beautiful place
It's
to
a
raise
character.
a family.
It's a character. It's a character.
Yeah,
It's a character in the Superman lore as much as Metropolis is a character in Superman lore.
same as Gotham, same as
He would not. Superman would not be the decent person he was if Clark Kent was not raised by the Kents. But
exactly.
you don't get that sense of that in this movie with the Kents because the Kents seem stupid.
Hmm.
You don't. You can say because they had a Southern twang or some shit like that that they were. Oh no, they were just some solid Earth people. Bullshit. Show it to me. Because the accent and not knowing how to work technology don't endear you to being nobody imparting any knowledge on anyone.
You know what I really noticed the salt of the earth in the I don't know, was it Justice League or well led from Superman versus Batman to the Justice League movie where Martha Kent loses the farm. And
Mm-hmm.
also remember she's working part-time as a waitress in the diner.
Mm-hmm.
She's not asking her son for money.
No.
Superman's trying to get his life together, but then he comes and he walks over to him and he says, "Here." He says, "What's this?" "This is the deed to your farm." He says, "How'd you get it back?" "Oh, I bought the bank that
Yeah.
held
Turns
the
out.
loan." And like you just see them have that stare to look, and we all knew that. Okay, Bruce must have bought the bank, and he did that. But you could see that was a gesture of friendship. But you could see the humility of Clark would never go to ask Bruce, "Could you give me a couple of dollars for that?"
No.
Bruce just,
He knows a billionaire never asks his ass for a dime.
but also Bruce knew Clark would never ask him for that.
But my thing is, Bruce had enough respect for Clark that he knew that this place, his family home, his family plot, for somebody who lost his family,
Hmm.
that he knows that that's important for Clark. That is grounding for Clark in who he is.
And shaped him who he is.
Shaped him for who he is. So it's important to hold on to that legacy. That salt of the earth is important to hold on to that earth. And that earth
Um,
is, for him, the Kent farm and his mother and stuff like that on it. There's a scene in Kingdom Come that comes to mind right now about how you see this Superman or whatever, and you see him working on the farm and carrying the tractor and shit
I
like
know
that.
who
And
you're
what you
talking about.
find out is that it's actually inside of the fortress. It was like a virtual reality thing.
He had a holodeck.
They had like a holodeck in the fortress just so he can still have that sense of being on the farm. Just so he can still have it because that's integral to him. Now, yeah, you got to see a farm in this one, but I don't see that these people have any sense and could have been imparting any kind of wisdom on him. It
Mhm.
makes it look more like he's an outlier, that he just became smart just because they were so dumb around him. Not that they were
Mhm.
dispensing any knowledge on him, because you only got one scene with Jonathan saying one smart thing. Every other scene, he looked like I said, he eating paste in the corner.
Mhm.
So you're not seeing that salt of the earth feel from them. No, I see two fucking hicks with little or no intelligence. So Superman was just an outlier. He came smart enough. And the parts that he got from them after their raising is that ridiculous, jokey, get my ass kicked stuff. Is that what he got from them?
Mhm.
Because we already know what he got from Jarrell and Laura, the super strength, right? The Kryptonian DNA. That is only anything worth having under a yellow sun. So otherwise, he ain't shit without the sunlight. That's it. So what's special about him? Because everybody treats him like he extra regular. Even the chick he been dating, not banging, just dating. You know what that means? He paying for meals and ain't getting no pussy
Mhm.
for 3 months. For 3 months. That, like I said, not saying the movie was bad, But a lot of shit don't work. A lot of shit in it doesn't work, and it makes it really.
And I heard
It can go somewhere, but it ain't there yet.
like Angry Man did his review, and he even said the same thing that you said and Dr. T said about Hawk Girl. And that pissed me off too. I said, wait a minute, she's a fucking cop from another damn fucking world.
One version of her is, but this is the other thing that DC does because they do have a mantle system in their comic book universe. There's different versions of these characters. There's 2 different versions of Hawk Girl. So no, you're not getting the one from Justice League Unlimited. You're not getting her. You know, the one that fuck with Jon Stewart. Yeah, this isn't her.
And we're not getting Kater Hall's wife.
No, you're not getting Carl Hall's wife. Nope, this is not her. This is the second version, as far as we know. So maybe she got some of this shit going on. We don't know because she didn't have enough speaking roles in the shit. What the most I got from her, which is I like Isabella Marcet. She's cute. She's a cute girl. I like Latinas. Y'all know that. It's not a secret. But I don't like lazy heroes. And her ass flopping herself on the couch in the Hall of Justice was like, I'm done. I'm done. Fuck this character. Her dropping a dude from a high height who was being bad did not make her cool in my book. No, it didn't. She just murdered that dude.
So this is the hero. So this is the boy.
Yeah, this is the hero, right? Oh, it's a good thing you stopped them from rolling into another country to kill those people that you dropped and killed him. That makes it all better.
Am I watching
The Boys
or The Boys? Come on, damn.
It's supposed to be The Boys? I thought this wasn't The Boys. And yes, the Kents did have an air of stupidity about them. Very much so. I don't see how nobody else saw that shit. But they so happy to have Superman on the screen. I don't give a fuck about none of the rest of that stuff. No, but it's Superman. Yeah, so what? This is not new. You've seen Superman for how many goddamn decades now? So this should not be overly impressive at that point. I told you guys about this when Superman Returns came out. Matrix did it better. And the only reason they start making Superman movies again because Neo was flying around and his Superman looked awesome. His Superman was looking really awesome, nigga. And they called it out in the Matrix movie. Oh, he's doing his Superman thing. And you saw that cape flapping and clouds parting when that motherfucker jetting through there and that shit looked awesome. And Warner Bros. Said, we need another Superman movie because this technology has gotten better. And that's why you got Superman Returns, which looked good, but sucked ass too.
Exactly.
Super stalker man hiding in bushes looking through little boys' windows. Pedo.
No.
Fucking weirdo.
What was an Isle of Kryptonite.
Yeah. The prison grape scene with Superman and Lex Luthor where he get the American me kryptonite shank. Like the fuck? What am I watching? Technology millions of years ahead of everybody else, and all I was able to do was get one crystal and make a rock island. Where's the technology, nigga? Where is it? I don't see anything. This seems really able to be bombed. Wakanda had their defenses.
What's the Middle Eastern dude from Harold and Kumar? What's his name?
Don't remember.
What's the name? Patel. He's in it, and I'm like, I could not take him.
Okay.
You're one Lex Luthor.
Actor from Harold and Kumar. Yeah.
I'm like, I'm laughing. You're one of Lex Luthor's henchmen now. I'm like, oh god.
Yeah, he got to be a henchman in somebody's movie. Like, I don't buy it. That's cool. That's fucking Kumar, ain't it? Kumar in this shit.
What are you trying to go and do?
Cal Penn. Thank you, Hitflix. Thank you for that.
Like, you gonna get some White Castles and some weed? Come on, man. I'm like,
yeah, no shit. That's what came to mind as soon as I saw him in the movie. Like, what the fuck is that? Kumar doing this shit. Yeah, whatever. But that was Bryan Singer giving you that. In his view of Superman. His view of Superman is somebody who peeps through windows out of bushes in on little boys.
And then they repeated the
Okay.
same.
Like, okay. Tell me
He
directors who's
saved
telling on themselves.
when he saves the plane from going down and lands it in Wrigley Field, and I was
That
like, wait a
looked
minute, that was cool. But no, with when he, I like when he says, "Are you okay?" and all the people on the plane said yes, but he's looking at Lois,
give her that look
and
fucking faint.
yeah, and I'm like, wait a minute, that happened 30 years ago with Margot Kidder. Come on,
Well,
stop.
that was cool, but the problem with that Kate Bosworth's Lois Lane was that in that movie, Lois Lane got thrown all over that goddamn airplane for the first 20 minutes of that damn movie. She should have had a fucking concussion. She should have had a neck brace on or some other shit. In that whole movie, that bitch got hit in the head with a bunch of shit. She ain't hit the hospital one time. I was like, she got the dome of steel, nigga. She got hit in the head with a metal door and her head wasn't cracked open. Like, god damn. This bitch should be dead. Lois should be dead already. We hit her in the head with a ship door, a ship bulkhead door, hit her in the head and dropped her ass back into the water. She was all right. No blood, no muss, no fuss. Just messed up her hair a little bit. Like, that bitch is dead. You know that, right? Gravity and the weight of that door would have split her little ass skull.
She was lackluster too as Lois. I'm like, oh god.
Like I said, in this movie, everybody point out one scene as being Lois's defining scene, and that's sitting down interviewing Superman. It's like you can see how she really would be as Lois interviewing people. No, I don't. I see how she giving some dude that she don't really like and is messing with shit. Because it sounds like she kind of low-key jealous that he's interviewing himself and getting himself over in the paper. And that's how she kind of finagles her way, kind of finesses her way into being the one to interview Superman. Because Clark was doing it himself at first. You know, don't you think people will get kind of wise to that? That you always get these interviews of Superman. Sounds like jealousy, bitch.
Yeah.
Sounds like jealousy. No, I would just ask you some real questions. She was finessing his ass.
And he fell for it. And don't you think it's kind of ironic because, well, Michelle Obama should have her own show. Why? No one cares to see her. You're only getting a show because of your last name. Well,
UFO, we're not talking about none of this shit. You better go on Big Ideas, Dr. Anwar show, because he got that science and tech talk all over the place. We ain't talking about that right now. It's all interesting. We just ain't talking about that shit right now.
But it was funny, like how you said, like she's wanting to finagle and have it because she's jealous, but also you got to remember she was the big dog in the Daily Planet.
It's supposed to be the best reporters getting those most exclusive interviews and shit like
and
that.
She felt some kind of way, and even more because okay, this guy from Smallville comes up and he does it. But then, okay, I'm falling for this other guy who's a superhero. But then both of them are the same one. But now, modern day in 2025, I like him, but I can still downgrade him because I can play. See, because what women do, they look for your weakness. And when she sees his weaknesses, and I'm hearing it from you guys, I think this Superman, he knows his purpose, he knows what to do, but the problem is he's very insecure because he doesn't know his self-worth. And he's realizing that, well, because I guess these kids didn't reinforce his self-worth of who he is because his father's a ding-dong, because he has a male role model, but the male role model does not project any masculinity, and there's no balance of even any feminine energy from his mom. But then he has this feminist C word who's in competition with him in a competitive field.
Well, she's not a cunt. I wouldn't say that. That's just putting a little bit too much on it. But she does try to finesse him. It does seem like a little competitive jealousy that he is able to give himself these interviews with Superman. And she doesn't like the interviews, even though everybody's reading it in the paper. And she's fucking with him now on the slide. The people at work don't even know that they messing around with each other. So she feeds him that shit about it. You can get caught or some stuff like that, which seems like it's self-serving for her.
But my thing is like, how would I get caught?
Yeah.
Here's my question. I was like,
Somebody
how
put
would
it
I
together
get caught?
sooner or later. No. Why would they? Put it together that he is Clark Kent, since they mentioned in the movie that his glasses kind of muddle with people's heads so they can't see the real him anyway. I don't see why anybody would ever put that shit together.
That's a throwback to the 60s action comics, man.
They never put that shit together. So no, your concerns are unfounded. You didn't like that he was getting that shine.
Mm-hmm.
And so you finessed a way for that shine to get put on you and off of Clark.
Kind of sounds reminiscent of Red Table Talk and
Jaded,
Michelle Obama show.
Jaded and Will.
Yep.
Doesn't it?
Barack and Michelle. Yeah, you're jaded
Barack and Michelle.
because
Shit.
Jada. You're pissed because your husband is getting shine and you haven't been relevant for the past 10, 20 years. And for 8 years, you weren't relevant by yourself, but now you want to have a show where you're speaking about nothing. You're trying your best to be relevant.
Well, Jada's whole relevance was in tearing Will down.
Yes.
That's what got numbers up on that show. The numbers were up on that show, not for the interviews that she was doing and not for the guests she was having on the show. The show was relevant because Jada was talking shit about her fucking husband that everybody loved.
Yep. She wanted to break the golden boy image.
Not even break the golden boy image. She wanted to get out of his fucking shadow.
Yep.
Because you don't think about Red Table Talk for no stunning ass interview she did. You think about Red Table Talk because she aired out their dirty fucking laundry.
Yep. And
deconstructed her fucking husband live on camera repeatedly with her daughter and her mama. The three women in his life who should be thanking his ass. One for marrying his daughter, making her an honest bitch. The second one for being his wife of all these years and providing a good family for them. And the third one being his goddamn child who has a fucking career now because of him. All of them sitting up there having a good giggle disrespecting them.
Uh-huh.
And wouldn't have none of that shit without him. Disrespectful as fuck. That's the only reason you know Red Table Talk. Not for no good interviews, not for none of that shit. For that personal bullshit that she did, destroying her fucking husband's image, legacy, all that shit on camera for herself, for her own glow up.
And the infamous situation speech.
Yeah.
Situation
We're finding out that she is basically a pedophile preying on her son's friends. Basically a pedophile.
And showing it off.
And nobody's went after her for that shit at all. Oh, he was over 21. Oh, so I guess that makes it okay. So I guess the rest of these old ass dudes that you keep trying to wheel out here and crucify shouldn't be getting crucified at all then. Who want that old ass man with that young ass woman? You taking advantage of them. The old woman with money don't take advantage of a younger man?
Exactly.
Any other situation, that'd be some hillbilly hick shit. That she would say, that's some trailer trash crap. Right?
Cher is 72 years old and her cat man is 35. Make that make sense. Because
somebody want to bang them old biscuits? And Cher gives him more access in Hollywood than he would have got on his own, if he even wanted that shit. And apparently, at 70 years old, her mouth still works. What BGS tell me? Things I learned from BGS. As long as it get wet, it don't matter. As long as you can still get wet, baby. As long as you can still get wet, we still rocking. So maybe Sherry got a little bit more on the ball than you know.
No, I'm not saying it, but also, you know what else I learned from BGS?
What's that?
You know what else I learned from BGS when you talked about Oprah and Stedman? Well, she paid for him.
She paid for him.
Say they would share. She paid for him. So what do you expect?
You're getting what the fuck you get there. Get your money's worth. She got to pay you. She's gonna pay you to be there. Yeah,
and I remember when BGS said that, I think he had a woman on there, and the woman was like, "What do you mean?" He says, "Just what I said. She paid it. She paid for it." You know what I'm saying? And BGS said, "Come on now," and it was, you had to think about it, like, and the woman just could. It was just funny, and I remember I was at work, and when he said that, I'm laughing. If BGS said the stuff that nobody really didn't want to say for all the years, I'm like, come on, stop it. Really?
Yeah, really? Stop about it. It is what it is. She paid for that dick, so she gonna get it. Ain't gonna do whatever the hell she want, and she gonna pay for it. So she gonna get it like Burger King. You can have it your way as long as you pay.
Yep. These are the rules and the criteria. This is what we're going to do. Okay. Smile, nod your head, and blink twice.
Blink twice if you're in danger. Blink twice if you're in danger. Okay, so fuck that Superman shit. Before I get to talking about this Mortal Kombat, I want to share something with you guys that made me absolutely happy yesterday.
Okay.
This is another video, came from Instagram, and this shit made me smile so big. I sent this shit to everybody that I can think of on Instagram because it was so much fun, right? So you watch this shit and you tell me what you see from it. And I'll tell you what I call it. Una carrera. Now, the only two things I have on that shit. One is a complaint, and one is just my impression of it. My first impression of it, my response to that shit, that looks like great parenting. That just looks like great parenting. Well, like, look, I did that with my son and my daughter. My fucking kids, you raise kids the same. My daughter would get tossed around just like my son would get tossed around. It don't matter. And your kids is fun. A fucking whole bouncy house jungle gym. Nigga, you getting thrown around in that shit. That's just what it is. Okay. It's just what it is. The only part that I complain about on that video, the only part that I can critique and complain about on that video, that shit said dad babysitting. And as a father, I will tell you, if you're with your kids, you are never babysitting. That's called parenting. You don't babysit as a father. There is no babysitting when you're the father of those children. That is parenting.
That's an insult.
It's an insult. It's exactly what it is. It's a low-key insult to say that you are less than the mother. Because everybody other than the mother is babysitting the children. If you're the father of those children, it's not babysitting. You're parenting. You're spending the time with your kids. Now, if you're a father and you're watching your sister's kids, then you're fucking babysitting. They're your children. It's never babysitting. It's parenting. Because you never say the mom is babysitting the kids. Never. So that's the only critique I have on that. Other than that, that shit looked awesome. I watched that shit 7 times. Laughing my ass off.
You know what the beautiful thing about that is? That's masculine energy at work.
Exactly.
And the funny thing is, you're seeing all 3 of them doing all of the wrestling moves, all the freaking moves that they see in action movies. Like, it's not like they're rehearsing; they're knowing what to do. Like, they're knowing to do the scissor spin. The father's like body slam. The kid is running, jump, side kick. You know, the flop. Anything that you see in a movie, you see in wrestling, they're doing. Like when the fathers picked up the kid to throw him over the railing, I was like, "What?" I was like, "Oh my god!" And
I laughed my ass off when he let the kid do the stomp on him, the stomp on him, like, "Oh, curb stomp." I'm like, "Oh goddamn, that's fun. That's too much fun."
Then he picked the one son up and this body slammed him on like the round thing, and the kid's like, "Nah." Then the other kid runs in and I said,
hit the RKO on him. I'm like,
"Yeah." I'm like,
"That's just fun. That's just fun."
And he choke slammed the one son.
This is what happens. This is a friend of mine, my ex, her son is going to have his first baby.
Okay.
And he has a lot of women around him. And I know who the son is, her oldest son is. He's cool. He's a cool dude, right? Really nice, loving guy, right? And I told her when she told me, I'm going to be a grandmother. It's like, congratulations. And said, which son is it? She told me which one. I said, he'll be fine as long as he's not henpecked. If you let him be the father he's going to be without trying to tell him how to be a father, which is the women who don't know anything about that shit, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Stop trying to get in between him and his child and take his child away from him. Oh, you don't know what you're doing. You get a baby to be in. That shit, he'll be fine. If you get away from that shit, he'll be fine. Because what a father looks like with his children is that shit right there.
Yes.
Because what's awesome about that video, the one thing you don't hear in that shit the whole time is, oh, don't do that. Oh, he gonna get hurt. Oh, that's too rough. You don't hear none of that shit. That's what happens when you pull the mom away and let the father have the children. That's what you have. Them kids having a good time being boys.
All 3 of them are happy. And we're laughing because people say, how could you? Because we know that's fun. And we know, first of all, we know it's crazy exaggerated. But this is what we do. Like back in our generation, backyard wrestling was created. You know, when you hear people like kids were jumping off the roof, off the top rope, or the picnic table or ping pong table, or some old mattresses. Also in our generation, how many kids, when you see a back spring and a mattress laying out and you start back flipping and flipping them on that?
Automatic.
Automatically. You know, you had a brother. Anytime Black Belt Theater would come on, your mom be like, what are y'all two doing in there? Nothing.
Roughing each other up in this bitch.
Then your mother would say, look at curb stop.
Now, mind you, the dad is helping him with a lot of this shit. The dad is helping the kid with these moves and stuff like that. The kids is down for it. They're having a good time. This right here is trust.
Yes.
Right? Now, one of the things, Joe Herb is in here so he could testify to this shit because he's seen it. My daughter trusts me for a lot of reasons, but when she was a little baby and finally started standing up, when about 2, whatever, right? 1 or 2, close. And she was standing up on her legs and stuff. What she would do when we were in the shop on a Saturday, she would stand on the counter. She would leap off the counter at me. Now, if you know little kids and shit like that, they're babies, little toddlers and shit, they top heavy as fuck, especially if they got big heads. Both my kids have big heads. They top heavy as fuck. So you got to be watching. But she had done that enough times that she had absolute trust that I would catch her every time she jumped.
Yeah.
And even if I was in conversation with Ron or something like that and talking, and she was up there, she'd leap off that bitch. And Daddy on the spot. Got her. She trusted me. That's a bond you make with your kids when somebody is not interfering in that shit.
Mm-hmm.
That grows into that adulthood when you can tell your child something like that. What do you think of this? I didn't think that was smart, baby girl. You're right. I thought you would say that. I'm not going to do it that way. That's what that trust comes in. It comes in from shit like that. Them boys sitting there with their father right there, having a good time and playing. A mother would see that as being dangerous. None of that shit dangerous. That dad just ran with that kid all that way. That kid didn't really drag his ass all that fucking way. It looks funny, though. He's playing. Yeah, he's holding him. He spun around, and then he jumped into. Come on, man. That's just fun. Your kids are having a good time. Check that to make sure you're okay. Like, oh, that's just fun.
Can I tell you something? Those kids would have a blast, and they will remember that forever.
Forever. Not only will they remember it, I'll remember that shit forever.
Yes.
Put it up on the fucking internet. That shit will be there forever. That is some of the best father kids playtime I've seen on the internet, dude. Like,
and that's masculinity. That's where that's how you're supposed to be masculine with your kids. In a place like that's designed for you to literally and figuratively bounce off the walls.
Yeah. Well, UFO, look, you said most of my childhood fun has an injury story. Good to go with it. Great times. Yeah. Because we were that generation. We didn't have all that safety equipment.
Nope.
We didn't.
You got clowned
together. Nowadays, people like us develop these bouncy houses and shit like that where you can go and fuck yourself up safely. And the only reason you did that shit is to keep the mothers from complaining so you could have it. He gonna get hurt. Well, no, see, I made it bouncy, so he won't get hurt. Well, he can laugh funny. Come on, bitch. No, that shit that he was doing with his kids on that bouncy shit, we were doing that at the boys' club just on tumbling mats.
Exactly.
That's what we were doing. That same kind of shit. Body slamming, suplexing each other, jumping off the window onto each other with a Macho Man elbow. It was just blue tumbling mats. That was it. And that was after school. Not to mention what we was doing on the fucking asphalt. Come on, man. No, we was not that coddle bubble wrap generation, man. That was not what it was. You got hurt. And scars tells the tale. Like, how'd you get that shit? Oh, man, we was climbing up this goddamn fence and we was jumping from roof to roof like the Fall Guy. One of us fell, guy. I fell and hung up on the fence a little bit. Like, oh, why did you do it? I didn't jump hard enough, and I got to the edge and I slid. I hesitated and I slid on the rock and then I fell over the side. Yeah, it's just what happens. Injury story.
You gotta go
take do it again? Hell yeah. I just wouldn't stop when I got to the edge. Like, I would go for it. I wouldn't try to put on the brakes. I ain't zipping no Big Z. I go for it that time instead of pausing. I was scared. That's why I got fucked up. If I wasn't scared, I would have made it. It was nothing to see a classmate wearing a cast for a broken arm or leg when I was in elementary school. Back when I was a kid, really playing. Yes, for some real shit. I tell y'all this story all the time because it's the weirdest shit at all to me. How fragile these kids is. My daughter is a Gen Z, late millennial, early Gen Z. There was a kid on her yard, a girl, fell down. Had her arm in a cast from falling down. Not running. Not tackling each other. Nothing. Just falling the fuck down. And had to get bandaged the fuck up. And I'm like, they're making some really frail kids nowadays. Holy shit, that did it? Girl in my class had to get hit by a whole fucking car. knocked up in the air about 10 feet to come to school with a cast on. This little motherfucker was standing still and fell down and got a whole arm cast. It's like, they making y'all frail. That's what happened when you don't drink milk and eat peanut butter. Y'all better start eating. That's what veganism get you, huh? Weak fucking kids. Yuck. No, y'all delicate as fuck. That's why you can buy Superman getting his ass kicked.
Exactly.
Modern experience.
Modern day helicopter parenting gives you a pussy ass superhero.
Well, that's how I should say. That's a Superman raised on soy milk. Because they went to Kansas. I didn't see no cows on that farm.
Exactly.
Maybe they were soybean farmers.
Gluten-free Superman. The fuck?
Oh my god, that's funny. It didn't actually. That should be the title for my review. Soy Man. Super soy man. Because his bones are not as brittle as they would have been if he was drinking cow's milk. Because there were no cows on the Kent farm. They grew soybeans. That's more than one way farm.
We have soybeans, Brussels sprouts,
tofu,
lentil.
What
the fuck?
Oh shit. Oh my god, that's funny.
Yo got the weather vane. You got solar panels and shit.
Yep, solar panels. No weather vane, no wind farming. Anyways to farm.
Pa Kent don't got that Ford F-150. He got that fucking He got that what's the name? He got that fucking Tesla with a trailer in the back of it. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Hitflix. He said we used to make a bouncy room with couch cushions, pillows, and blankets in the house. Pad the room and leak to our heart's content. God help if you missed to hit the floor. Hitflix, that's how we did a Royal Rumble in our house. We did a Royal Rumble in our bedroom. My brother's friends was over there. We took them cushions off the couch, put them in the middle of the floor in the room, had the mattresses off the bed hanging over the edge of the wood. And then every 30 seconds, somebody would run in the room and get to rumbling. That was our bouncy house. Had to open the window to let some of the air out because, sweaty boys in there fucking fighting, get musky real quick. And that's what we was doing. We ran a Royal Rumble in that bitch, ended up breaking my brother's bed. Had the wood slats in it and slammed his ass on that shit. I'm like, oh shit, we gonna get beat. This is when really I learned how to use screws in wood to fix a bed so I didn't get my ass beat. I'm the oldest nigga. I was about to catch an ass beating for that. You broke the bed. God damn it, how do we fix this? Okay, we're gonna turn this bed this other side. We can take these screws out, put it on the back side, put some books under there to prop it up, and it'll look normal.
Yeah.
You had to be smart, nigga, because mama would have peeled the black off your ass with a potato peeler. No.
And that's just for starters.
It's just for starters, just for breaking the shit she paid all that money for. Yeah, kale farmers. That's exactly what they wore. Soybean and kale farmer Kents. Oh, shit. So Clark Kale. That's who he is. He's Clark Kale.
Clark Kale. Kale L.
Exactly, Kale L. Not Kale L. That's Kale L.
Yeah.
That was his real name in the James Gunn universe.
We grew up on Carnivore L. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit.
Kale L.
What's the name?
Soy side of Krypton.
Henry Cavill was the last of the Carnivore L's.
Right.
And nothing against the Corn Sweat. He's just acting like how you said last week. Corn Sweat was just acting. But it's like coming to like in that wasn't Beastly the one that told you about he did that political thriller a few years back? That's how Corn
that was
Sweat.
Dr. T. That was
Dr. T.
About that Affairs of State. I hadn't watched it. Watch it.
Affairs of State. You see Corn Spat. Oh yeah, he's Carnivore L in that motherfucker. Yeah,
No, he KLL in this one.
he KLL.
Thank you for that, uniform. And you just made that movie better by me thinking about that shit. Like the soybeans and the kale. Yeah, that would be those Kents. Yeah, he on the spectrum, all right. Because Paul Kent do look like he on the spectrum.
Them Kents.
Way over there on the spectrum. All that kale. I'm a soybean man. Yeah, that's hilarious. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I've been laughing so hard from that shit. I started breaking out in the sweat.
That's messed up.
That shit, look, it's funny for a reason because that shit actually works. KLL. And Kill Ill from Kellathon.
Now I can't get out of my head because when you said the greatest American hero, where this movie probably compares to, I started laughing. I said, that's a shame. And I'm pretty sure we ain't the only ones that probably have thought about it. Because
maybe not. I haven't heard that in the whole week of this movie coming out. I haven't heard nobody make that association. So I would consider myself being the first one to make that. Anybody that repeats it afterwards,
we know where it came from.
Where it came from. Because I listen to them talk about it. And mind you, they do shows every day talking about the same shit. I ain't heard nobody mention that shit. So
you'd be like, well, no.
Yeah, but this week you might hear it. If they
we'll say no.
If they give a fuck. The new thing I've seen is they'll wait. They will wait a couple of weeks now. Then they'll mention it. And the only thing I do is I go back and I link their video to the stream that shit came from. I'll drop it right in my comments section so you can see it yourself. I don't have to be big. I just have to have influence. And apparently I do.
And it was just funny because when you gave that reference, I just started laughing. I said, oh, God, now I got to see it if it's that way. Because
watch it.
No, I will. I mean, but just getting that reference, because like how you said, I'll understand it because I grew up watching it. I know what you're talking about, right? But then, like, when you really put it there, I was like, oh, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you don't watch it. Because a lot of these people said they've already seen this movie like 2 and 3 times. And I'm like, why? Because you missed something? I'm only thinking about seeing it twice just in case I missed something. I don't think I did. But just in case, just to give it a second go to see if my opinion of it changes. But it's not because I really want to give them no money for this motherfucker. I don't need to see it again. Just like I wouldn't need to see Thunderbolts again to do a review of it. I don't. It's not much to actually review. There's not much in this Superman shit to review unless you want to try to go through and pull out every fucking Easter egg for people who never read a comic book before. That's not how I do my videos. It's not that much to say about this one. It's not. You got performances, you got special effects, and you got Superman.
Or a facsimile of.
For the most part, it was mostly a Superman movie. Even with all the extra characters in it, it mostly seemed like a Superman movie. Did he get saved a lot? Yes. You can sing the Smallville song all the way through this shit. Somebody save me. It could work for Crypto just like it worked for Lois and Mr. Terrific. It could. Okay, so Superman has friends. Cool. The best part about it was that the Hall of Justice was in that shit. That made me feel good as a geek. Like, oh shit, they got the Hall of Justice. That's cool. Anyway. Anyway, back to it.
Anyway, back to the ranch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Meanwhile, back in Metropolis, Superman was getting his ass kicked again. I don't care about that part. That's interesting. I don't mind Superman getting beat up. I don't. At least you know that the person that he's fighting is stronger than him. It gives him something to overcome. Because
Now,
what would be the interest in watching something if you just knew he could always overcome because nothing was ever stronger than him? That's not interesting to me at all.
you know what I couldn't take seriously though, and I haven't seen the flick yet. The
Mhm.
kaiju that he's fighting, I'm
Mhm.
laughing because it reminds me of the species that Stitch is from.
Yeah, it did look like a big stitch.
And I'm
So,
like,
so when you watch the movie, you'll see how right on the money you were.
and I'm like, I couldn't get serious. I'm like, really?
Because that's what it looked like to me. When you watch the movie, you'll see how on the money that assumption was of that damn thing. Because
I'm
my
like,
whole thing in the movie was like, what happened? They fed this motherfucker after midnight? Or they got it wet? That was my impression of it. And they don't explain necessarily where the fuck this thing came from. But it's there. Monster of the week. Something showed up for Superman to punch. Okay, whatever the fuck.
and then I remember they're showing Target, right? And in Walmart, and they have the toy there that's supposed to be big, right? But then I'm laughing. I said, it's the cute. I said, James, how you gonna make something cute and cuddly become a kaiju? Come on. I said, stop.
The
I said
same way
that.
he did that shit in Guardians too.
uh,
That fucking blob.
yeah.
Vagina with arms. Same way. Same way. Like, I was never worried really about James Gunn and special effects because I've watched his Guardians movies. So I didn't worry about him with the special effects. My whole thing with James Gunn doing a Superman movie is how much would it focus on fucking Superman? Because James Gunn is not the guy I think of if I want a movie grounded on one character.
Mhm.
He's not the one I think of. He can do an ensemble. He can do a team movie like nobody's business. That would be awesome.
Mhm.
Him focusing on one character and filling out that character story was like, I don't know if he can do that. Is it going to be the super team movie or is it going to be the Superman movie? He struck a good balance. Okay.
You have to
In
see
that
what he's
sense, he
going to
pulled it
do.
off. Yeah, in that sense, he pulled it off.
Mhm.
But I do believe he played it really safe
Yes.
because there's not a lot of his signature shit in it. You got the rotating fight scene, you got the special effects, you have the quippy dialogue, and the people being more human and shit than needs to be. But some of the other stuff, it was safe. It was a safe bet. It was a movie that could have passed everybody's senses and just been able to watch it and have a good time.
Yeah.
My understanding is, money wise, it's not making a lot of money, no matter how much
Really?
online keep glazing it. It's not making a lot of money as much as
Really?
they say people like it, which means everybody is out, paid or unpaid, shilling to get the numbers up on this motherfucker.
Mhm.
The same way they was out in front trying to ignore Sinners for weeks, like, oh, it wasn't that good, and that motherfucker kept making money week after week. Like, okay, well, it might be all right.
You know, everybody likes to put their great white hype out, man. So, hey.
Yeah. Well, you know what they want to get behind. And it wasn't Sinners being an original property. That was not the deal.
Keyword original.
Yeah, keyword original. So, speaking of original, the segue I was trying to make showing the dad, throwing the kids around in a jumpy house was that this week we got the trailer for Mortal Kombat 2 came out. The trailer for the new movie. And I'm assuming that everybody has seen that trailer. I don't know if I want to play it. I've watched it a couple times, so me putting it on screen, I wouldn't be giving you a fake reaction to seeing it because I've already watched it a couple times.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
This would just be the only time that I saw it in full screen and not a small screen. So let's see if I can grab that trailer real quickly.
Is that boy in it?
Which one?
You know who our boy is, man.
Yeah, I know. Hiroki Sanada. Yeah, he's in it.
Yes.
Yeah, he's in it again. Warner Brothers do love giving me copyrights. Let me not use that video. I was going to use it directly from their YouTube page, but Warner Brothers love a copyright, boy. They
will hit you.
Boy, they like the Black Mamba of copyrights. Bow! Nope. Who said you could use that? Oh, this is the green one. We want the red band trailer. Where's the red band trailer? 1 second. Let's see if I can find the red band one. There we go. There we go. I guess this is the one. Yeah, the official. All right. So for the Malika Me Bane, put that in theater mode and bring it over here for the Me Bane. This is a fair use YouTube. I know you still won't fucking listen, but it's still fair use. So this is the Mortal Kombat 2 trailer. I guess if I stop it after every 30 seconds, it should be fine. We got sound? We got sound.
Uno mas, thanks.
You're Johnny Cage. I loved Citizen Cage when I was a kid.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
They should do a reboot.
Nobody wants that. Shit went out in the 90s. Amazing. You have been chosen to fight. Tell me you're not some crazy fans. How are you doing that?
Are you coming or what?
Now, this is one thing I haven't heard any of these geeks that were putting out reactions to this video even mention. What song do you hear in the background, Malika?
You got to play it again. I can faintly hear the music in the background.
Okay.
Where the hell am I?
Is it the music from what's the name from Wu-Tang Clan? Ain't nothing to fuck with.
Exactly. Nobody mentioned that shit. They said,
Yeah,
I heard somebody talking about the music and said some other shit. I was like, that's not the fucking song. It's Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. What are you watching? Who the fuck are you? God damn, dude.
Because I was trying to say, was it one of the songs from Showdown in Little China? But then, like, when I said, oh yeah, that's Wu-Tang ain't nothing to fuck with.
Yeah, it's the Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing to fuck with. I'm like, come on, man. Anyway.
I mean, Big Trouble in Little China, Showdown in Little China. Big Trouble in Little China.
Big Trouble in Little China. No. They had some signature John Carpenter music, and you would know that as soon as you heard it.
Yeah.
As soon as you heard it, that's John Carpenter.
That's synthesized.
It's called Mortal Kombat. It's a fighting tournament. To the death.
Damn. Okay.
Fuck that.
Now, that was the funny part to me. That's what got me to laugh at the trailers as I saw it. He was like, yep, fuck that. He got his ass.
This is a war for the fate of your world.
You dickhead did or what? I'm not some champion. I don't have transformer arms or shoot lightning bolts. This shit's got nothing to do with me. I'm an actor.
I find you annoying.
Not the face.
There's a war going on outside. You could run, but you can't hop forever, ever.
It's time to become the hero you were meant to be. All right, you big ugly fuck. It's showtime. Get over here!
Only the strong survive.
Are you shitting me? You don't have any powers? Just incredibly handsome.
Now, that looks fun.
Doesn't it?
Carl Urban and Donald Lowe being the comedy. Yes. Yes, yes. I think that's what you probably needed to make the second movie better than the first one, because we
Yes.
know Hiroki Sanada, because the first one was supposed to be a serious one, and Hiroki Sanada, he was the glue that held that thing together. But the rest of that
Yeah.
shit, I was like, oh god.
Hiroki Sanada and then Joe Townsend as
Yeah,
Sub-Zero got you to watch that
yeah.
fucking movie. It took a
Because you
whole
saw the hatred there.
yeah, it took a whole hard swerve with the Cole character and shit like that. But the other two was what made you watch the movie to begin with. Them scenes with Sub-Zero and his special effects looked awesome.
They could have just had that movie with them too. I would have been like, okay.
Yeah, they didn't. But Hiroki comes back. You got Sub-Zero. I mean, not Sub-Zero, but Scorpion fighting in another realm. Awesome. I love that shit. Come on, man. I'm Scorpion. That's my character when I play Mortal Kombat for a reason. Okay. So I was already down for that. Yeah, I'll give you that throwback. Bam! Welcome. Original movie, right? So I had my Scorpion shit. I fucks with Scorpion. My vengeful spirits. But you got Noob Saibot in that shit, which is awesome. Like, oh, that's another character I like. Let's go. Carl Urban, easy win because he's funny. Even playing Johnny Cage.
Yep. And it, you know, I think the turn that they're taking it, yeah, because you need to have, okay, how can we make the second one interesting and still keep the fans and also keep the people of today into it? Okay, we'll put Carl Urban in it. He plays good as the Butcher. He's played good in other comic-ish or superhero-ish type roles. He's a good Judge Dredd.
He's a good Judge Dredd.
You know,
Judge Dredd, Billy Butcher was the dude from the Riddick franchise, Vaco.
Yep. Also from the Lord of the Rings franchise.
Yes. The Rohirrim. Yeah, the Rohirrim. Carl Urban is solid. He's a solid choice if you want to put him in a movie. People like Carl
As Bones.
As good as Bones. McCoy. Yep.
Yep. So for his interpretation of Johnny Cage, I like that he's playing Johnny Cage as, like, you know, the aged 80s, 90s, early 2000s straight to video martial arts fan.
Yeah, the 90s action star.
You can see he's about to go to a dog. He was coming from a convention, and he has his merch right there.
Truck.
I was like, that's just a shame. And the guy's talking, and he sees a guy in the bar. He's like, you know, he's still got the tinted bleach top hair. And he's got the JC bomber jacket on. I was like, that's fucked up. But you gotta love it because that's how way Johnny Cage is. Because Johnny Cage is supposed to represent like your Van Damme. Because when Mortal Kombat came out in 90, 91, 92.
Late 80s.
And remember when it came out on home video game?
Mm-hmm.
They had the code where you had the
Blood code.
The blood code. I was like, but I was grown. I was like, there was a blood code. They were like, yeah, there's. I was like, get the hell out of here. Because my best friend, we played it, and we were playing it. No, one of my friends had it because him and his wife, they got married, and this is when the first Sega console came out. This is when it was This is before everything went to like in the next 2 years, everything went to disc. This is when Sega had the cartridges. And we're playing it. And he said, you know what? I said, I heard there was a blood code. He's like, yeah. And then my buddy did the up, down, left thing. I was like, what the heck? And then he said, yeah. He said, see, there's no blood. Then he put it back. I said, oh, this is some pussy shit. I said, yeah, we like to see our blood.
That's why you play Mortal Kombat.
Yep.
They want to get Van Damme, but he turned it down back then, so they created Johnny Cage. Worked better. He still did the splits.
Yep.
Still got the nut punch and the shadow kick.
Yep. What the shit we doing?
You get a toasty nut punch. No, so that made the movie more interesting for me to watch. That I would be looking forward to watching this one. They even still got Cole in the shit because it's the same movie. It's just a sequel to the same movie. It's like, okay, maybe they did what I said other companies should have done, like Black Adam with Warner Brothers. Just make a sequel and fix the stuff. It's just the first movie. It's just the first one. You didn't get it right. You're not going to get it completely right on the first one. Same thing with James Gunn and his Superman. It's not completely right. You can fix it in the second movie, but we're going to have to wait for that. Okay. We waited for Mortal Kombat. The first one we got was not exactly what we wanted. It had some cool stuff in it, but it wasn't exactly what we wanted. Now number 2 is coming back. It seems like from the trailer, okay, they might have fixed some of this shit. Cool. Because it usually, with geek properties, it takes 2 movies for them to get they shit together.
Mm-hmm.
First movie is not sure because they're really concerned about the audience. Who's showing up opening day to watch this shit? They don't really know that fully, right? By the second movie, they understand now because now they have that audience. They understand what the audience is because they can go back and look at all that data from that first showing to see who showed up, who didn't. Now they know how to craft their movie better. Second movie, okay, you rocking. Third movie, you done. You got this. You got this.
Flying.
Yeah, you flying now.
Because,
it takes.
What Lethal Weapon, right? The first Lethal Weapon. Well, you know, when they show a movie, they have test audiences, right? The original ending, Riggs and Murtaugh part their own ways. They're not partners anymore. So when they did the test audiences, people were like, no, they got to be back. They got to come back together. No, we like them. They're great. They're great. So they went back and they did some reshoots because people in the test audiences liked the combination of Danny Glover and Mel Gibson, that they were real friends and they really cared about each other. And they said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have them together and, you know, everything is cool. And he comes to Murtaugh's house and he says, you want to come with this? You mind if I bring a friend? And that's when Max jumps out the car and they go in the house. And you can hear in the background, Max is running around the house and everything. And you can hear Murtaugh's wife saying, who said you could bring a dog in the house? And that's when it fades back. That was just a cool thing. And then, like you said, the second movie.
That cat, Burbank the cat, was not going to like Max the dog.
Exactly.
Max started chasing Burbank the cat around.
That's what it was. That's what it was. And
Look,
then
5 on the mutt. Got 10 on the money. Going down.
But that's where you, like how you said, the second movie, all right, opens up. You see they're on they're on a chase, and you see Riggs pounding and hitting the ceiling like, woo, yeah, let's go. And like you see Murtaugh looking at Riggs like, what the hell is wrong with you? You're like, oh, yep, he's still crazy. But that's where we left off. How the way what we like.
Well, that's the thing with having characters evolve through movies and relationships evolve through movies. That's why I won't say Black Adam is bad. It was a good start, but you have to remember how long they took to try to get that goddamn movie out. And there's a video going around now about how James Gunn did an interview with Josh, whoever the fuck it was, and he talked about wanting Henry Cavill in his new DCEU, that he can see a way of bringing him back, right? Well, people were taking that and saying it was The Rock's fault that Henry Cavill got kicked out of the DCEU, and they're trying to blame that on The Rock, right? And then I watched that whole interview, and this hits differently when you watch something fully. I had already watched that interview with James Gunn, watched the whole thing, and heard the whole interview. The way this other video is portraying it, like, oh, Henry Cavill was coming back. He never said Henry Cavill was coming back in that shit. He said he could see him come back. He would want to work with him, but he never said he was coming back. That's clickbait. And he never said it was The Rock's fault. He said there were parties at DC who had their own 10-year plan that were trying to force their own 10-year plan. He never said The Rock. Never said it was The Rock. They understand that. Let me finish. They understand that all this stuff was happening with this Black Adam stuff was right before Zaslav came in. But you have to remember what was going on at that time. The only reason Black Adam actually got made the way it got made is because The Rock went around the current DC heads who had their own 10-year plan and went to David Zaslav and got the shit done. That's how that shit happened. The people behind the scenes who were pissed off at The Rock for that shit is the motherfucker that's working with James Gunn right now, Pete Safran. He's one of these producers that was mad at The Rock for that shit because he subverted the hierarchy to try to have his character get out. Because mind you, Rock had been trying to get that movie done for 10, 15 years.
15.
And Pete has been there that time. So don't try to throw that on The Rock like, oh, the reason Henry Cavill got booted because it was The Rock's fault. No, it wasn't. It was Pete's fault. Because he was blocking that movie. And because The Rock got the movie made without his ass, he got pissy about it. And right after that, that's when you saw all this Rock hate start circulating through Hollywood all of a sudden. That was when you start seeing it. Because before then, he could have printed money. After that Black Adam shit, that's when everybody, oh no, he's kind of an asshole and he kind of this, he kind of that. For what? Trying to give the fans what they want? That's work for Tom Cruise. So what's the problem with it being a Rock? Because Pete didn't want that shit. And that's why Henry Cavill had to go, because The Rock's wife, or his ex-wife, is Henry Cavill's manager.
Yep.
That's all that shit was. It ain't got shit to do with The Rock. Outside of him pushing for somebody on his production company to still have a fucking job, which is what he's supposed to do.
Yep.
Which is what he's supposed to do. You know those actors that sit around all the time and worried about their agent calling them for something? If you sitting around, your agent ain't doing a goddamn job. Because there's a lot of shitty actors that be in a lot of crap. But the way this YouTuber was trying to spin this shit, oh, he said it was about The Rock. He didn't say it was about The Rock at all. He was saying he was being discreet. and there were other people. Rock ain't had no 10-year plan for DC. How could he? They hired him as an actor.
Exactly. Rock has other projects that Rock is
He got more Disney money than you got Warner Brothers money, nigga. Shut up. That dumb shit. How many movies he had done for Disney? Jungle Cruise, all this other bullshit. He getting paper.
as
He
well
was
as
just
other
trying to
projects.
get something done for y'all because y'all fucking shit was in chaos. And he's trying to get this movie out there to the fans that y'all been blocking for 10 years. So
And also,
go ahead.
and also they were a little pissed because the movie was, like you said, about Superman. The Black Adam wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. It was cool. It has some down parts, but it has some good parts in it too.
I can tell you, Black Adam was a hell of a lot more masculine than this last Superman.
Oh yeah.
And I could see if you had rolled that over into James Gunn's DCEU, that shit wouldn't have worked.
No.
Because that Black Adam would have beat the shit out of that Superman, or how we call him, Kal-El.
Yeah.
Kal-El would have got his ass whooped. That wouldn't have worked. There was not enough masculinity on the screen for him to be sharing it with the Black Adam. It wouldn't have been.
And also, first of all, how the way just period. Well, first of all, just period. How the way Aldous Hodge's Hawkman was,
Mm-hmm.
and also how the way the young boy saw Black Adam as a father.
Yep.
And then you could see how the way he cared about this young boy because he took on the power and the mantle away from his son. And there was a story there. Even there were the subtleties of masculinity that Black Adam had.
You should teach him about violence. I'm not teaching him about violence. Okay, maybe his father shit. There's no father.
Exactly.
Then his father should teach him. But he
also the friend. I'm sorry, bro.
No, go ahead.
The friendship between Dr. Fate and Hawkman. And also the beautiful thing where you saw how the way, like you said, the mantle system, Atom Smasher and Cyclone. The two young people coming in that they know that this is a part of their destiny. This is a part of them. They're joining the JSA. That's it. Now, there you go. If they just had a movie of JSA, I would have loved that. You know,
well,
I mean,
I tell you this, Pierce Brosnan is a great actor. Right? He's a great actor. Ain't nobody saying Mobland suck with his ass in it.
Oh, hell no.
No, right? This is just a couple years removed. The problem with the Black Adam thing is that it was still too tied up into a Superman they wanted to get rid of and the Superman that Zack Snyder had put forward.
Uh-huh.
Because you hear it now with all this stuff, the outright hate for Zack Snyder and his view of Superman after this movie has come out. Because you see it in reviewers having to make a delineation between them supporting the Man of Steel movie and thinking it was good and not being one of these Snyder bro psychos that was on there trying to go after people. That they have to try to make a delineation between the two of them to separate themselves, in a sense, from them crazy people on the internet and people who liked a movie and like a director's style and like the story the director was trying to take the character in. Because mind you, Man of Steel only got one movie. So even if it wasn't perfect, like most of us will never say it was a perfect movie, I say it wasn't a perfect movie. Was it? We didn't save enough people. But you know what? Day one, job one. Okay. First day on the job. Yeah, you're going to suck. By a second movie, you should have been better. But they took that second movie and turned it into that BVS bullshit because that's the studio overriding the director to get to what they want, to sell more goddamn toys. Get to the Justice League. We got to catch up with Marvel. You ain't never had to catch up with Marvel. I've been saying that shit forever. Run your fucking race. I put a whole video together with that in the video with Cartman's fat ass from South Park running his own race to give you a visual representation of what it means. Run your fucking race. You tried to rush to catch up with Marvel, made everything overly colorful, and nobody liked that shit. Zack Snyder went around you motherfuckers at Warner Brothers, you producers and stuff. Pete Safran was one of those at that time. Went to AT&T and they let him put out his version of the Justice League on HBO Max, and the shit did gangbusters.
Yep.
Even long with a bunch of singing. And people was excited
about that.
Snyderverse. Black Adam came out after that with that Superman in it on Warner Brothers, and they killed that bitch. Killed it. Tried to kill The Rock's career too because he pushed for it. That's petty people behind the scenes doing that shit. Henry Cavill was just a casualty of war, nigga. They had their vision, and it wasn't the one that was still being populated by Snyder. So fuck him for getting that shit out there and showing that shitty ass JLA movie they put out was just that shitty. And fuck anything else connected to him. Black Adam be damned. Now we got this bald motherfucker trying to bulldoze his way in here too. Fuck you. No, we got our own shit. That's all that shit was. Because you see, they ain't had no problem keeping Jason Momoa.
Nope.
As much as Namor as he looked like, thanks to Dr. T for pointing that shit out, like, you goddamn right. He is Namor for real because he ain't got no blonde hair. He don't look like Arthur Curry nothing, but he do look like Namor. Like a motherfucker in the DC EU. Like, oh my God. So they don't have a problem bringing him back. They ain't talked about bringing The Rock back, have they?
No.
Rolling in a new Black Adam. And they never will. You'll never hear them say that shit. You know why? Because that bitch that's sitting next to James Gunn got a problem with The Rock. Because he feel his masculinity challenged.
Yes.
And if you don't think so, understand when you watch the Superman movie, he signed off on that. He's the producer, right? He paid for that. He's happy with that. That's what he likes. Soft soy ass. That's what that shit is about. They wanted that big masculinity shit out of there. So they can give you what they wanted to give you.
To keep men soft, moist, and masculine.
Yes. Make men moist again. He's happy with that. He's happy with that. Henry had to go. Black Adam had to go. Because best believe, if you kept Black Adam, I would not want to see him go up against a corn sweat Superman.
No.
He'd beat that dude would die that day.
No. Just the presence.
But a Black Adam, Man of Steel, Henry Cavill,
yes.
Rock, he might have got his ass whooped, but I'd pay to see that fight, nigga.
Everybody wanted to see that.
It'd be a fight. You would believe it was a fight. You believe it. Like, holy
who's
shit.
that? What's the actor that played Shazam?
What's his name? I just blanked on his name as soon as you said that shit. But
But
no,
nobody wanted to see that fight with them. They're like, come on, stop. No. Like,
That's
really?
why they try to blame the failure of that movie on The Rock. They try to throw that. I've seen them try to throw that horseshoe around his neck too. That he killed the Shazam 2 movie because he was supposed to be in that movie with that actor and he didn't do it because it was a weak story. He didn't want to be in that shit. It didn't make him look strong, masculine, or anything. And for the story that they gave you with these 3 old bitches coming back and kicking Shazam's ass, I saw that movie. That movie was ass. That movie was ass plush. That's why you don't hear me mention it. I saw that. It was a major disappointment for how good the first Shazam movie was. Major disappointment. You go from that to these old bitches coming back and kicking his ass? Really? Really? To elevate Mary?
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Oh God. So that's what that was about.
What did I call that shit? Fury of the Nods?
Furies of the Night.
That's what it was. Dumb shit. Just dumb shit on screen. That was the first time I saw Rachel Zegler in a goddamn movie. Like, it was not a good movie. And don't blame that on The Rock. He didn't write the fucking script. Oh, he didn't show up, so the movie sucked because of that. Bullshit. The movie sucked because you didn't write it worth a fuck. You didn't direct it worth a damn, and you had the same feminist shit that everybody was tired of in it. The hero shows up to get his ass kicked by a bunch of women. No. That was y'all fault. And even though James Gunn and what's his name are friends, they ain't said shit about bringing Shazam back yet, have they?
Oh, hell no.
They don't want them beefcake superheroes right now. They don't. They don't. They don't want that outwardly looking masculine shit like you actually look like a hero. Like something other than a regular fucking dude. They don't want that. The people that's in charge right now, and I won't even put James in this category. He's just at the head of this shit right now, but somebody's been there the whole time. Right? He's the figurehead on the car. He ain't the engine. The person that's the engine that has the control of the money and shit like that is the same kind of person that's at Lucasfilm is the producer. And that's Pete Safran. These are his visions. James just get to run out in front and be creative. Pete working the money and the levers behind it.
Don't pay attention to that man behind the curtain.
Yeah, pay no attention to that man behind the curtain. He's not in charge of anything. If that shit failed, that Superman movie failed, who would you be blaming? Would you be blaming Pete Safran or would you be blaming James Gunn?
James Gunn.
You're blaming James Gunn because James Gunn is the one out in front. He's the bigger name. He's the clearer face.
Exactly.
You know, if they fired James Gunn tomorrow, who would still be at DC? Pete Safran. He'd still be there. And he's in the same position as Kathleen Kennedy is at Lucasfilm. Same position. Same position Kevin Feige in. He's the producer. He may not be the creative juice, but he still get to squeeze, nigga. He still get to say yay or nay to whatever the fuck you want. Stop bullshitting. Can't believe they tried to blame the failure of that fucking universe on The Rock. Like, get the fuck out of here. That shit was going downhill already.
You know they always got a
from your
pointy
mismanagement.
finger.
Yeah. Not Zach's mismanagement. Your mismanagement at Warner Brothers. That's why you got taken over, and Zaslav had to be the one to come in to take it over. He wants shit selling, and I don't think he give a fuck who make it sell. How they do it, just as long as they do. Because one of his mandates was he didn't understand why Batman and Superman was on the back burner. He didn't understand that shit at all. The management at Warner Brothers at that time was fine with that. He wasn't. And his mandate was to get them back out there. Let's get the star players back out on the field. Well, the Black Adam movie was giving you Henry Cavill back out on the field. Why would he be against that? That's why he approved it. That's why the movie got made or got finished. With these other motherfuckers wanting to give you the girl, Supergirl, the Batgirl movie, all that shit that went the fuck away. People that was in charge, ones that was up there in court and shit like that for the Senate and shit, testifying where you could see they fucking faces. Yeah, they all got fired. Those were the people that was in charge. Pete Safran was one of them bitches. He just didn't get hit. He ponied his horse up to James Gunn and kept the job. So at this rate, he ain't looking no different to me than Dave Filoni. Now, say I'm wrong. I'm not a Hollywood insider. I'm just looking at shit and listen and read. That's it. I don't blame The Rock for that shit. And I know where all this sentiment of hating The Rock came from. It came from that Black Adam movie because he had the fucking audacity to say he was going to upset the balance of power. Oh my God. He think he going to be on top. Well, this is the same fervor you hear about people hating fucking Brave New World. And Anthony Mackie for jumping up and being Captain America. Like Steve Rogers didn't give him the shield himself. Same shit.
Yep.
Only difference is you ain't trying to ruin Anthony Mackie's career because he ain't got no companies that actually make a shitload of money.
Exactly.
And actually manage a bunch of stars that you might want, but now you got to deal with The Rock to get them. And not even The Rock necessarily. You got to deal with Danny, nigga. Danny ain't no pushover. She bigger than some of these dudes there. So fuck around if you want to. I think her rock bottom is a lot harder than Dwayne's, nigga. And you know how you know they divorced and he still stayed cool with her. They divorced and he stayed cool with her ass. He ain't trying to fuck with her. Danny
but at the same time, you got to realize they became a valuable team and asset, and The Rock is a brand. Well, Dwayne Johnson is a valuable brand, and he was. And you know what? Because of this,
the final
shit
ball.
with Black Adam, he did smart by falling back. Did a few wrestling appearances. And he's coming out with this movie about the guy that was MMA, and it's going to be a small indie movie. But he's smart and he knows how to play it. That he didn't do
a little bit. They still came after him in the wrestling shit too. The same people, the same white boys who was pissed about that Superman shit is the same ones who watched wrestling and came after him in wrestling for the shit he was doing in wrestling by kicking Cody Rhodes' ass. Like anybody ever gave a fuck. That's why that final boss shit kind of went away, because it was having such negative responses from the fans. They still went after his ass there too. They trying to ruin this man's career, period. Because he had gained too much damn power and they don't like that shit.
And that's the problem. Yeah, they didn't want to.
He on the TKO board now of wrestling. The company that owns wrestling, he's on the board for that shit. That's a lot of power. Them motherfuckers is really shook right now with his ass. They really done with his ass because he got too much juice. And mind you, The Rock is our age. He 50 something.
Mm-hmm.
And he looked like that right now. He an asshole. I think he can be an asshole all day. Say something about it. If you think he an asshole, tell him to shut the fuck up. Go tell him.
I'll watch. Worked and earned to become an asshole. Come on. But at the same time, he's a damn good businessman.
And that's the part that bothers them. He's a businessman and he's forceful about that shit. That gives people issues, especially weak motherfuckers. Always have an issue with that shit. So they just trying to tear down his goddamn career now. Because this whole interview with James Gunn about this Superman movie didn't say shit about The Rock in it. But they found a way to pivot that shit back onto him. Yeah, Henry is coming back, but The Rock is problematic. Henry ain't coming back. He just said the door is open for him. He would love to use him. A director saying I would love to use him in something is not saying I have something for him. It's just saying that we wouldn't push him away. And if you see what's going on with Henry got a lot of stuff going on right now, especially with his Warhammers and Highlander shit. He got enough on his plate already.
Exactly.
And trust me, nobody wants to see him as another character.
No.
Except Superman.
So if you brought him back, you know what you're going to get. Some alternate universe Superman is probably evil.
Yeah. And here's the crazy part.
The Snyder version of Man of Steel one more time.
And here's the crazy part. I was feeling you when I was listening in on a show. This is what happens when you have envy. Male penis envy, as I call it. When you look at a guy who works out, you look at a guy who's highly skilled, you always got to hate on him. Instead of asking, how did you attain that strength, that physique, or those skills, you hate on him.
Well, that's the female version of it. The female version is to try to destroy him. The male version is, tell me how you did that.
Exactly.
Right?
And when you look at
Like if
Jake,
you made $1 million, I wouldn't be mad at you for making $1 million. I would ask you how you did it. How'd you
yeah,
make that?
how
And
you
you would
make
be
it?
like, oh man, you just do this, 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 right? Female would be, I need to take that from him. He didn't deserve that.
Exactly.
He didn't
I
deserve it.
deserve.
I want that.
I deserve a high value man.
Yeah, exactly. Why do you deserve a high value man? Because you got a vagina, like every other
Exactly.
woman on the planet.
And when you look at Zach versus Gunn, right? Look at the difference of philosophy. Zack Snyder works out. You know, when you look at that guy, did he not look? When you looked at The Rock as Black Adam, did he look like he jumped off a goddamn comic book?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
When you looked at Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate, I thought he was the smoothest shit ever.
Yes.
I forgot who played Hawkman. Why not keep that when he
Aldous
had
Hodge.
Aldous Hodge.
when he had the F metal wings and the in the mace into the axe? I thought that was cool as shit. You had a legacy program because those were like second generation or third generation superheroes.
Hero. Yep.
You had everything you really wanted, and I loved it. I'm gonna tell you, I love Black Adam. My son loved it. Everybody I took
Mm-hmm.
to see loved it. My godson loved it because it was so damn masculine. You're right. His father should teach him violence.
Yep.
You know what? When I heard that line, I felt that in my heart because every father had to teach their son how to throw a proper punch
Throw
at
them
some
hands.
point. Because at some point, you had to confirm to your son it's okay to defend yourself. It's not okay
So
to be a bully.
okay, Charles, and let me ask you this: on that point you're saying right there, do you believe that Paul Kale, in this Superman movie, taught Superman how to fight?
No,
No.
looked like he taught him to use his words. And you see the motherfucker in the movie couldn't speak that much. So
Use your
that
words.
was-
Yeah.
when you looked at let
On how to
me put it to
use
you
your
this way.
words.
When you look and once again we got to judge it against the other standard. When you look at Man of Steel, I think Martha Kid and Jonathan taught him how to fight.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because remember, Martha was not a dainty chick.
No.
She
She
was
was
loving, but if she had power, she was standing up to Zod and the Kryptonians.
well, yeah, realize she's a woman from Kansas, a farm woman. She can't be dainty. She knew the type of man that she was with.
Yeah,
Come
and
on.
she knew and she knew what type of son they were raising.
Yeah.
Like,
You know one of the best
you,
scenes? Remember when
I said, get the hell off my land. I don't give a fuck who you looking for. Get the hell out of here.
yeah,
remember
you telling me? You telling me? Oh, go ahead, Malika.
remember when they showed a flashback scene in Man of Steel when Clark Kent's a preteen and he's hiding in the closet because he's going through puberty and his heat vision, he's learning how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's staying there and Martha Kent rushes up to the school and she knocks on the door and she says, "It's me." And she's like, "What is it?" And you can see him in his eyes, and he's holding his hands over his eyes. You can see his hands are hot. And she says, "It's okay. It's okay." And she talks him. She calms him down.
Talks him
Make the
down.
world
Oh my
small.
God.
Make the world smaller.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
thank you.
A super powerful person was talked down by somebody without powers. Damn, I've never seen that before. Apparently, it really happened in Brave New World. Oh my goodness.
And remember, like he says, "Mom, I want to go home. I just want to go home." And then she takes him home. And then as she gets home, remember when she's getting home, Pa Kent meets him, and he looks, and he runs to Pa Kent, and he hugs him, and he says, "All right." That warmed me up. because you're understanding and you're seeing him. It wasn't easy of him learning how to do that. Next to Brightburn, where he's like, no, then he kills his parents and everything. He's birthing.
But
I mean,
that also
okay,
tells you how good of a parenting system they had. You're
exactly.
raising glitter. You're raising a god, basically.
Yeah.
And you got to think about it. He never had his masculinity, diminished by his mother or by that version of Lois.
No.
No.
If
Lois
anything,
admired him.
they were like, "Go get you some." Like, you got to do what you got to do. Like, look, you got these demigod aliens who's about to kill us all. Do what you got to do.
Yep.
We'll work through it.
Yeah. Go kick their ass, son. If you have to, go kick their ass.
Like, I'm grabbing a double barrel in case you need me.
In case you need me,
Think
they asking
about it.
for it. Serve them up.
Like, the closest you saw in this movie was like, I cleaned your boots off for you.
That's
Sound like some step and
disrespectful.
fetches shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like the Martha Kent of Man of Steel would have been like, get the motherfuckers dirty. Remember, son, mud holes.
Yeah, you go handle it, son. I
And,
know
and,
you'll
and
take
it's
care of it. Now I'm gonna go in here and clean up.
and,
You
and
do
it's
what you need to
crazy
do.
because I really don't even want to see. I'm scared to see Batman in this universe
Moist time.
because you can't give me Ben Affleck's version where he was just fucking people up. It got me boot the ass, and then you're gonna give me the Batman who whispers.
You ain't shit for that.
I never played to be. I've said it in the comments before. The fan base owes Snyder an apology after seeing this movie. You've taken one of the. I got to break this down for people because I know Malika and Artisan are about at least approximately 10 to 12 years older than me. And they'll feel me for this one. I'm an 80s baby, right? 82. I literally grew up in like the zenith, the apex, the pinnacle of masculinity. I remember watching Rambo First Blood on my father's lap. I remember watching G.I. Joe the movie, the Thundercats, He-Man, where you had all, hell, what was it, Predator.
Mm-hmm.
My goddamn mother took me and my little brother to see Total Recall. That tells you how much masculinity was valued in the household. No, cover your eyes. Oh, why did he shoot him, Daddy? Well, he tried to kill him. It was simple. Okay, I get it. There is something that says about this movie where it's like, even the Christopher Reeves version would have took action.
Mm-hmm.
What he sacrificed his powers only because of the woman he loved. And then he said, you know what? I got to get these motherfuckers back.
You
And what did he do? He outsmarted them, and he had to say, I know we're gonna do a 3-on-1, but I'm gonna make you pay every second for it. And it's like, you don't see that jump in the saying, like, he's gonna get flustered about the questions you ask him. Bless you. So that was him developing the superpowers at 50. Better late than never.
I just blew my bed through a wall.
Yeah. And I'm like, when I'm looking at that, when she's asking him the questions, Lois would never do that. She would understand. You got to make hard decisions. This is the most disgusting shit that I've heard since one of the only things I didn't like about Winter Soldier. And I think Winter Soldier is a classic like Man of Steel. Probably still Marvel's best single or character movie. When they gave his line to Sharon Carter, I was like, And you know the line when you don't move, you tell them to move.
Hmm.
That line, and you gave that. That was one of the most classic lines he said during the Civil War comics, and you gave that to her. You just diminished. You just diminished the character of Captain America. You took away everything that made him a righteous person, and you gave it to somebody else. It's like the same thing with the Sherry Black Panther. You took away the
Hmm.
one thing we wanted to see T'Challa do, create his own suits. And I had to explain this to a chick. T'Challa's smarter than Tony. All the shit that Tony was doing, T'Challa was doing at teenager. And probably younger than that. You took that away, and now at least we get and the least we did was get Mr. Terrific right. God damn.
Thanks a lot.
I said a Negro can't have nothing, man. and, and when you look at these characters back in the 80s, the characters only threw hands when either threatened or to protect themselves or others. They weren't bullies. They had to be strong because of the circumstances. Now you're looking at them like, why is this Superman? And I had to point this out to my son. I said, did you notice that he needed help? I said, how does that look if somebody comes to your boxing match and they see your ass on the ground and they're just walking into the room and you see you on the ground? Is that going to give the impression of you being super, which means the word super means above, greater, and vastly increased or superior? Does that look like a superior being to you? No.
Nope. It looks like the barista with powers. That's why I said earlier, Charles, I don't think you heard it. It was after you got off. But if you took the Superman costume off of Corn Sweat and put him in the Greatest American Hero costume, this movie will work a lot better.
Yeah. Shout out to Sand Dog because he said it best. This movie would be great if it wasn't Superman. You could have done a comedy off of this and be like, "Oh, you ready or not?" Yes, he's walking. But it's funny because it's like you and I'm like I'm so shocked that was the first that scene with Crypto coming. That had to be the first scene of the movie. Oh, that was the most James Gunn shit I ever seen James Gunn ever do. You literally humiliated your own main character.
Well, he does that. I mean, if you watch the movie Super that he did, his main character got whole grape by Ellen Page. Whole grape. The main character, mind you. He had ran around the rest of this movie beating the shit out of dudes with a wrench and stuff like that. But this little chick totally graped him on the couch. The main character. Like, wow, that was far. That was a bit fucking far.
And when you look at James Gunn, he always inserts himself in his shows and movies. And I'm like, James, you're trying to humiliate all the characters we love. You lucky. The only reason it worked for Guardians of the Galaxy because nobody knew who the fuck they were. So you had a lot of leeway. There's not there are ants in Africa who know who Superman is. And it's like I have not the only people who had good reviews about it are the people who used to get swirlies in high school.
You wasn't shit for that.
I mean, think about it. Everybody, if you're not below the age of 20, you were literally, my son was like, what, 5 when Man of Steel came out? He's about to be 18 or 28. I told my son, do yourself a favor, go watch Man of Steel right after this. And I said, if you put Zod against this Superman, Zod would have had a field day. He would have told him he needs milk. How you a farm boy and you don't have any milk?
So I would have asked him, said, did your balls drop yet, boy?
Where did you learn how to fight?
I learned Taibo.
Couldn't have been on a farm.
I mean, it's like the dude took Taibo or some shit. God damn. Like, wait a minute. Who's saving me? Who's saving you? Oh my god. And
Yeah,
when you
but
had not one time did he save Lois. Not once. Lois saved him.
She
Lois
doesn't
didn't
need
need
that.
saving. So it's the same thing, just by a different route to get to the same place. The woman that doesn't need any saving. It's still the same shit. It's still the same feminine shit, but he didn't have to save Lois. He was off doing her own thing in her own way. The only person that saved Lois was Mr. Terrific, and he did that black savior protection shit for the white chick. Put her in a bubble and saved her ass and went out there and fought all these dudes so she'd be all right. I felt some way about that. You never heard me say that scene was just awesome and I just rave about that shit. No, but I've heard plenty of white male reviewers and shit like that love that scene. I was like, why? Because the buck went out there and protected you. That's why. You had a black attack dog. Exactly. He went out there and kicked everybody's ass so you can be all right. And walk your big shoed high water pants ass up there and act like you knew some shit. Yeah. Sure. Had a lot for people to be actually happy about, right? Awesome depictions. Just saying. Just saying.
And I mean, how the fuck did Lois get her pilot license in 5 minutes?
Because the controls were intuitive. No, I'm serious. That's exactly what Mr. Terrific tells her. You're gonna have to take my ship. The controls are really intuitive. So basically, you can be an idiot and probably fly this bitch. You can figure it out.
You know what that was? Black girl magic.
White girl.
Black girl magic and white face.
Controls are intuitive.
No, it's one of those things that Dr. Tiasana talks about. At that point, Mr. Terrific was filling the role. He was being protector and giving her that other stuff. He's made the way for her, so everything will be okay for her.
Yes.
He's giving her everything so she'll be protected.
Exactly.
That's what he did. It's easy enough for her to fly. Not that he made something sophisticated that only he could pilot. No, he made it simple enough that you can fly it too. Here, take my ship, take my car. Here's the keys. Go off, white woman. Be safe.
Yeah.
Well, I sit here and do the hard work, the actual work in the situation. I'm trying to make sure you have something to go back to. And the most she did, she went back and saved her friends at work. She didn't save anybody else. She didn't help none of these people escape Metropolis. No, she just picked up her friends from work.
She did a co-workers meeting in a ship. Mm-hmm. I got to get Perry. Somebody got to stop my chat.
Yeah, had a staff meeting. Little work retreat. Some little shit. Okay. That's a way to go. If you, like I said, there's different. If you want to pick something apart, you can pick it apart. But there's ways to see all of this shit. There's ways to see all of it. That's one way.
I'll just look at it. I'll just look at it where it's like, I keep saying it. He looks like we got Superman at home. Keep saying it. I want to see Superman. We got Superman at home. We got plenty of that. Like, what in the sloppy Joe sandwich did you make, woman? Now we're gonna have Wonder Woman, and we got to get somebody. We got to get somebody who's at least 6'3" or 6'5".
No, she's gonna be skinny.
Yeah,
she's gonna be smaller than Gal Gadot. Because I don't know if you noticed this, but when Snyder cast these characters, he cast characters that look fucking fit and look super in some kind of way. Because even Gal Gadot thin ass put on some weight and muscle.
Yep.
She put on some muscle.
She put on some muscle. So everybody was looking like they should be a little bit more than human.
Yeah,
I'm fine.
like we don't watch superhero movies to look at Bob the Builder built motherfuckers.
Ghostman Kang said the real DC fans finally got the movie they wanted and deserved.
You know what, Ghostman King? I'm gonna tell you this one.
Who are the real DC fans?
They need to actually apologize and give a fucking offer a lamb up to Zack Snyder for that bullshit we saw. I mean, it was cool, but you deserve. Zack Snyder feels vindicated now.
No, I'm looking for clarification on two things. What is a real DC fan? And deserve in what way? Did you mean that shit ironically or literally? That you thought the movie was awesomely great and every DC fan should be happy for that shit? I'm curious. You need to clarify that. Because I would consider Charles a real DC fan. And one of the only ones I was really looking forward to hearing what he thought about it. I ain't got a hold of Artie Idmore, so I don't know if he watched the shit or not. But those are DC stands. Stand by DC. Charles stand by Superman against all kind of shit. If he didn't like that movie, that's not touching a real DC fan. It's not.
I can deconstruct that shit all day and tell you what parts I like and what parts I don't.
Yeah, what I'm hearing for somebody who is a Superman stan, that shit was not working for him. It's not to say the movie is bad. It's just to say that shit wasn't working for him. How do you fix that? In a second movie, how do you fix that? You've seen Mortal Kombat trying to fix itself. This is still Warner Brothers. Still Warner Brothers. How do you fix that? Do you acknowledge that something's wrong with it? Or do you just try to glaze over? Oh, nothing's wrong. It's perfect. It's an awesome movie. No, it's not an awesome movie. And it doesn't take anything away from it by saying it's not an awesome movie. This is not James Gunn's best. It's not. I'm not going to act like it is. It's not. But how do you fix it? Well, I would expect Mo and Paul Kent not to be stupid in the next movie. I expect Paul Kent to dispense more wisdom than one line. Maybe you give me a flashback of me seeing that he was dispensing some wisdom on this boy as he was growing, the same way maybe Snyder did with Kevin Costner. You saw him giving his son game all the way up through the years. So it wasn't a surprise when he said, hey, you don't have to save me. But Dad, nope. Heroes got to go through some tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want him saved. It was more important for him at that point to keep his son secret than it was to keep his fucking life. And he just saw his son, just saw his father go out there and be a hero, saving other people from that car before that tornado swept it away. He just watched his father do that shit. No powers, nigga. Be a hero without that shit. That gives me more of an understanding of why he decided to want to go out there and save people than anything I saw in this last Superman movie. I don't know where he got that from outside of the fact that Jarrell and Laura in a broken message told him that's what he should do, so that's what he was doing until the message came back and said, yeah, and fuck them bitches too. Oh, now I don't know who I am anymore.
Like that shit. Okay. I don't think I talked about that shit enough. When you look at let's take a diatribe because you have two archetypes basically in superhero comics. You have the superpowered being, or you have the man with no powers but ingenuity, right? The two main archetypes. You take this guy and he gets a message from his parents to say, do good. Be good and be the best and represent Krypton in the best way. And he gets reconfirmed being raised as a human by the Kents that reaffirms being raised as a good person. It's not even just a good person, but as an honorable man. Because an honorable man sometimes got to do some dirty shit to make sure people safe. As a son, as a father, as an uncle, as a godfather, as a coach, when you turn the messages, and I don't know how the fucking Luther has the technology that was 2,000 years above his own to even decipher that broken shit. If this guy for 3 years has not conquered you and not impregnated your women, then that's another part that got me. You turned your back on a guy who just fought a fucking kaiju for you that quick?
Yeah, it was really fucking quick.
That doesn't make any hillbilly sense. Even in Man of Steel, you didn't see people turn their back on him at the Capitol building. At the Capitol, they might have had questions, but people didn't turn their back on him that quick.
They had more invested than one thing. Oh, this message said something. Yeah, fuck Superman. Really?
And then, out of all the people you're gonna trust, is shady ass Luther.
Yeah, you're repeating all my points, but yeah.
I'm just, it doesn't make any logical sense. But then again, when I thought about this movie, it was not based about logic. It's all about feeling, and so and this is the part where the differences between Snyder and Gunn really start to take focus. Snyder wanted to take you for the long haul. Gunn is trying to make the ha ha he he's and the hey, we gave you Superman. You wanted to tone down everything about Cavill's version of it in the corn sweats. He didn't look imposing in his suit. I mean, goddamn. Ultraman looked more imposing, and he played Ultraman as well.
At least in one scene. It could have been somebody else. The rest of the shit.
One scene, and it was funny because if you look at one scene, he kind of looked like Cavill.
He was a stand-in for Cavill, if you ask me.
Yeah.
And he was a stand-in for James Gunn Superman. So they can beat him. To Ghostman King, hold on. Ghostman Kang's point, he says, I agree Snyder needs his apology. They've been hating on that man irrationally. You notice that the hate train pulls up out of Warner Brothers for two people, Zack Snyder and The Rock. And both of those people have proven they can get things done by going around that power structure. Where do you think the hate is coming from then? Those are the only two.
Betrayal only comes from the inside.
Zach for going to AT&T and getting that damn Snyder cut released. They hate his ass for that at Warner Brothers. And The Rock for going around those producers and going to Zaslav, the CEO who's coming in, and getting his Black Adam movie made and done. The two people that get a lot of hate circulated through the media about them.
And made successful projects off of it.
Made successful.
You know what it's like? It's like if the three of us, we were at our jobs, right?
Facts. Yeah.
And we went around our immediate supervisors to get some work done. And they're like, and we did this job, went over their heads, and we made whatever needed to be taken care of or get things taken care of, and it became successful. But the supervisors are pissed off, but they want to throw our names through the mud. And well, hey,
why?
You know, such and such could go for
And why is that though? To get to the point, why is that? Because Angry Man talks about this a lot. I'll lead you to it. There's a book that explains this.
48 Laws of Power.
And what's the quote?
Never
outshine the master.
Exactly. That's what that shit is. And it doesn't mean they're a master of the field. They're just the ones in charge. They hate that shit. If you got a better idea and get shit done without them, it makes them seem irrelevant. They don't like that. It damages their fucking ego.
I might have said this once.
And also might make
But
the
I'll,
So they
movie
got to punish
content.
you. They got to punish you in some kind of way.
Exactly.
I gotta say, I've said it once, and I'll say it again. I was in the command room, and this 3-star general walked in, and of course, you give him his due respect because he's right. He said, "No, sit down, sit down, sit down." He says, "This is one of the few times," and he made his staff leave the room. He says, "How you feeling, soldier? Pretty fucking hard out here, isn't it?" He says, "Don't worry, you can cuss because I'm going to." He says, and he said the word. It's not too many times I get to feel niggerish. I always got to be in this dog and pony pomp and circumstance bullshit. And he said, and I quote, "I'm gonna teach you 2 things. One, well, actually 3. One, put your hand inside of a bucket. You see the ripples, right? Take your hand outside the bucket. Give it about a minute or 2, and the ripples stop. And that's how much impact you usually leave in a lot of these fucked up organizations." He says, 2, remember to keep your integrity. Because there's a lot of people willing to sell their soul to sell you out.
Mm-hmm.
3, if you wonder why there's an idiot in the middle management, that's because he was purposely put there so there's no fear of people up top to take their positions. That was the dopest shit I ever heard.
Real conversation.
And that's what I look at when I look at guns. You literally tried to steal Marvel and say, haha, we got Marvel too. And we're going to put a DC stamp over it.
I see him
And
as
it
the
does.
figurehead on the car.
You see him as what?
I see him as the figurehead on the car. And somebody
Yeah.
else said a little better in the Hitflick said it better in the chat. That Gunn is the designated person to wear the target on his back. He is. He's creative. He's a creative person who can actually bring some creative shit together at DC and has the credibility with the fan base that he makes actually hit movies. So he has that credibility, but he still has somebody in the studio who got some dumbass ideas too.
Yeah.
Which is one person who ain't changed the whole time the Snyderverse and all this shit was happening. He was already there at Warner Brothers. So that ain't changed. The only difference is all his competition has got eliminated, so he get to be in the seat solely now.
And that's part of the issue.
With James Gunn out front to take the slings and arrows if the shit work or don't work. That's it. The man behind the man is the one you watch.
Mm-hmm.
Don't come behind the closet. Nothing to see here.
It's always looking at the puppet master. Remember
the hood ornament on the car don't run the car. It's out in front, but it don't run the car. It's not the engine. It's not the wheels. It's not the person driving the car, but it is the hood ornament. It is out.
Remember, in the movie Action Jackson, where Jackson is talking to Kent Nelson, and he says, "Oh, so you're trying to go for Mary?" He says, "No, I'm a kingmaker rather than being a king." Because remember, if you remember, the whole push of him getting his car out there and having this politician that he's pushing out there, he's trying to get his foot into politics. And that's why he's pushing this man and being the forerunner for this guy to be the next mayor. And that's why he's saying he's rather than be the kingmaker. So he's a puppet master. So this is where you got to realize, like how you said, James Gunn is like, he's a puppet in this. So that's why we're seeing this type of imagery of superheroes now.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him a puppet, but he's the guy out in front. He's the one running point. He's the guy pushed out there in front to take all the slings and the arrows, to give the rest of these same crowd of people at Warner Brothers, or at least the last man standing at Warner Brothers, to give them cover, because he has fan approval. They don't. So he's not a puppet in a sense, because he is creative on his own, right? for what he did in the MCU with the Guardians and taking those no-name characters and making a cinematic world for them that was successful for 3 movies is an undertaking of Gunn. That's his genius. It ain't Kevin Feige's because he can't do it with nobody else. So it's James Gunn. They want to use him to do that, but he's not a puppet. He's basically being used like a symbiote. They're using him for that talent, right? Yes. They're using him for that talent, and that's why his ass is out in front. So you focus on him. They still gonna do their bullshit in the back. Only difference is you have Zaslav above them, which means you got to make some money, and I will cut this shit if it's not. That's it. He is really about business. He's not about this touchy-feely shit. If you wanted my opinion, I don't think Zaslav give a fuck about comics or anything like that. He don't. But he does care about a company making money. And that shit got to make money. And that's why a lot of that shit and a lot of them people that was losing money hand over fingers pushing agenda is the fuck out of there. You ain't got a problem with cutting shit and take a write-off on it. It's been proven. This is not hyperbole. This has been proven. You don't give a fuck like that. You're going to have to make money. You're going to fuck a walk. And the people that was not fucking walked. Hamada, all of them, they gone. Because he fired them. Point blank, period, get your shit and get the fuck out of here. Because you weren't making any money. Just what it is. Just what it is. So there is a hedge to Safran. He got to play a little bit nice. But make no mistake about it, I know where that negativity comes from. It comes from his ass and people like him. That's mad that people went around them in that process to get projects done that were successful in different ways. Right? You can think about it this way. Zack Snyder got a lot of shit for Rebel Moon, which, like I said at the time, this is the first time I've heard of a Seven Samurai movie not being good. That the Seven Samurai story is shit. This is the first time I've ever heard that. Because that shit has been known to be a masterpiece regardless. And all he gave you was the Seven Samurai in that first Rebel Moon shit. That's all it was. Seven Samurai. The first part of it. With his characters. That shit was so trash for people. His pitch for Star Wars was so trash that fucking watch Andor and they had a wheat field scene with people farming. Like, fuck did that come from? Is this Rebel Moon? I said that shit while I was watching it. Like, is this Rebel Moon? Did we drop in on Rebel Moon or something? Who do you think lifted that shit? Was it Zach lifting it from Tony Gilroy? Or was it KK lifting it from Zach and suggesting that shit to Tony Gilroy? Producers, dude. Producers. Snyder.
I mean, you gotta look at it, right? If he was trash, how many of his movies people loved beforehand? This is the reason why I always hated stuff like Rotten Tomatoes and other places, because they're paid.
Yeah, I don't listen.
Paid off.
Exactly.
They're paid off. And
Warner Brothers
they're paid off.
A shitload of money on Snyder movies. A shitload of money on Snyder movies. Name them. How did he even get Man of Steel and stuff like that if he wasn't even a successful director? If he hadn't already done Watchmen and 300 and shit like that. Mm-hmm. Movies that they've made a shitload of money on.
And people still talk about today. But all of a sudden, Zack Snyder became persona non grata because he put out a Snyder cut and some assholes on the internet. Is that his responsibility or is it theirs? And by the way, it was the fans who asked for it.
Exactly. And that's why they hated it. That was the other reason on hating his ass, because he appealed to the fans and the fans made that shit happen. And they didn't make it happen through Warner Brothers. It made it happen through AT&T.
Yep.
When Warner and the people that was there didn't want that shit. Pissed. It's a black eye to them. Their ego is crushed. Fuck
And
them
then on
fans.
top of that, he embarrassed Warner Brothers because it was the shit was actually great.
It was. It
Yes.
proves that what they did, and I'll say this, it proves that what they did with that JLA movie wasn't Josh Whedon's fault. It was theirs.
Mhm.
Because that JLA movie was just as shit as everything else that they had produced at that time. And at that point, Joss Whedon's last movie was The Avengers, nigga. When they got him from Marvel and thought they had a boom. Look, we got one of the Marvel directors. James Gunn, I hope you're paying attention. They put him on that movie, smutted up his fucking reputation and legacy after that. His career is fucking finished. People on the internet.
Nothing but straight skeet.
And then Zach come out with his movie of the same shit, his version of it. It does a hell of a lot better than the one you put out theatrically, and you mad at him. Now you want Zach and everything connected him to go away too.
Now you see why Ray was so pissed. 80% of his scenes were cut.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think Momoa and Cavill and Gal were all saying release it? Like, y'all didn't see, like, we saw it. This shit is great.
Mm-hmm. Josh was an asshole behind the scenes. He was cussing at people and everything. I don't give a fuck. Do your goddamn job. He has a different style than everybody else. Apparently, a James Gunn set is really, really relaxed and really fun and really communal. That's good. And all that goofiness came out on the screen. Did you all enjoy it?
I don't think they heard you. You got to say it again. They're a little
Did you
hard of
enjoy it?
hearing.
All came out on the screen. Did you enjoy it? I got a Star Lord humping and dancing and shit in front of the villain. Might have worked for the moment. It still looks goofy as fuck. It won't hold up over time.
It does not hold very well.
But he had a fun set. That's good. I'm fine. He had a fun set. Awesome. That makes it good for the people making a movie. Cool. I'm not there on the set. I don't give a fuck if he cussed you out twice a day. I don't. Are you doing your fucking job? Or is he being an asshole? Because I seem to remember a video circulating from Tom Cruise when he was cussing these motherfuckers out on this Mission Impossible set about how important this was and how they need to buckle down and lock in on this shit or get the fuck out of here. And they're like, oh, Tom Cruise is a terrible person. No, the fuck he ain't. This is a motherfucker paying for this goddamn movie. You better get your shit together and get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, that's my mentality on work. That's my mentality on work. Don't come here to bullshit. You either come here to work or you come here to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Plain and simple. So I don't have a problem with that shit at all. You need to ask yourself what you're doing. Gal Gadot thought about she was going to quit acting. When did Gal Gadot be able to act? She was going to stop acting? When did she start? Fucking around asking me. When did she start? She was eye candy for the most part.
Yeah.
And if Josh Whedon on JLA made her think about quitting, since that's the report, and she didn't quit, what happened with Wonder Woman 84? How good was her acting then?
Spider-Man 84.
Was it better? Yeah, AB's still in here, I think. Spider-Woman 84. Was it better acting or shittier acting? What about her Red Notice movie with Ryan Reynolds and The Rock? How good was her acting in that?
She was acting?
Exactly.
I thought she was just using the Mediterranean accent. I thought she was just using the Mediterranean accent for her advantage.
Yeah, some of these complaints are just bullshit. It's just bullshit complaints. They ruined that man's career. And then the motherfuckers he made famous, I heard this part, the motherfuckers he made famous on shows like Buffy and Angel came out and attacked him after this other shit came out.
Really?
Yeah. I hadn't even heard that. This was I can't remember the channel this was. They did a no, it was Critical Drinker. He just did basically like a video essay on Josh Whedon and what happened with him.
Okay.
Where did he go all of a sudden? And he actually did some research, which is good, right? It's not an opinion piece. He did research. And finding out that Charisma Carpenter had came out when this shit after the JLA movie was bubbling up and people were complaining about Josh Whedon was difficult on the set, it hurt my heart to hear that Charisma Carpenter, who was on the Angel show, got a name from that show, came out in the media and was talking shit about Josh Whedon. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. Bitch, I wouldn't even know who you are without him. Wouldn't even know who you are. Oh my God, dude. No loyalty. No loyalty. Motherfuckers on the Cosby Show didn't come out and talk shit about Bill when all the accusation was flying around about his ass.
Not even one. Not one.
But you motherfuckers, oh, yep, he was mean and he cursed me out. He made me cry many a time. Because you're weak. That's why. You're fucking weak.
You see how you cry now?
You're crying is the fact that he hit a nerve and you knew he was right. You don't cry because they wrong. You cry because you know they right on the inside. He right. He knew. How did he know? I was hiding it so well. You weren't. Weak sauce. Charles is a cop. You pull somebody over, they call you an asshole and everything else. You just a big black Negro with no neck and stuff like that. Do you sit there? You know, you're right. Here, take this ticket.
I would actually tell him I'm not. I'll be like, I would actually correct him. I'm not an asshole. I'm a hemorrhoid. I irritate assholes.
Exactly. No crying necessary. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about with me. So you can say whatever you want to. You can cuss, stamp your feet, put it on a banner, fly it from a plane.
Excuse me.
That shit don't mean nothing at all.
I actually enjoy it. That tells me how lowbrow you are about the situation.
Exactly. And that's why you can't hate on James Gunn constantly casting the same actor. Those are the ones that are loyal to him. Exactly, Ghost Man. That's why I don't feel bad about it at all. Almost everybody that he worked with on the Guardians cast is in this movie. You either see their face or you hear their voice. Michael Rooker, Palm Keith, Sean Gunn, his brother, Nathan Fillion. Mostly all these people are here. Bradley Cooper, all here in some role. He keep using the same people. You know what? Because when they was trying to cancel his ass, them motherfuckers rode for him.
Mm-hmm.
The only one you didn't hear in this movie was Dave Bautista. And Dave Bautista rode hard.
Yep.
Hard. Out in front with his face out there like, say something. I'm not even going to do this goddamn movie. I'm playing a goofy role. I'm not even going to do this movie if you don't show. Dave Bautista ain't no seasoned ass actor who been in Hollywood a long time. And he taking a stand like that? You know what people would tell him, like agents and shit. This will cost you your career. Your Hollywood career will be over, Dave. Don't do it.
Guess what? People always remember when you look out for them.
Yep. People always remember what you stand for and what you lay down for.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people remember. They might not even know the reason you stood up or laid down, but they know you did one of the two. Always remember you do one of the two. You think Charisma Carpenter is in a lot more roles because she turned on Josh Whedon? No. When the last time you seen fucking Amber Heard in something other than that Aquaman movie that was already filmed? Why? Because people don't like disloyal ass motherfuckers. When Jade is going to be in another movie? People don't like that kind of shit. You are disloyal as fuck. I can't have you in nothing. Oh, look, it's the traitorous bitch on screen. I couldn't wait to see her ass again, honey. No. If you want a pop culture reference, them two CEOs who just got caught on the kissing cam. How soon you gonna see their ass again at work? Or will they be gone? I saw that video. I'm like, oh shit, they busted and they know it. It's over.
And
over,
guess
nigga.
what?
It is
And
over.
you hear that song, Where Did We Go Wrong? So Wrong with
Boy,
Love.
if you thought Bob Chapek did dirty at Disney, getting his walking papers on a Sunday while he was at an Elton John concert, these motherfuckers got their walking papers at home. They ain't even showing up Monday. Best believe they're not showing up Monday for work.
We're like, no, don't need to go to the office. We clean it out for you.
Don't go out to the
We'll
office.
mail it back. We'll mail it back as fresh mail.
Just give us the address where you want your stuff shipped. It is over.
Exactly.
It is over, man. Over. We cannot have you representing our company like that. That is embarrassing as fuck. And they knew how embarrassing it was because they did some stupid ass little kid shit on camera. Let me slink down. I wasn't here. It wasn't me.
And what was it? A kiss cam and a cold
Coldplay concert.
Coldplay.
Well, you don't get no more busted.
You get more busted.
No more busted. There is no
way you get more busted if you had a goddamn Ozzy Brother concert and they playing Beneath the Sheets.
The only way you get more busted is that you got your mask off and you on video balls deep in this bitch at a sex store. That's the only way you get more busted.
I mean, hey.
Like,
he was almost there. They didn't film us.
Man, he didn't duck out of the frame. He fucking wilted like his dick went down. That's what happened. The same way his dick shriveled up, that's the way he was doing. Like, oh shit, it's over. Yeah.
Like a deflated balloon.
Yeah. Oh, instant.
Well, I have a question, gentlemen. Is it because they were both executives, or they both were married, or all the above?
All the above.
All the above. They're both CEOs. They're both married, and they were in an embrace that shows I'm fucking this bitch tonight. If not, rubbing my schlong all up on her ass right now at this concert. They was having a good damn time. And it shows.
They both stupid.
It shows. They've been doing that shit for a while, my dude. Talk about
millionaires.
Talk about your work husband. I'm sitting there looking at this shit like, damn, what excuse did they use to get to this concert? I'm at a meeting. I got an out of town thing. What excuse did you use? That shit just blew up on camera. Oh my God. Your husband and your wife don't even have no questions for you, man. You can't even go home. Y'all, I hope y'all got a room together because you ain't going home. There is no salvage.
I'm gonna just say this before I get back off. I'm gonna be back on when I get on my next break. I'm gonna say this. You're millionaire corporate executives. You could have took corporate planes to go to a private island or whatever the hell, but you go to this goddamn concert and everybody and their mother got a fucking sophisticated goddamn camera device called a cell phone in their pocket that they can send pictures from one end of the planet to the next. Hell, if you got enough Wi-Fi, you could probably send it to the moon. You deserve to be fired. And the shit kicked out of you.
Well,
I'll be back, fellas.
You got some of them good expensive seats where people would, be able to put the camera on your ass like that. Like,
that's what I'm saying. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. And look, I've been a cheater before. So I understand the desire that nobody knows that we're not together here. Nobody knows that. And nobody knows I'm a CEO. My face is not plastered everywhere. No, it's not. And you could have got away with it. It just seems like God wanted you to get caught.
Yeah.
You was probably doing a little bit too much, and fate decided it was your time to get busted. To slow that roll, man. That's probably just what it was. You, as being a reform cheater, you probably shouldn't do something that visible. I'm just saying, you shouldn't try to make shit that damn visible. There's the thing people used to have is called discretion. Mm-hmm. You be discreet about it. If you're doing dirt, do it discreetly. It's not the concert, box seats, even though you can afford that shit. Maybe you sit your ass down there with the regular folks, where people don't give a fuck. Maybe. You got the money. Yeah, you can add a box, but why add a box? Too much attention, too much visibility.
That's the problem. He has the box and he wanted to put the box in other boxes.
Yeah.
Literally.
No, that's the side piece, nigga. She don't get the box. She don't get the box seats.
You got a little too comfortable.
Got a little bit too comfy. Too comfy. Yeah, it was a nice concert. I hope you enjoyed it. Because that's what you bought now, nigga. And while it was fun, it was all secret and stuff like that, it's going to turn into a really regular relationship really fast. Really fast. I hope y'all ain't got no kids, which I know you probably do. So you get to go through this whole thing with divorce and splitting up the families and the kids and all that drama and shit like that around you, you know, having an affair. I don't think this is y'all first rodeo. Hopefully it might be. Maybe you'll get a reprieve on that. If not, both of y'all are in for a world of shit. And then you might only have each other. Might. Because chances are you'll walk away from each other because of this bullshit. Because you can't have a job no more. That looks bad for the company. The philanderer in chief.
The philanderer in chief. That's messed up.
Chief executive philanderer. Nah, bruh. That doesn't look good for the company. Everybody saw it. Doesn't look good. You might have to step down. Just saying. Because I don't know about you, but the other people you work with, know your wife, know your husband, maybe have met them at company functions and shit. Don't look good. It's not a good look. But I hope you enjoy it. Beat that shit up. Beat that, cut you up. Because I know what you was thinking. She about to go down. She going to be swallowing my whole microphone. She going to get the hot play after the cold play. That was a rough night. That had to be a rough night. It had to be a rough night, but that's the gamble. That's the gamble. You played the game, you gambled. Crap. Craps. Anyway, this is about 5 hours in. Let me show you this next trailer that came out. And then we can roll up on out of here. See what you think of this one, Malika. The birthday boy who's having his 54th. Sente, what did Dr. Rosie say? Is it still in here? She gave me the Spanish tutelage today. Cincuenta. I think I said it right. It might be close. I'm not a Latino man. Let's go here and here and here. And this is the other trailer that came out this week. This will be the first time I'm seeing it, so you get my reaction on this one live. I was already in the bag for this movie anyway, so it's not that big of a deal because I like the world, so I was going to watch the movie anyway. But this is the second trailer, and this will probably be the last trailer I watch on this shit because it's coming from Disney, so you know they're going to spoil shit all the way up to release. I don't need that. I just need 2 trailers. That's it. So bring this up, see what Malika thinks about this. Am I in the right view? I'm in the right view. And here we go.
Since time began, man has gazed at the stars and he has wondered, am I alone? So much talk of AI and big tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? Well, folks, we're not going there. They are coming here. I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier. He's biblically strong, lightning fast, supremely intelligent. And if he is struck down on the battlefield, I will simply make you another.
You think you're in control of this? You're not.
Wow, this shit comes out in October. That's the same time as Mortal Kombat. What are you battling in the box office?
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
I'm liking this Trent Reznor music. I caught myself tapping my foot like, feeling it, Trent. I'm feeling it.
Hang on! A malfunctioning program that wants to live. Why is that? It's just a feeling. Fascinating.
Oh, shit. It's Jeff Bridges, but it's Master Control or Dillinger's Dillinger's representation in the system that had that crest symbol on his chest. What the fuck? Damn!
Yeah, I've seen this. I like it. It's
Yeah, like, is it just me or do I really want Jared Leto to have a win? I like Jared Leto as an actor. I really do. He's a really great actor. He's been in a lot of movies that should have been wins for him, and they haven't been. And that disappoints me. He is like a geek favorite, dude. Like Carl Urban is a geek favorite. He's been in some shitty movies too. Jared Leto is a geek favorite. He's played some roles that you would really want him to win in. He hasn't won yet. It's like I really
hopefully this will be a win for him.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be a win for him because he's getting long in the tooth and he don't need to be nice about this shit no more. Like fuck y'all.
We want to see him as the leading man.
Yes,
he has the chops to be the. He's played the sidekick. He's played the villain. He's played the unique other, and he has presence even when he's. Because what was the movie with where he played the gay cross-dressing guy with AIDS?
Dallas Buyers Club with Matthew McConaughey.
Awesome in that movie. Awesome in that movie, and he deserved that Oscar.
Yep.
And the scenes with him and Matthew McConaughey are just breathtaking. And here's the thing: when you realize he's dying, right? And he's this rich guy. His parents already see him as an abomination, but Matthew McConaughey needs this certain amount of money. So he goes to his parents and asks for this money. And you see how the way his parents look at him. And mind you, this is a rich kid that comes from a wealthy Dallas money family. You know, money that's been in the family for a while. So you know masculinity is tried and true. Old money.
Old money.
So he you see his father, you see his mother, and they're older and they can't stand, but he comes and he gives them. Does he give Matthew McConaughey a check or he gives them cash?
I don't recall right now.
But then you see Matthew McConaughey look at him and he saw like what he had to do because he believed in what Matthew McConaughey was doing. And it was just this, that part in the movie was just unique in and of itself. And that was just breathtaking. But then, like, he does some other films. We're hoping Morbius could be it, but Sony superhero movies, especially the Spider movies.
I was pulling for him in Morbius. I really was, because I thought that could have been a really lock for him, and not an easy role to say, but an interesting character to bring to screen with an actor who can really act, who could have gave it something. He just needed a better fucking script. I didn't think it was an over terrible movie. He just needed a better goddamn script.
And what Jared Leto does, he's one of those actors that use subtlety with his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And subtleties and with just simple motion, which gets over.
No, he looks like, when I look at Jared Leto, I could see him playing a villain or a hero, and I'd buy it either way. Even a complex villain or a conflicted hero, I'd buy it either way.
Mm-hmm.
I like Jared Leto as an actor. It just sucks to me in a sense that he hasn't had a good win since Dallas Buyers Club or Fight Club, and he's been in a shitload of movies. He was in that Blade Runner movie that I didn't overly care for at the time, the remake 2034, whatever the fuck it was. He was in that shit. Jared Leto has presence, always does, but he hasn't had a real box office win for him. This is like, he should be on the same level like a Keanu Reeves.
Yes,
because you don't hear a lot of stories about him being an asshole or anything like that either.
No. You know what other movie he was out? He knocked it out the park. Requiem for a Dream.
Yes, Requiem of a Dream, another one. Younger him at that.
Yes. Younger Marlon Wayans and younger
Jennifer Connelly.
Yep.
I want to see him have a win. I really do. This could possibly be it because it has that built-in fan base already. If you like Tron, even if you just like Tron Legacy, you probably showing up for this one. I've liked Tron since the original Tron with young Jeff Bridges in it. So I'm already sold in this bitch. I'm already showing up regardless. All they had to do was tell me it's coming out in October. Okay, I'll be there. You need a trailer? No, I'm good. I'll be there. You'll just spoil it for me. I'll be there. Don't worry about it. No, so I'm showing up regardless. Tron Legacy, I really liked. And where the story goes from there, I was really interested to see wherever. And watching the first trailer and seeing that recognizer in the real world, I'm like, that is a problem. What the? That is a huge problem, dude. That is not supposed to be here. Who the hell? What? How the hell? Like, what the hell? What's going on? I heard Jared Leto was in the movie. This is the first time you're getting to see him, that he's in the movie. He's one of the main characters in the shit. Okay, awesome. I'm still there for that.
Scully's in there too.
Yeah, Scully's in. Gillian Anderson is in this motherfucker. Oh, Gillian. I'll show up for her. Like, I ain't seen her since, American Gods. Yeah, I'll check out Gillian. What's his name? Second Flash.
Yeah.
Evan Peters. Okay, I'm down for him. I understand that he's supposed to be like Dillinger's son or some shit like that, or the other son. Okay. It sounds like you pulling a lot on shit. I do like the cut in half car scene because every superhero kind of movie tries to throw one of these in there now because it's an awesome visual. I remember when I drew one for my character, he did the same shit. It just keeps showing up everywhere. What happens when you don't use ideas, kids? The universe moves them to somebody else who will. A lot of girl power esque stuff in this. I don't know who this Asian chick is supposed to be, unless she's supposed to be Cora and Flynn's son's child or some shit. I don't know, but they're gonna have to explain it, unless she another ISO or some such. I don't know. Ares is looking for something. He's in the real world. I don't know who didn't sign off on the fact that let's bring these digital people into the real world. That'll be okay. Like never works. What are you doing? It looks like it's gonna have a shitload of action, which is fine. But red theme, I'm kind of liking that because that's one of the colors you haven't seen. Just like this purple and black that looks sick. Like, it's another color they can throw in there. And I'm just waiting for y'all to get to green. Get to green. And get to that black and green techno color because I actually really like that one. But this is a problem, dude, because that's like a master control program. You go back and watch the first movie, that's Dillinger's Avatar.
Why is that? It's just a feeling.
That crest, that upside down fucking V shit, that is Dillinger's Avatar in the first movie has that crest on him. So what the fuck is this going on? I've heard a story that it's supposed to be a different grid. It's a whole nother grid, but I can't say anything about that because I haven't heard much about the movie, really. I don't want to. But Jeff Bridges being back, he can't be fun. I know that much. And I don't see how they could resurrect Clue. So what the fuck is this? What is this and where is this? Was the interesting part. I half wanted to believe that Ares was a remade Tron because Tron, to me, wasn't really dead in the last movie. He turned back blue when he was sinking into the water. So he came back to himself. But and it's not real water, it's digital, so he should be fine. But he didn't de-res, so as far as I'm concerned, he's still alive. Maybe this is Tron remade as Ares. I don't know. But that's why I'm showing up to watch the movie. Because I don't want you to tell me in a trailer. I want to watch it and find out for myself. But this scene right here looks sick. That's messed up. They wasted that F2 Lightning. The Lightning 2. The Joint Strike Fighter. They wasted that.
You know what's funny, man?
Cut his fucking wings.
40 years later, you still remember all of the stuff from the 1982 movie.
It's funny the things that you remember.
Yep.
Like, I think it was Dr. T. It might have been him or not. That they were really, maybe it wasn't Dr. T. They were impressed with how much of this shit I remember.
Yeah.
And I actually, one of the reasons I've said on here before why I do this show or the way I do it, why I do it the way I do it and do it live. So you know it's coming from me. This is not Google. You're watching me look at this, and this stuff is coming just out of my head. This means I've actually seen this stuff. I have experience with this stuff, and it's coming out. It's not scripted. I'm not sitting here Googling this shit. I don't have a producer. I don't have a team. It's me. This is coming from me because I've experienced this shit. I remember these things. So that's why the show is done the way it's done. This scene looks problematic. I want this as a screenshot. A recognizer over a city letting loose a volley of missiles. Yikes. That is not a good day in Metropolis. That is not okay, bro. That is not okay. That's a hell of a visual, though. Like, that is not okay. That's like some anime shit. You get the missiles that arc and shit like that. I'm like, this is Robotech?
Well, that's where you think that's where they got it from. Where do you think they got it from, man?
Yeah. I always had it.
It's always going to get that anime feel in it, man. Think about the when you're seeing the the energy cut through the car, and splitting it in half.
Mm-hmm.
All
Generate
this
heat.
is. Let's go back to Zack Snyder. Remember, I said one of his famous things. He has the big cinematic opening, and somebody has to jump up in slow motion and come down.
Jump.
He got that from anime and a lot of what was that movie with the chicks? Punch Drunk?
Sucker
That
Punch.
movie? Sucker Punch. All that was like, John Woo, Tway Hart, Jackie Chan, Jet Li, all that was all rolled in there. He was taking that. You could see it. I was looking, I said, yeah, this guy is a big fan of this. But that's showing off what you like and what you love, but not being a cheap imitation of showing all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, I lost my train of thought. Sorry about that. That sucks. Oh no, I like this. I'm down. I agree with you too, Trev. Tron Ares does look dope. That trailer looks dope. It does. And that Trent Reznor 9 Inch Nails music, man, that shit hit. I'm waiting to see that, especially if they got some good fight scenes or something like that on screen. That's gonna kick ass. I'm sorry, that's gonna kick ass.
Did you see the Running Man trailer yet?
No, I have not. They got a new trailer for the Running Man. Who was the Running Man this time?
I'm gonna let you pop it up, throw it up there, and I'm not gonna say a word.
The Running Man 2025 is coming out this year.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's not a fake trailer, huh?
Nope.
Okay. Holy shit. Okay, that's Paramount. I guess I'd line up my copyrights. My copyrights lined up correctly. So I know how much I need to blur out and or cut. All right, this is the Running Man trailer, 2025. And I forget this actor's name, but he did such a good job in Game of Thrones that he is always Littlefinger. He's always Lord Baelish. He ain't even got a real name no more. He is just a character now.
Stop filming me!
Ben Richards, 35, married, one child.
Oh, wait, that's Glenn Powell.
We need money for a doctor now.
Ben, watch yourself.
Employment status, black.
Wait a minute. The fuck you doing with that sister? Holy shit. Fuck him. Okay. That's Glenn Powell, though, isn't it? Yeah, that's Glenn Powell. All right.
Listed. But there's still a way out for you. It's the biggest show in the country.
Bloodlust is our birthright.
Oh, shit. What's that brother's name?
What's his name? Domingo Coleman.
Yeah, Domingo Coleman. I like him.
Set it free. Welcome to the Running Man.
People on these games never come back.
What is that chick's name? That's not Lashana Lynch. That is the other one.
She's from Sinners.
She was just in Sinners. I'm forgetting her name now. But yeah, that's exactly who she is.
I'm not trying to get myself killed. So kiss my ass twice.
Right there is why you can.
Josh Brolin? Oh, you fucking with Thanos? Oh, God.
The rules are simple. Survive 30 days with the entire nation hunting you down. And get your family out of Slumside for good.
I'm gonna come back here and burn this building down. I promise. That's the spirit.
This is America, goddammit! We don't put up with no bullshit! Yes! Hunt him down!
William H. Macy.
Stop filming me! Have you ever wondered if this game is rigged?
Guess we'll find out.
You might be moving up too fast. Hey, buddy. You're on freebie. You better run! Yeah! I got a grenade! Back at you. I'm still here, you shit eaters. Hey, big boys! Are you crazy?
November 7th, my son's birthday. What? Why the hell does that look like so much fun?
Because it's an Edgar Wright production.
Edgar Wright, yeah. That looks fun. That looks
When
awesome.
I saw what's the name?
Lord Baelish. It wasn't Baelish. He looked like that when he's yelling into the camera. It was Glenn Powell. Okay.
And I said, who's Glenn Powell? I said, oh, the perfect blonde haired guy from Top Gun. Okay. Yeah, Top Gun Maverick.
Hangman from Top Gun Maverick. He was just in Devotion with Jonathan Majors. He was in that too. He was in something else recently. He's playing in a lot of soldiers recently.
Okay.
But he's a good actor. Oh, he was in that movie with Sydney Sweeney too. Look, Other Than You or whatever the fuck it was called. Yeah. No, I like Glenn Powell. So far, he's proven to be like a stand-up dude. It's funny, and that's coming to theaters on the 7th, huh? Okay. That looked fun. That really looked fun. Like, that's a different twist on how the game was played with Arnold Schwarzenegger. You got 30 days in America, nigga. You getting killed.
Yeah.
And everybody is looking for you? No. Is the game rigged? Yes.
Of course.
Of course the game is rigged. What is that? Like 100 million to one? Jesus.
Definitely based on the Stephen King novel.
Oh my God. Yeah, there's going to be some Stephen King shit happening.
Yes.
Put that electrified floor with the water gun. That's exactly what I was thinking. Are you serious? Oh, yeah. Hit him with the super soaker.
Hydromaster.
Right. That shit is hilarious. Like, bro, that's not coming out soon enough. I need a good laugh like that. With a bunch of action. Yeah, that shit's gonna make a shitload of movie money. Excuse me.
My favorite scene from the very, very first one, when Schwarzenegger goes through all the stuff and comes back to the studio where Richard Dawson. And Richard Dawson looks at him and says, "You look pissed, Ben." I was cracking up when I saw that shit.
He said,
and you see
really big trouble.
He's like, "Hey Ben, let's talk about this. You know, you did good. You know what? All this stuff be great for syndication." It was just funny, man.
Good ratings. It's all about ratings. They don't care about me. Ratings. Give the people what they want, Ben, and we're number one. Go to hell. I don't do requests. Yeah, that was one of my favorite lines too. Like Richard Dawson throwing it up. You look pissed, Ben. No shit. No shit. After all that crap you put him through, he looks pissed. Pissed is the least of your worries. This would be a downgrade.
And just pick that man up with one hand and put him in that freaking like little cart. Because remember, if you sit in the cart, automatically the seatbelt and the cage wraps around you. You can't get out. So I was like, oh god, that was funny. But back then, that was the height of action movie masculinity.
It was. It is the Running Man. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Running Man is one of his standout roles. It's an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. It's one of those classically 80s, 90s movies, action movies. It is. If you watch Predator, you've watched Commando. If you've watched Commando, you've watched The Running Man. If you watched The Running Man, you've watched Terminator. You know, it's all in that line where you've seen this movie. If you've seen any of these other things by this person, you've seen this movie. It's one of those classics.
You saw Raw Deal. You saw The Last Action Hero.
Last Action Hero still makes me laugh. I've shot somebody and I'm not sad about it. Nobody's doing anything. This is the real world. Nobody cares that I killed someone. I've killed a man.
Punched the window and he shot. Oh, that hurts. Oh, God. Yeah, it's the real world. Oh,
that sucks. Oh, shit. That looks good. That really looks good. I'm not going to play this trailer for Project Hail Mary, but that looks good too. With Ryan Gosling's ass. Watch that one. That should be good. I'm almost 6 hours in, so I'm going to shut this down because I'm going to need to go to the bathroom in a little bit.
Okay.
There's something I wanted to mention to you guys that I was curious about last week, but we had such a good conversation last week about the Superman movie and shit like that, that it didn't see a point in throwing it in. But since summer is damn near over now, I'll throw it in there. And I'll ask Malika and y'all in the chat. That's still here. 5 movies that you enjoy in the summer. 5 summer themed movies that you enjoy.
5 summer themed.
So I had a list. I made a list of the ones I liked, and this is not the list. I pulled that piece of paper up and like, and that is not my list. So 5 summer themed movies I suggest that you watch while summer is going on, right? And there's some oldies but goodies in here. One is Euro Trip, because that shit is funny.
Yeah, that is funny.
Euro Trip is funny as hell. I'm not telling you a bunch about these movies. You should just watch them and check them out. Euro Trip came out in the 2000s. It's still funny as shit to me, right? Sex Drive is another one in the 2000s. That's funny. National Lampoon's Vacation, not European Vacation, just Vacation.
The first one.
The
very first one.
Summer Rental with John Candy.
Very good.
Funny.
Yes.
It's funny, right? I haven't seen that in forever. I'm going to watch it because I always like John Candy movies, right? The other one is, what is it? It's not Summer Rental. Club Paradise with Robin Williams.
Yeah, that is
Eugene Levy and Rick Moranis. And if you want to have a laugh, Rick Moranis and Eugene Levy are teamed up together and they're in the Caribbean and need the adventures these motherfuckers go through trying to find some weed.
Yeah.
Try to find a good ganja is fucking hilarious.
Yes.
Club Paradise. And then the last one is, if you want to know why my generation likes Demi Moore, this one is Demi Moore and John Cusack. And I think it's called Summer Job or something like that. I had to look the name of this up because I was mixing it up with another movie before.
Yeah, Summer Job.
I think it's Summer Job.
Yeah. And it's a sad.
Not Summer Rental. Summer Rental is John Candy. But the other one It's like Summer Job or something like that.
Isn't that a Savage Steve production too?
I do. One Crazy Summer. That's what
One
it is.
Crazy Summer.
One Crazy Summer, 1986. It's a good movie.
Because John Cusack's character is Hoops, right?
Yes.
Can't do a free throw to save his life.
Yeah, Hoops McCann can't make a free throw. John Cusack, Demi Moore, Bobcat Goldthwait, Curtis Armstrong, Kimberly Foster, Joel Murray, Bill Murray's brother,
Mm-hmm.
Matt Mulhern, Jeremy Piven, Entourage dude, Isadora Mankowski. Yeah, there's a lot. It's a comedy. Okay, it's obviously comedy. And when you watch stuff like this, especially when it comes from the 80s, look at these people, especially these younger actors that's in it, and recognize you might see them now. They might be big names right now. Never know. Because it's always, especially comedy movies, it's always people coming in and people going out in their careers. That's what's always interesting about them.
All right, I got my 5.
You got Rich Little in this one. I love Rich Little.
I got my 5.
Well, I gave you 6. I gave you 6.
I got my 5.
5. Okay. So what's my like is 5? While I write down my 6 that I said so I can put them up there for you guys. Go ahead, my like it.
Number 1, Stand By Me.
Okay.
Number 2, Caddyshack.
Okay.
Number 3, you're gonna laugh, but this is a summer movie and it stands by because it was made in your area of the state. Breaking.
Okay.
Lost Boys.
Okay. Santa
and
Cruz.
Meatballs.
Gotta have the meatballs in there. I gotta have the meatballs in there. I forgot one too. My list goes up to 7. But go ahead. Those are your 5?
Those are my 5.
Okay. I'm still writing down my 5, so I'll make sure I get them all in there. One Crazy Summer. There we go. Club Paradise. Some oldies but goodie.
Oh, I'll put my 6. This is an oldie but goodie. Oldie but goodie. Car Wash.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing with picking the summer goodies. They have to have a summer theme. Summer vacation theme.
Here's why I could put that in there. Because remember in Car Wash, the owner's son, the owner of the car wash, right? The Jewish owner, he brings his son in who's on college. He's at home from college. He's trying to teach him the ropes. So
you're right. Yeah, they could work.
Yeah.
That same theme, I say that could work for the same theme is why I'm suggesting this other movie. The last one, number 7 for me, is Weekend at Bernie's.
There you go. There you go.
It's not necessarily in the summer.
Yes, it is.
It has the vacation kind of feel to it.
Yes, it is, because remember, the two of them, everybody's going away.
Mm-hmm.
And they're working and they want to get away for the summer and the weekend, but they have to work.
Mm-hmm.
And their boss is Bernie, but they know he's
an asshole. Yeah.
He's an asshole. And he says, okay, you guys got to look at my place. But then they start looking at Bernie and realize Bernie was all caught up in all this other stuff and they got to keep him alive.
Bernie was in
that movie was so great they had to make a sequel.
Murked. Yeah. Bernie was into some bullshit and got murked out. and they stuck there with his ass like, shit, we still gonna party though. We got this for weekend.
Was it Jonathan Silverman and
Matthew, what's his name? God damn it. What the hell am I doing here? There we go. I was enlarging the wrong goddamn screen. There you go. One Crazy Summer. See, young Demi Moore. And if you watch this, you'll see she ain't got no super big titties.
Nope.
That was a later edition while she was married. So that's One Crazy Summer. And then because I know visuals work for some people. He said meatballs. You got me fucked up.
Hey, that was a classic flick.
It was a classic flick. I didn't think of meatballs. I don't know why I didn't. That needs to be on the list just to watch something for the summer. All right, John Candy, Summer Rental. I'm not telling you about the movie. Just watch it. It's fun. It's fun.
John Candy at his best, man.
John Candy, 80s fun. All right.
Yes.
80s fun. So my brother from Double Toasted is watching. Y'all watch one of these movies and do one of your retro reviews. I don't care if you flame it. You got Rip Torn in it too. Forgot about thin Rip Torn in this bitch.
Oh, I gotta see. Damn it, I got a seventh one.
What's that?
Loverboy with
Yes, Patrick Dempsey.
With Patrick Dempsey.
Yes, I love Loverboy. With Kirstie Alley, thin Kirstie Alley when she was hot.
Yeah.
No, you get over here.
Senor
Take me
Pizza.
down. Yeah.
No, Barbara Bach, not Barbara Bach. Oh, God damn it.
We're all out of pepperoni. We're not out of pepperoni. We have mini pepperoni.
No, anchovies.
Yeah, anchovies. Yeah, we have no anchovies. We have
That was the code.
Yep. Extra anchovies.
What was that actress's name?
The mom?
No.
Or Beverly D'Angelo was in that shit too.
A lot of hot women.
Yeah.
This was the MILF.
Yep. The MILF actress age.
Carrie Fisher was in this too.
Yep.
Kate Jackson played the mom. Oh God, what is this actress? Barbara Carrera. Or her fine self.
Okay, here we go. And then it's that one, Club Paradise, Robin Williams, Peter O'Toole, Rick Moranis. And if you know anything about reggae music, there is a reggae musician who has a role in this. And it was his first acting role.
Jimmy Cliff. Well,
you spoiled it now, nigga.
My bad, brother. My bad.
I'm trying to leave the seas, put the fish hook out there. Don't bite that, it's a hook. Yeah, Jimmy Cliff was in it. So if you know reggae music, Jimmy Cliff being in it was kind of funny. It's kind of cool. If you like young Peter O'Toole or younger Peter O'Toole.
He was a young shit. He was old in that movie. Damn.
Yeah, younger. That's what I said, younger. He aged well.
And semi not drunk.
And then if you like Robin Williams, young Robin Williams, he's looking like Popeye at this right now.
Yeah.
Young Robin. Got some nice legs. A little skinny chick. Forget this actress's name. Well, yeah, young Robin Williams. Younger-ish. Still hairy as all hell, but it is what it is. And what was the other one? I'm just showing images. Everybody should know this one. They got a whole dance about this motherfucker now. This was the... What is this dude's name? I'm forgetting his name too.
Oh,
he's the mannequin chick.
Yeah.
There you go. Jonathan Silverman and...
What's the name from Pretty in Pink?
Yeah, he was in a bunch of movies in this time. He was getting to play a little bit of a jerk in this one.
Well, he didn't play the straight man in this one. He played the amusing friend.
Mm-hmm. I can't remember his fucking name, and I don't see it in this picture. Fucking hell, dude. What is this fucking dude's name? Killing myself. Andrew McCarthy.
Yes.
Andrew McCarthy.
Because remember, in St. Elmo's Fire and Pretty in Pink, he plays the He plays the safe guy.
Mm-hmm.
He plays the loving guy.
Yep.
In this movie, he plays the
And
butthole
Mannequin,
idiotic friend.
yeah,
Yeah.
and Mannequin, he was the lead with the Kim Cattrall,
Yeah.
right?
Young
So he
Kim
had a lot of
Cattrall.
roles. Yeah, young Kim Cattrall. He had a lot of roles, but he's a good actor.
Filmed in my city.
Which one?
Mannequin.
Really?
Yep.
I thought it was in New York, but no.
Parts of it was filmed in Philadelphia, right downtown Philadelphia, where John Wanamaker's used to be at.
I'm fine with that. Oh God! And if you've never seen this movie, there are some cameos in this movie that would be good. And since she passed away recently, Michelle Trachtenberg, this would be like an interesting movie to watch with her in it.
Yeah.
But there are some cameos in this movie that are absolutely funny. If you've ever watched Smallville, and if you've ever watched Good Will Hunting, there's some funny ass cameos in this.
When I saw this trip, I was like,
he doesn't know. That shit's hilarious.
The scene when they went to the hash bar is crazy.
There's another.
And when I saw
that's
and when
good
I saw Michelle Trachtenberg, I was like, okay, does it feel wrong for me to think that this young girl's got an awesome body? I was like, oh, oh.
Matter
of fact, show the picture of your trip again, the cover or the poster. Because like I said, when you see people back then, all right, the guy in the back with the black hair, not the nerd, but with that's holding the blonde.
Yeah.
What show does he play in or he played in?
I don't know. Who is that?
Vampire Diaries.
That's not Damon, is it?
Yeah.
No, that's not Damon.
It's got to be him.
No, that's not Damon. What's his name? I remember his name, Eisen something or other. Summerholder or some shit like that. That's not him.
It looked like him.
That is Scott Metchalovic.
Okay.
Jacob Pitts. Yeah. Oh shit! If you look it up, you'll see the two of the three cameos that's on this motherfucker. And Travis Wester. Yeah, no. There's some other. If you ever like, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. There's some comedic people in that. Vinnie Jones is in that. It's full of cameos that you would enjoy. It's full of fucking cameos you would enjoy.
And it's a laugh ride from beginning to end.
It is.
Vinnie Jones.
Hilarious.
Because Vinnie Jones came in and he said, "Don't you dare put your hand on those boys." I was like, oh God.
And I just say this. It's made in a way you couldn't make that shit today.
No.
It is not overly bad. It's just not in a way that you can make it today. It's not. Let's let you know how far back we've gone and not how far forward we sprung.
And it wasn't, and the movie is not that old. It's like what, 10 years old, 15 years old at that?
2004. 20 years old. Now, this one is just a classic you should watch anyway, because this gets into the whole summer road trip movie.
Yeah.
Family summer road trip movie. Now, and it'll strike you funny after watching Superman, because this is a family being together, a biological family being together. And they're not all dysfunctional. But dad is trying to do something fun. Yeah, dad is trying to do something fun for them. And you look at the people who are in it, who are playing the kids and all that shit, you'll recognize all these actors.
Yep.
Like, holy shit. National Lampoon's Vacation, the one that started it all.
And make you want to buy tickets to Wally World.
Right. Until you get there. Till you get there, then you like this motherfucker right here, man. that shit set the standard. There you go.
Clark, the dog, went to the bathroom on the picnic.
Best. There you go. Younger Beverly D'Angelo, Chevy Chase. This, I didn't realize how much she looks like Summer Glau until just right now.
Anthony Michael Hall.
Yeah, young Anthony Michael Hall before Weird Science.
Yep.
You just saw him in Reacher last season. Look at his ass here.
And I said Back to the Future, Breakfast Club.
Yep. Before those movies, he was in this one. Look at that.
Because you got to figure, like, in 2 years, he plays Farmer Ted in Pretty in Pink.
Mm-hmm.
Not Pretty in Pink, 16 Candles.
16 Candles. It's funny that there's an art thing that you know. It's like, how do you draw kids, right, in art? And you see it more so in anime, but in art is how you draw kids. You draw kids with grown-up faces, just big heads and small bodies. Anthony Michael Hall, if you look at this picture and look at his face in this picture, he has his adult face already.
Yeah.
His body is just growing into it. So he looks weird, skinny and shit like that. But having just seen him in Reacher this season, his head looks small, his body is big as shit. Like, oh, that's true.
Because remember, out of all the members of Brat Pack, it took him a while when he fight, like, it's like from the Breakfast Club, he becomes taller and he gets taller from everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, wow, he just shot up because he's one of the youngest ones from the Brat Pack. Dude, you know, all these people, all these movies were in the Brat Pack that we're talking about because it's 80s flicks. Demi Moore.
Mm-hmm. Demi been out for a while. And there you go, Sex Drive.
Now, what was this about? I never heard about this one.
Oh my God. So this works in today's world. This was made in 2008. This dude meets this chick online. And he's a virgin. And he's going to go, while his parents are out of town, he's going to go, drive to meet this chick, right? He's going to turn up. Now, he don't catch a flight, but him and his buddy figure out a way to get there, where his buddy convinces him to steal his older brother's car. It's a really expensive car, a muscle car, and they take this drive to go see this chick and fuck. Now, the adventure in getting there is ridiculous, right? But if I tell you, anybody who's seen it, because Beastly in here laughing already, right? If I say Rumspringa, you know what the hell I'm talking about. I watched this with my kids. My son was the one who found this damn movie, and we was watching that shit. Laughing my ass off. Dude, if you want to know what a rolling brownout is, watch this movie. Beasley, I'm not spoiling the cameos. There are cameos in this movie too, of people that are in it. But look, Sex Drive is funny, dude. Sex Drive is funny.
I might have to watch that.
You gotta check this out. And what's the car he has? I know you muscleheads will love the damn car. It's a GTO.
Oh, it's
a Judge. It's a Judge GTO. Yeah. This shit is funny.
A Wisconsin teen, still a virgin, steals his brother's muscle car and sets sail with buddies to meet his online dream come true, the impossibility hot Miss Tasty. Okay. I'm sold.
Yeah, this shit is hilarious. This is actually hilarious. There's another picture of it. This is just a cast. And what it would do for you, Malika, if you watched it, it will give you some kind of wonderful vibe.
Okay.
That's what it'll do. It'll give you that some kind of wonderful vibe. Right? And that's the cast, right? So, dude in the purple shirt, he's the main character. That's his buddy on the right who convinces him to steal the older brother's car, which is this GTO right there. And this is his other friend, a little female friend that lives in the neighborhood, right? And this is them in this damn cornfield. They got way out there. It's an adventure. So Euro Trip and Sex Drive kind of work together because they're hilarious. And they came out in the 2000s. Imagine that shit. Early 2000s. But to me, those are good movies to watch for the summer. They're good summer movies because it has a sense of adventure. It has the characters traveling somewhere in surroundings that are not their own, having a little bit of adventure, and then they come back. It's fun. And it's comical shit most of the time. Nothing overly serious or anything like that. But yeah. And Loverboy would work in that shit too. But the other thing with those movies is the cameos. The cameos will sell you on the movie because it goes along and people show up and be like, the fuck are they doing in this movie? Fun. Just fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rainfire talking about, the Amish. Yeah, the Amish. The Amish was something else, man. Sex Drive was the last of them movies before PC culture took over films. Yeah, Sex Drive was one of those movies. It got overshadowed by American Pie, I think. And American Pie sequels is what pushed that movie down, and a lot of people didn't see it, but it was a fun fucking movie. It was a fun movie. Decently had a good soundtrack too, because that was when I started listening to Fall Out Boy.
Okay.
So, yeah, those are 5 to 7 movies that I enjoy that seem like good summer movies. And since I don't do a lot of what did I used to call it? Sunday binges, because I'm doing my stream on Sundays. A Sunday binge movie is what these are. These are movies you can just binge on a Sunday. So that's 5 or 6 or 7 of them. So if you wasn't sitting here watching my ass for like 6 hours, you could watch 3 of these movies already.
Yeah.
But you got time. The night is young, depending on where you are.
Exactly.
It's only 2 p.m. in California. So you got time. So, birthday boy, you got some final thoughts? I'm going to go ahead and get out of here so I can go.
Thank you for letting me come up, man, and relax and have some fun, at least on a Sunday.
Come on, man.
I'd be miserable at work, sweating my balls off.
Yeah, it's crazy, but
Yeah, it was cool. It was fun. And this was a little Geek Elite light. It wasn't too heavy. We got a little bit passionate about some stuff. And it was kind of cool talking about some stuff and catching up with some ideas. I'm definitely going to try to see this.
If you go to see Superman,
this crystal light Superman.
Just don't worry about Kal-El. Don't worry about any of the jokes we made about that shit. Me and Charles's opinions on it. Just block your mind for that shit and watch it for yourself. I don't think that's a hard stretch for you because you're an adult male. You know how to compartmentalize shit and just let what's being happen. All of us have had some lying ass motherfuckers sitting in our faces. We just put on the face like, let me make you think I believe you.
Yeah.
We've all done it. It's fine. Okay.
It's fine.
Just go watch it and see what you can get out of it to enjoy without our words echoing through your head.
No, it's not going to be a montage of your faces of words spinning around.
No, but
I mean,
when you see the Kent farm, if you see a cow, point that bitch out to me.
Okay.
No cows.
They couldn't even CGI it yet. But you had a multi-million-dollar budget. We all know what's on the Kent farm. We all been on farms.
We growing soybeans. We soybean farmers.
Oh God. Okay. But no, no real any thoughts. Just thank you for letting me come up as usual and spending some time with fellow geek people. It's appreciated.
No problem. I'm glad that you were able to come up because I told you I did wake up thinking about that shit. Starting the stream like, Malika ain't got to be on the stream. And stars aligned. You were off work and you had time. So nothing. My pleasure. My pleasure. Be especially right before your birthday too. That's like divine intervention right there. You got to get your geek on. And co-host the stream before your birthday. So
well, thank you, Jules Winfield, with the divine intervention.
Divine intervention.
I guess we got to take this. I guess we got to take this fucking briefcase back to Marcellus Wallace before he comes and kills us and shit.
I can't give you this because it don't belong to me.
You're really getting out of the business. Yeah.
Maybe I'm just going to walk the earth. Walk the earth? No, you deciding to be a bum.
No, Vincent. I'm just going to get in adventures. You know, walk the earth like Cain.
No, you just supposed to be a bum, Julius. Without job or legal tender.
Legal tender.
Be a bum. You can be a bum. Just a fucking bum.
No, Julius. No, Vincent. I'm just going to be Jules.
I'll just be Jules.
Remember, I got to go take a shit. We're going to continue this talk afterwards.
Mm-hmm. What did he say? So Beastly said, happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
What did Ray Hama say? We going down, Fallout Boy. Yeah, I like Fallout Boy.
Yeah.
That's my son's ad. I told you, my kids can teach me a lot of shit. I learn a lot from my kids. They bring me movies. They bring me music and shit. Me and my son was talking about this rapper he shared with me. Because my son will listen to anybody rap. It don't matter your color. He'll listen and grade your critique, and then he'll pass that shit off to me. He says, Dad, what you think? Like, they all right. I like this here. They could have did a little bit more in this part. It is what it is. I told you. Like I told y'all before, if they wasn't my kids, I want to be their fucking friends. They're cool as shit. They are cool as shit. They'd have to be some of my besties. Now letting your ass get in the way in this lifetime, motherfucker. You can't even make movies about losing virginity like losing it. It'd be considered toxic today. Hell yeah. Losing it? Come on, man. You can't even get a Porky's movie. As much sex as they want to throw on the screen nowadays, you couldn't get a movie like a Porky's. They ain't remaking that shit anytime soon. Don't worry about it. Ball Bricker? Come on, bro.
God.
Really? That's most of the people that don't want to make these movies now. Dude who played Guy Gardner Nathan Fillion is hilarious. That's why nobody was worried about Guy Gardner sucking.
No.
Nobody. Because Nathan Fillion got that. He wrapped that up. If you thought Ryan Reynolds was a lock for playing Deadpool, Nathan Fillion was a lock for playing Guy Gardner. It was fine. You're not worried about it. It's like, oh, he'll be good. That's why everybody talking about Mr. Terrific. Guy Gardner was done, dude. Nathan Fillion, already done, man. Anyway, the rest of the characters in this movie, this one is wrapped up. Ray Hama said, oh, shit, happy birthday, Malika Me Bang.
Thank you, sir.
Ray Hama, he's getting old from the action movies, though. What are you talking about, Nathan Fillion? Shit, it's mostly CG now. He like he in a fight scene. I want to see him in the Guardians, not the Guardians, but the Green Lantern show.
Yeah,
not because they said he's going to be cussing a lot more. I just want to see the performance. I don't care about the cursing. I can curse myself. It's like seeing it's got a naked woman in the show. I've seen naked women, dude. That's not a draw for me.
Exactly.
It's fine. Show me some shit I haven't seen before, then I'll be interested. I never want to see Lex Luthor ever again, James Gunn. Ray. We ain't gonna ruin any more for Malika. Ray, I'm half and half on that one. Yeah, it's good and bad shit, y'all. It's just good and bad shit. Porky's, they call her Lassie. Just go get her in the locker room. You find out. Kim Cattrall. Cattrall. This is the reasons why we love Kim Cattrall. She wasn't a star because she got on Sex in the City, motherfucker. Kim Cattrall was a star way before that shit, and we loved her. I just didn't watch Sex in the City. I didn't give a shit. Because what's her name? The lead actress in that shit was not a hottie.
No.
Never. was a hottie. She surrounded herself with a couple of people that were hot. She wasn't the one. Horsemouth was never that damn cute to me. And I've been watching her since she was a young actress. Never was hot.
She was a brat packer too.
No, she wasn't a brat packer. She was around on the periphery of that group.
That's what I'm saying.
She wasn't one of those people in that group.
She wasn't a part of the center of
she was the tail end of that shit.
Yes.
She's been around for a while, but she ain't been hot. She's a good actress, but she ain't been hot. That's why I say they be overglazing some of these white chicks. But she's hot. No, the fuck she not. She is as regular as oatmeal, nigga, without sugar in it. And I'm not talking about maple and brown sugar. I'm talking about in the container Quaker oat, nigga. Like they just got it out the field and put it in there and sent it to you. That's regular.
Because later on, from the 90s on up, that's when she really started playing kind of the hot chickish roles. Because back in the 80s, she always played the nerdy chick.
She was somebody's friend.
Yes.
She was somebody's friend, but she aged up to the point where they just figured, well, we got to put somebody in this role now. You've been around long enough. They just decided to push her in that way. Happy birthday, Malika. I will do something inappropriate at midget wrestling in honor of this week, sir.
Oh,
Rainfire, you be into some shit, bro. You really be into some different shit. I don't know what go on in your part of the country, but you be finding some interesting shit to get into. What did you doing at the midget wrestling?
If it was female midget mud wrestling, I'd have been like, all right, you were straight.
Artie Hitmore. You and him can get down to midget wrestling. Put money on you. Is it like a cockfight? Because it's midgets. Can you bet on it? Like a little cockfight? I don't know. Maybe it's two midget chicks in there slapping the shit out of each other. I don't fucking know. Like little people had their big worlds, man. It's a big world. I'll leave them to it.
Exactly.
Hobbit fights. You're in Hobbiton. On this side. I'm sorry, Mr. Matt. I was closing it out. I saw you in the back, but I was closing it out. That's why I didn't bring you.
Shit. Excuse me.
Let Malika finish it up. He said his piece. You good? You happy, man?
Yes, sir.
You feel respected and appreciated? I don't believe in giving men flowers, so I'm not doing that. But I will.
You feel respected and appreciated. Like, damn, what was this supposed like? I was supposed to be getting an Academy Award and acceptance speech. Damn, we just having fun.
Yeah, you turning 54. I might not see you tomorrow.
Okay.
You know, I ain't gonna see you on your birthday. But I appreciate you. I did come to Philly twice.
Oh, thank you.
Mad that I couldn't hang out with Malika. I didn't have time to hang out with Malika. That fucked me up. Like I gotta take a whole special trip to come back and hang out with this nigga. Like, and I was over in Malvern. You know where the hell that
Malvern,
is?
PV. Yeah, that's about an hour or two away.
Yeah, that was a ways. It's like, God damn, we was out in the middle of nowhere, nigga.
You know what it is, though, dude. It's timing because we grown men. We're doing grown man shit.
Mm-hmm.
Life, but it's not like we can't meet up. It's just timing and what we got to do and things got to happen. And plus, your time is limited. And my thing is like, if you were coming to Philly, like you said, you had the cheesesteak. First of all, I would have cooked you a cheesesteak. That'd have been better. You know what I mean? Because that'd have been like if I went to if I came and I met you and I met Rosie, I said, you know what? I want some actual Mexican stuff, and I went to this corner place and I said, this place tastes like shit, and y'all would have looked at me like, what, nigga?
Nah, bro.
And if you took me to or if like Rosie made me something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh yeah, like I mean, I would have taken you to a place. So I said, I could take you to a couple places that's like
according to Rosie, she really throw down too. Yeah. According to Rosie, she could throw down. I'm like, shit. Let me find out.
I'd have been like, all right, I gotta call my bank, and you'd be like, we gotta call your bank for because I gotta have them deposit some money because I'm gonna marry this Mexican American woman right here. We might not be able to have kids, but I'm marrying her ass.
Well, that just means you get to have fun longer.
Exactly. I said no, because we can't
Just eliminated a lot of excuses. Like, well, you can't use the kids as an excuse.
No, I mean we can't make the ethnic geeky geniuses of the world anymore. I'm like, shit. You can't make no Blaxican geniuses. Damn.
Blaxican genius. I need a Blaxican genius. We need this in the world. We're missing something, and I have the ingredients right here in my box.
Attractive, smart, and geeky.
Right.
Man. With her looks, my looks, and both of our brains, we can't lose.
See how that worked out. But no, I was kind of disappointed. I didn't have actually more time in Philly for the days that I was there. They had our schedule locked because it's a work thing, so that's why it happened that way. And one of my teammates is going back to PA this week. I'm like, they didn't want to bring us back again anyway.
And I wanted to take you around to like the different spots of Philly. Like if you came here, I would take you like to the comic spot that's like not too far from me, where a brother and his wife opened it up, right?
Mm-hmm.
And every time I talk to his wife and when I talk to him, it's a nice thing. And the funny thing, they put this freaking comic book store in the bougie area where I live at, and they're doing well. But the marketing is smart. They have tween and teenage books in the front, but comics and graphic novels and role-playing games in the back.
Yeah, the more adult stuff in the back. So you don't have all the pissed off weirdos standing in front scaring the kids out of the place.
But it's in a bougie area called Chestnut Hill in Philadelphia.
Okay.
And it's where like a lot of rich people and well-off people live at. When you come down to where I live at, that's where the more working class people live at, right? So it's great. I would take you up to, it was funny, to a comic book place that I've been going to for years called Brave New Worlds. And I would taking you downtown to different comic spots. I took you to South Street. I would have taken you to Manayunk, where they have a comic spot at. Manayunk is a nice place. They have a lot of open eatery stuff. You would like that spot because it has like a lot of different foods, different area. It would be like a little corner area where it would be in your area of the town. A lot of nice women, You're an international lover, so you got a lot of white women, Asian women, Latin women there that walk around here. So hey,
women is women.
So, and especially around this time, the summer.
Accent, different place, but women is women, and I like women.
I would have taken you to see the Rocky statue.
Proud lesbian.
Yeah, I would have shown you around like different parts of Philly. I would have shown you the fucked up parts of Philly. It's time. Like for me, when I want to go to you, I'm like, show me around. Show me around the Yay area. Show me around the cool spot.
That's definitely you come to the Bay Area, you got to hit certain spots so you've actually been in the Bay Area. You can do the tourist shit on somebody else's tour. If you're going around to live here, they don't need to. You don't need to do the touristy shit.
And for us, like for us geeks, like I'm like, yeah, show me where the old spot is at. Show me where the old store is at, dude. Now I just want to take a picture of it, but then show me like different stuff. I want to meet, and I'm gonna meet your crew. I want to meet Joe Herb and everybody if I can, and and then see how the way things are. If I can meet Rosie, I'm like, hey, how you doing?
But Rosie's in LA. She's not even up here in the Bay Area. She's in SoCal. She's in Southern California.
Oh, that's a whole nother trip in itself.
Yeah, so Southern Cal, you have to go to Southern Cal to meet BGS and Rosie and Art Newstle and stuff like that. They all in SoCal. Dr. T is down that way because he's in Fresno. So that's like,
if I went up there, I know
8-hour drive.
I know Dr. T would cuss me out if I made that way. And I'm like, he's like, what? You didn't see him? Because I would have to see him, man.
Just a regular drive to go from the Bay to Fresno. You can take that drive, but that's a weekend thing. You don't do that shit during the week. Like, why?
If I'm visiting you, when I visit you, that's a whole week. That's a week in and of itself. And you're just going to have to bear with me because my pool skills suck. And you're going to be like, be careful, yo. He's a virgin to the table.
Why would I abuse you? Look, I'm not playing
Because
competitive.
you're my friend and you would fuck with me like that. That's
The only person I would actually want to abuse a little bit is Arta Idmore because he's my friend and he talks shit about playing before. So that's the only person I would actually want to abuse on the table just because he was talking shit before. Like, I'm a silent killer, boy. This is Agent 47.
I'd be like, brother, teach me. I played
This is
pool,
Agent
but,
47 on the table, man.
There you
I
go.
just polished some people off this week. We finished our last game for the season for our summer session, and I played a dude I played a couple of times, Riley. And Riley is a good player, but he dropped down because he lost games, so he dropped down in skill level. I'm like, Riley is not a 3; he's a 4.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking, they dropped him down to a 3, so that means he needs less points to win a game than I do. And these motherfuckers was doing something sneaky. This team was doing something sneaky to where they wasn't letting me get my warm-up time in. I don't like to warm up with people. I warm up without people because I get up to my pace. I get up to my speed, how quickly I'm seeing shots, how quickly I move to shots, what I shoot, how I shoot, right? And make sure I'm getting everything dialed in. These motherfuckers want to play and act like they playing a game with me and take time and waste time and shit like that while I'm trying to warm up. Well, you never warm up like that. It's like being in a gym. I'm going to do my warm up. Okay, let me warm up with you. All right. Your turn. 10 minutes on the bench. Wait for them to go. Like, oh my fucking God, dude, I can never get warmed up like this. You're going to take 5 minutes between each set to fuck around. Okay. Okay, it's not right. I'll be cooled off by the time you finally got your first set in. No. So that's what it is. They was keeping me from doing that. So when I got on the table, I was angry. I got a little bit of a warm up and then I was playing him and I was angry. And I was making some shit that was just embarrassing.
Oh.
Not to me, to him. It was embarrassing to him.
So it's a little payback.
I wasn't doing it intentionally as payback. It's just once I finally got warmed up, I was hot.
There you go.
And I was ready to go. I got a little bit of warm up, like five minutes or so on another table to warm up. And I was making some ridiculously good shots on that table. And then I went to this table and played this game against him, and he was not ready, man.
Okay.
Not ready. Shit was dropping. Shit was dropping and going down. And people in the bar was stopping and looking. Music loud, they stopping to look. Trying to touch me and talk to me and ask me, man, is this a league? Stop fucking talking to me. I'm playing. Give a fuck about nothing else going on here, man. I'm in the zone. Anybody who's seen F1 and understand what he talked about when he's just on the road and everything goes silent and he's just driving, that's what it was. I was just driving, nigga. I was not paying attention to the TV, the loud ass music, these motherfuckers drunk talking, people. I was in the game. I was in the zone and I was on his ass. That shit
that's when you could tell a person who's really into their craft. Like you said, that's the point when you like, if you're getting in the zone. You were like Bruce Lee said, it's like a finger pointing to the moon.
Mm-hmm. You don't look at the
so that was great.
Yeah,
I'm glad that you had that, because at times you say you be coming from work and you gotta be on call, and and when you come home, for us unwinding is geek shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't even have, and you want to watch something, you just don't have it. But then at least if you go to play pool, that's making you really stay focused, and that shit that you like, and the shit that you're good at.
I was staying focused on that. I was tired. And I was staying focused so I can get through that game because I didn't want to end the season that way with a loss. And I didn't. I won.
There you go.
Right. And it's not all about winning, but one of the things in the back of my mind, I had told you guys that I didn't want to take no losses this season because the last season was bullshit to me. Playing 9-ball. And here's how funny this shit got, and then I'm gonna shut the shit off after this. The team that we're playing against, which ends up being our competition in 9-ball every season, right? That's the team that we were playing against last. It's two teams. It's this team and another team that ends up being our real competition. Kind of pretty evenly matched, but they stack more on their side with higher ranked players, right? This team kind of sandbags a little bit. Right, people dropping down who are really good, but they drop down and they lose enough games to drop down in level so they can play at this lower level and catch a lot of easy wins, right? Well, they picked up another player on their team in the couple of weeks since we played them last.
Okay.
The person that they picked up on their team is my team captain from my 8-ball team. He's on their team now. Oh, he hasn't got to see me play 9-ball. He hasn't seen me play 9-ball because he's never there, right? So now he was there that night playing on their team for the first time, and he got to see me play 9-ball. Different thing, completely different complexion on his fucking face. Because on my 8-ball team, he may think I'm the weakest link. Because he'll tell me shit like, oh, just keep practicing. Nigga, what? I'm the only one winning on this goddamn team. But okay, whatever, fuck. He might see it like that. He saw me playing 9-ball. I was devouring that nigga. I was devouring that nigga. I was running. One game, I 9-balled on the break on his ass after winning the game and making the 9-ball on a long cut. That next rack, 9-ball break, rack that shit again. There was some shit going on in that game that could be embarrassing. Could seem like I was doing that shit to take it out on this dude personally. It wasn't personal. It was about that goddamn game. And he was getting to see that. He doesn't see that from me all the time in 8-ball, because in 8-ball, you got a lot of other stuff going on, right? You got other balls in the way, turn system or whatever. Completely different. 9-ball is what I call individual achievement. There's no way to hide that even on a team. You either can shoot well or you cannot. And when it's just those 9 balls on the table and y'all taking turns on those 9 balls, what you miss, how you play is completely shown right out there in the open. If you have cue control, it shows. If you know how to play your angles, it shows. If you know how to bank and kick stuff in the pocket and ricochet, make some other shit to win, it shows. And if you don't know how to do any of that shit, it fucking shows really quickly. It's not masked by anything. There is no hiding. So when you make some unbelievable shot, it's believable because you just fucking made it. And you had to line up and shoot that one. There was no luck factor, really. Luck is reduced. You got to play because you don't have time to be fucking around, especially with somebody who can play. So he was getting to see some of that shit. And he only sees me play 8-ball. He only sees me play 8-ball with him. Now he jumped over to the 9-ball side. Okay, well, you on that team now, so I will try to take your head off just like the other motherfuckers over there. I will try to do the same thing. It is a race. It's not a trot, nigga. So it is what it is. My 9-ball team that I'm on now is going to Vegas to play because we won this shit the season before this one. Okay, you can jump over here if you want to, but I'm not going easy on you. This might be the only time we actually play against each other. So we'll see what happens next season because the summer session is over. So the next one's going to be the fall. So we'll see what happens in the fall. But it ain't going to be a lot of lag time between playing in this and playing in that because our summer session goes right to playoffs next week, or maybe the week after Vegas, because Vegas is on the 11th, and we're going to Vegas. So it's coming quick. It's not going to be a lot of lead time. It's going to be games for games for games, and I'm showing up.
That's cool.
It's fun for me because it's something I like doing. Something I like doing.
It's supposed to be fun.
It's supposed to be fun.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be fun. It's fun and it's challenging at the same time.
And it's healthy competition for you too.
Oh yeah, yeah. Look.
And can I say something? You know what is great though, man?
What's
when
that?
you're good at something, and you know you're good at it,
Mm-hmm.
and you show the competence and proficiency in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even where I'm playing now, because I haven't jumped up hella high in the rankings and stuff like that, because I'll take losses here and there from fucking up. And it's just me, it's me fucking up, right? I still tell them I'm trying to get back to where I was. This is not where I was. Even still.
Did your mom know that you played pool?
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody in your
that I developed on my own. It's more of an outshoot of having my foster mother than my actual mother.
Okay.
My family knows I play. They know I play good just from hearing about it, but they have not seen me play. And one of the things I'm thinking about right now is how to get my father to Vegas to see this tournament and see me play, because he has never seen me play. Never.
Your brother seen you play? Has your brother seen you play?
My brother might have seen me play at the community center that I worked at, because his grandmother ran that building.
Okay.
So he might have seen me play there. But he knows I play, how much I love playing, right? It's my brother. But actually being on the table with me and playing, maybe when we went on vacation somewhere, we played pool, fucking around, but not seriously competitively.
Okay. But I mean, even like, all right, even if you know somebody that you're fucking around and seeing, when they see you in action, it's like, oh, damn.
Yeah. Then it's like, holy shit, this is real all of a sudden. This motherfucker.
But like, even you playing around, like,
mm-hmm.
And you could just, like how we talking now, right? And as soon as you put the cue down and, click, 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 you're like.
That's my son. When I played at my son's house in his garage, that's what that.
I was about to ask you about that one.
That's what that shit was. That was his friends understanding how good I am at something else.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the one or two things they know about, but this other thing too. Like, god damn, who is this fucking dude?
Mm-hmm.
Yo, dad, man, what's up with your pops? Because his friends, and mind you, my son brought this on himself. I'm just playing around and having fun.
Mm-hmm.
He brought it on himself. He bought a pool. He bought a house, and he bought a pool table and put it in the garage and said something about whooping my ass. The person I taught how to play pool said something like that. And then when I showed up, I'm not thinking shit about that. I'm happy to see my son, happy to see grandbaby and the family. I'm not thinking nothing about that. But he want to come tapping me on the shoulder like, come on. What? Play pool. Like, really? Oh, you want that ass whooping? All right, son. All right. If this is what you want to do, this is what we can do. He wasn't afraid. He called me in there to the garage to shoot pool on his table, and I beat his ass and all his friends. People were showing up like, damn, he playing good. I want to get on the table with him. They wanted some. They got some. Everybody got a slice of in a serving. And my son kept coming back, and I was proud of him. Like, he's like, nope, he's getting tired. I can get him when he gets tired. He was not quitting. He knew he wasn't quitting. I only got to beat you once. You're right, son. That's all it takes. You only got to win one time. That's all you need. You just need that one dub. What's that?
That's that McFadden energy.
Yeah, that Mick energy was in him, boy. It was coming up. Nope. Let me keep going. You want another one? Hell yeah, let's go. Like he was not quitting. I was like, I love that. It's my boy.
And that's
Yeah,
and that's
keep
what you
coming.
and that's
Keep
like how
coming.
you that's where you have the understanding of like masculine energy that
Mhm.
it teaches you to be competitive. Not
Mhm.
competitive that you want to overtake somebody, but it's like, well, think about it. He's asking you to come to the table because he wants you to play. But deep down inside him, he's seen that my father was good at something all these years.
Mhm.
I want to see if I can beat him. It's always that. Let me see if I can get him. And then you're like, you sure you want that ass whooping?
Look, he was there. Ford was there. Ex-wifey was there. Ford's wife was there. Everybody saw me serving up plates for motherfuckers.
Yep. And they knew
Serving up
that you was
pie.
cooking before.
Yeah.
They
Serving
knew
up
that you cooked.
pie. Ex-wifey came in there and like, oh, you in here beating everybody again? It's like,
It is what it
she
is.
know I play. She knows.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just doing me, man. you know me. It's a pool table around here. I'm gonna be on that bitch. I'm just doing me. Like, all right. It's probably had her little tingles again.
But that's the beautiful thing that we can say as men. Remember, like how you said earlier today about feeling good and feeling this. Yes, when you like just that, something that you're good at, right?
Mhm.
Um, like, okay, my aunt, like when we talked about my aunt, my mom, and myself, we talked about cross, right?
Mhm.
And in the first two episodes, I was saying, oh, there's Easter eggs, there's breadcrumbs here. And my aunt and my mom were like, well, what are you talking about? And my aunt sucked the teeth. You know he gonna know all about that shit.
Don't
But
be
they're not making fun of me.
Mhm.
They know how the way I am because of movies. And like my aunt said, who's that person there? I said, oh, such and such, such and such. Remember they were in the movie 1973? We went to go see that when I was a kid. And she looks at me, right? And she said, you know, I don't know all that shit. You know that stuff. But my aunt will say, what was that actress? And I said, she's like, yeah. Malika know that. And but them two had to go back. Matter of fact, I had went to work, right? My aunt and my mom sat down together in my house, turned on Amazon Prime in my crib when I was
Turned
away
on
at work,
my TV. Turned on my TV.
and watched the shit and came back to me and said, yeah, y'all picked that up. Yeah, you picked that up. And my mom had like how you saw Sinners like 20 million times. My mom watched the first season of Cross 20 million times. And she would pick stuff up and she would say, you know, and this, and I said, yeah, that. I said, yeah. But when you're good at something and you show proficiency in it, that's what makes you stand out. That's the view. But the problematic thing for us black men, we're not praised for that. Not unless if it's athletics or anything, but like we're not praised for
You're
just
not
being good at something.
no, you're not really praised for your proficiency at anything other than fucking. And if it's that person.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And it's
that's
just
the
for
only
that
thing
moment because
that's the only, and it's just for that moment because that's the only thing that some people value. That's why your value in yourself should never be based on just what people can get from you, not based on what a woman desires from you. That can't be.
i.e.
That can't
i.e.
be.
James Gunn Superman.
Yeah, that can always be taken from you
Yeah.
if you don't understand your own inherent value for who you are, why you are who you are, and what is the awesome parts about you, what's the shitty parts about you. You will always be subject to somebody else telling you who you are and not you being able to exemplify who you are. So they learn it.
And that's the title of your show, The Hero's Journey.
You are the hero of your journey. You have to realize that. And necessarily, the hero don't need anybody else to tell him who the fuck he is.
Exactly.
You learn who you are because you're the one going through your trials and your tribulations and your fall downs and your pickups. You are. It's you. So let them figure it out. You know who you are.
It's your shit.
I remember my boy Jay was all depressed at one time about some shit. And I had a talk with him out in the street in front of the comic shop. And he was talking about what he was depressed about. And that was what I told him. I said, you know who the hell you are. What are you depressed about? Oh, I'm not these things. Who gives a fuck about all of that? Can't nobody tell you who you are but you. Nobody is living your life but you. Nobody is taking up any space inside your head but you. Long as you are in alignment with who the fuck you are, it don't matter what everybody else think or say. I don't want to hear no more of this depressed shit. Because that's not you. That's not the you I know. I don't want to hear that shit. Stop it. Let that shit go. The person I know, if you want somebody's opinion on this shit, is not this. So who you want to listen to? These motherfuckers that don't know you and don't like you? Or me? But I'm always a little bit more, seeing a little bit more in people than what they see in themselves.
That's a gift. And, Mike, I remember I had one time I was going through something. I said, do I want to put this here? And you popped in my head and you were like, why are you worried about what these motherfuckers think, man? Do that. Be you. Be
That's
fucking you.
That's all
And I said, Artisan would be right. I said, damn. And that's a good thing, because if you have a good friend that's always going to push you, man, get the fuck out of it. Be you. And if this person don't like it, fuck it.
Well, that's the thing. The reason I say that to people is because I had to learn to be that for myself.
Yep.
I had to learn to be that for myself. Like they say about Gen X's, you had to learn to be the hero that you wish came to save you.
Yep.
You had to learn how to be that person yourself, because nobody was. Nobody gave a fuck.
There were 2 points since I known you where I saw that you really got happy. Well, 3. This new gig that you got, you really got happy because it was better. You really started to expand and really get into showing your talents. Secondly, when you moved into your apartment, and I remember when you were talking about this, and I could see the smile on your face, and you talked about moving because it felt good to get back and moving into something. People said, well, damn, act like he just moved it. Well, the man, you don't know his history.
Yeah, I talk about that shit. People think I bought a house. Listen, I ain't bought no damn house. I just moved into an apartment. It's like, really? Just moved into an apartment? You don't understand.
But they didn't know the history. And then you start breaking it down for people, and people were typing in, oh, I didn't understand. Then when you went to your storage place and you start taking out all your stuff, and when you start talking about stuff and start talking and realizing it's not just a bunch of shit and stuff, it's a lot of nostalgia. But then you really started showing the versatility. Now, it was just, I could hone in and recognize and understand because we have the same taste. But then you're showing, like before you started showing it to people, you were showing it to me and other people, like pictures, like, I'm like, oh my God, I said, damn, you really started putting, I said, yeah, put them books on the shelf, but then you really started putting books on the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start showing, like, the artwork that you have. I'm like, nigga, put that on the wall. Frame for that. And I'm like, and you start saying, like, you got like statues. I'm like, nigga, put that shit up.
I got a box of statues, smaller statues, bust, sitting next to my coffee table with the pictures that I showed you guys still, because I have not had enough time to go and do this shit. I have to buy the stuff and put them up. I just haven't. I could have a bunch of shit lining my walls and stuff.
I challenge you, my
I
friend.
don't do that, but the stuff that I have put up in my living room, my statues, my Blade, my Vampire Hunter D, my Spawn statues, my Black Panther statues. Oh yeah, those are up in the rest of the house, nigga. I don't have them in one room. This is the house. Like my scorpion tapestry that I have in the hallway. This is the house. This is not a one room situation for me.
No, and I'm not, and I'm saying, but that's what I mean, like when you just show me that. But remember, you said this, but also Bishop T.D. Jakes said this too. You can tell a lot about a person by the books that they have in their library.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, it's not just us like, oh, y'all got a lot of graphic novels or a lot of other stuff. But then, like, even if the books are minimal, because I got rid of a lot of books, but I kept certain other books, and it's like, oh, when now you were talking stuff was like, yeah, I remember this and remember that. And I would, you know, like one time when we talked about Shakespeare and we were saying Othello, and somebody looked at me, he's like, what you know about Othello? I said, no, I just didn't read that shit in high school as it was
More
mandatory when you
than the name.
yeah, you know, and not just because he was a black guy. I said, no, I mean, but when you start showing depth, versatility, things that you like, you know, when we start saying like, you know, oh Thor, I said, yeah, but I like Shango better. And they'd be like, huh, what are you talking about? And you
Yeah,
show me the book of the
Shango.
Orishas, you know.
Shango, yeah, you're right. That's right. Exactly. Go look it up.
But then when you start showing what fucked me up was, man, you start showing all the Doom books. Then you start showing all the Doom DVDs and the Doom VHS. I said, my man. I said, there you go. I said, all right. Children of Doom.
It shows that like I
Dedication.
said, shit is coming out of my head. It's not something that I just had to watch a YouTube video and hear somebody else talk about, check the Wikipedia and shit like that on. No, it's actually stuff I actually have tactile knowledge with and about.
I remember when I went back to school, it was this white kid. He was in the comics, and we were talking about Captain America. And he said, well, Captain America said, Captain America created in 1942 by Jack Kirby and Bill Finger. He says, no, I said, really? And I looked at him. I said, really? He said, I'm old enough to be your father. I said, look it up on Google. I said, I didn't have Google back in the day. I'm not Wikipedia. I don't have it in my hand. I said, Bill Finger, Jack Kirby, 1942. And he goes on his computer and he's like, oh, yeah, you're right, Malika. I said, really? And like a couple of girls around him were laughing. I'm like, really? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, like, I don't know my shit, right? I was like, come on, man. No, but I was just like, no. But I said, why is it that you have to be right that you couldn't take my advice?
That's one of the things. This is what's a defining feature of millennials for me, because that's what Ford would do. You tell Ford something, he don't believe you. He want to look it up on Wikipedia and argue you from Wikipedia about what you know and experience and what things mean when you actually live through it.
Exactly. Like, excuse me, motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
And that's why I had to tell him at times. I think Herb has been in the shop when I had to do this shit. Said, look, man, if I didn't know you, I want to punch you in your fucking face. If I didn't know you and have not known you as long as I have since he was 5, I want to punch him in his goddamn face because that's just irritating. That is just fucking irritating. It's like, this is why I tell Black Bane not to be having these arguments online with people, because this is the pool of morons he's fucking dealing with. And Ford is not a moron. He's just a millennial.
Yeah.
White boy millennial. So if he's standard, he's standard.
He said if he's standard, he's standard.
Standard, he's standard. This is what you're dealing with. Like, the only difference is I've known him longer. I've seen him turn into this. Like, holy shit. Bruh.
And like he did, and but then like you're telling them like, really? No.
Yeah.
I grew up with you. You grew up around me. I've been in comics longer than you've been alive. Come on.
We argue characters, we argue politics, we argue what things actually mean. And I'm serious. It really was like, if I didn't know you, I want to hit your ass. I really want to hit your ass right now. Because you just won't shut up, and you wrong as the day is long.
Exactly.
There's no way in hell you can argue with me on this point. But he's gonna try. He's gonna do it. Regardless. It don't matter. Whatever. Don't worry, Mike. I'm sure you will come out with the 3D scanner cloning machine. We can make it all. No, I want my boiling bag baby. BGS know what I'm talking about. I need my artificial womb so I can skeet in the bag and make that shit like a boiling bag baby. Skeet in the bag, cook that shit up in an easy bake, and then get what's her name? What was the doctor that he had? The chick that was into the biology stuff. She just had a baby not too long ago.
What's her name? I thought about her too. What's her name?
Yeah, her. She was the one who told me about that shit. Nicole. Right. She was the one who told me, was telling all of us about that cloning technology and how easy it is to make one of them, get one of them CRISPRs and shit. It's like it's cheap as hell. Really? That shouldn't even be legal to buy. You could buy that for like 150. Yeah, with samples and everything. Like what?
And we was joking, CRISPR babies. We was like,
yeah, it's like, man, that's why I call him my boiling bag baby. I was like, man, just give me an artificial womb and I'll take care of the rest. Because I got some ideas for a super being. Like, and I already tried my DNA out twice. It looks pretty sturdy, man. So I think I can get another one of those, a little bit of this and a little dash of that, and I'm calling myself God. Mix me up a boiling bag baby out of the easy bake, and we're gonna see what we get. Just saying, that's the only way I can do it without having the mama to deal with.
A minute rice me bang baby.
Microwave baby. Microwave baby.
A mini me.
No muss, no fuss. Yeah. Just us. No muss, no fuss, just us. Anyway, let me go ahead and get out of here. That's 7 hours. They got another hour out of me with me and you bullshitting.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, Mike. You too. Happy birthday. Enjoy the movie when you go watch it. And, you know, if you want to come back and vent, get it off your chest, there is a safe space. There's a safe space for you online. You can, you can come. Just, you know, hit my phone. I said, I'm here, Malika. I got you. We'll get you an hour. Get you some time on Artisan's.
The churches.
Yeah, you can open the church doors. We can come sit in the pews, and we can talk in front of God and the world about what the hell is wrong.
Benediction.
Get that off so you can get it off your chest. We don't want you to hold that in. We want you to release it and let that, you know, irritation free. If it bubbles up, you might love it and not have a problem whatsoever.
I don't know. All right, brother.
Go see it. And if you don't go see it, if you think differently of going to see that one, go see F1 instead.
Yeah, I think I probably they got F1 on
it's on Apple right now or something like that. Yeah, okay. So you don't have to go to the theater to see F1. It looks better in the theater, but
I'm going to see a bunch of shit on my vacation, man. Either theater or in the comfort of my den or my living room. So hey.
Look, I got 2 weeks, maybe 1-2 weeks till I'm off for a week because I took that whole week of August off for that pool tournament.
Mm-hmm.
We only playing 2 days. I took that whole week off. I'm in Vegas for a whole week.
There you go.
I'm gonna be 4 kinds of drunk.
4 kinds of drunk.
I'm gonna have a good time in Vegas. I'm telling you that right now.
I'm gonna be 4 kinds of drunk.
The hotel is already taken care of.
Okay.
My league operator was lagging on what they were doing with the hotels and shit. I got my own room. I'm up. Hopefully, I got a high floor, which I wanted. I'm gonna be looking down on the strip. I'm gonna be drinking.
What's the hotel?
A good time. I ain't telling because I want no weirdos showing up.
All right, my
but
bad.
I will take pictures. I will
Okay.
take pictures. I go to Vegas on Monday morning. I will be in Vegas that afternoon. So right after that stream, I will be in Vegas on that Monday, and I will be there all week.
There you go.
I ain't coming back till Saturday. So
I know you can't wait, man.
yeah, look at Rosie talking about, hey, I'll be in Vegas as well. Don't get fucked up. Don't get fucked up. I just told everybody I'm going to be drinking. Like it's a birthday weekend, so I might have the Sinatra on selected.
Okay.
Don't know, but it's Vegas. I like hanging out in Vegas.
I haven't been in Vegas in a minute, man.
I like hanging out in Vegas, and I don't gamble at all. I'm a broke nigga. I don't have money to be throwing away. I don't have money to be gambling like that. No. Got to be pragmatic.
I have fun.
I can waste some money, but I ain't giving it away. Fuck. I can waste it, but I ain't giving it away. I can lose it, but I ain't giving it away. Fuck you.
I'd be fun. We could roll, but I don't drink. So I'd be like, okay.
That's fine. I don't drink all the time either. That's the thing. I'm saying I can be 4 ways from drunk right now. I may show up in Vegas and not feel like drinking at all because it'll mess up my fucking pool game. Because I don't drink while I'm shooting. So I could say that now and never have a drink the whole time I'm there because I plan on shooting pool every day. That's how long the tournament is going on. That shit will have started before I got there and will not finish up until I'm gone. My team is there for 2 days, the 12th and the 13th. I'm showing up on the 11th. I'll be playing. I will already be playing a day before they fucking get there. No, I'm down. That's the warm-up because you can win money. Win money. Fuck them. I just want to play. Like I told y'all before, I want to play in this tournament so I see where I rank, nigga. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. I just want to see out the list of this 2,000 people where Artisan fall in the list of 2,000.
There you go.
Because I don't think I'm going to be 2,000. I can tell you that much.
But at the same time,
I'm going to be 2,000.
You playing yourself too.
You always playing yourself. You playing yourself in the table. Always. The other person is just another obstacle, like other balls in the way. Just another obstacle. And they just, in a random number generator sense, they keep reshuffling the deck every time you shoot. So the plan you thought you had has now just got rejiggered. So you have to think of a new plan for that. If you get good enough, you start thinking ahead of what they will do. So then you already go to your contingency plan for whatever they have just done that was messing up the original plan that you had. You already had a plan for that. It is mental chess.
Yep.
With balls and sticks.
You just explain how the way Batman thinks at times.
That's why prep time will get anybody.
Yep. That's why you're coming a day ahead. You know what I call that? Doing the shit that the other guy wouldn't do.
Yep. Kobe Bryant talked about it too. But he talked about it differently in the sense that why he practiced so much. He said, because most of these dudes are asleep at this time.
Exactly.
And if I put in twice as much time as them, I'm going to be twice as better. So while they fucking around and having a good time, I'm still out there in the gym already. I already got hours in above them.
Yep.
Already. I got time banked against them already. If he was to kind of slack off, he could slack off for a day and still be ahead of them.
Yep.
Because they didn't have his work ethic. But he
had
did. That was the problem.
Iverson talked about that because Iverson said, despite what people think, he said, you know, a lot of us basketball players, we're still friends. Kobe Bryant picks him up at the airport because the Sixers are going to play Lakers. And there's a party going on. Kobe drops him off at the hotel, and Iverson thinks he's coming. He said, you ain't coming? He says, no, man, I got to go to the gym. I got to go work out. I said, work out for what? You know, I got a basketball game in a couple of days. And I got to play against this team called 76ers. So, you know, I got to get on my game. And like, he's being sarcastic. But then he looks at him and he drives off, and like he's going there. So that was a little bit of a psychological warfare playing with him, but he was like, no, he said Kobe was serious. He said, now they beat us later on that day, but I understood his hard work ethic. He said, you know, we can party afterwards, but he said, no, we cool. You my friend, but I'm gonna beat your ass when we're gonna play.
Because when you hit that court, you were not my fucking friend. You're my opponent. You're my opponent.
Yep. And that's one thing where you have to learn if you're a man that you're there to work. You have to be competitive. That helps make you be better, not just a better person. You know, you never sleep. It's never like you can never say I'm but no. Until they put you in the grave or your ashes in the urn, that's when they say that.
Yeah, you quit. My buddy Raj told me that, and it was one of the smartest things he said, which was, you quit when you're dead. That's when you get to quit trying to level up, improve yourself, and stuff like that. You quit when you're dead. That's the only time you can quit, because it's not up to you at that point.
What did Wade Garrett tell Doc and what's the name? Remember she said to him, "Aren't you tired? I get all the sleep when I'm dead, Doc."
Because he works nights. It's a bouncer, motherfucker. No, I work nights. My schedule is completely different. But anyway, let me get out of here so I can go do these things. Appreciate you, Malika. Happy birthday again. Happy 54th.
Be safe. Have a fun and safe week, man.
I will try. I got a lot of meetings this week for work stuff, which is going good. I'll talk about it another time, but it's going good. It's interesting.
Cool.
Your boys' ideas are getting out there, which is interesting. I was thinking of BGS this week when I was sitting in this meeting with these higher ups, and I had one of these other regional people spurting out some shit out of his mouth that I said a while ago. I'm like, oh, motherfuckers do listen, huh? That sounds familiar. And I forgot whose chat I was in. I was responding in the chat like I was on fucking YouTube. That sounds familiar. Like, whoops, let me delete that. You're not supposed to be outshining the master. But a mother brought up a point that I told to a vice president at our base. He said it in this open meeting with these higher ups, presidents and shit. And I'm like, oh, so motherfuckers do hear that shit, and they do think it's a good idea. And they do want to take it for themselves. I had to call my mother and say, yep, you're right, mama. White boy still. Corporate wise.
Really? No.
I knew it was true, but I just wanted to tell you. I heard some shit that echoed. Everybody was clapping that shit up like he said something brilliant. I'm like, nigga, that's my idea that I put out months ago.
No, they take ideas.
Okay, whatever. Yeah.
Look at Super Soaker. Look at the gas mask, blood plasma transfer.
Yeah, whatever. In this sense, I guess it's just important that it gets out there because it's better for everybody else. But the stuff that I'm working on is quick implementation to fix the company. And I have definite plans in there that are being pushed forward that I have developed.
And I hope they recognize you and you can move far in the company with that too.
That'd be nice. In some senses, it'd be nice, but I want shit to work better. Plain and simple. Like an F1. Like, if it's working better, awesome. Maybe I can push it on somewhere else now. But
yeah,
having things work better for people, and if not being a tool of that, an instrument of that, can be very rewarding in a sense.
Yeah, because you're about the team. You're not about you.
Exactly. I want the team to be better. It makes my job easier if the team is better. And this is how you make the team better. And it don't start with no accountability. But it does start with some accountability. And the other part is actual training. It's just what it is. And work ethic. So I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to drop you down. Thank you, Malika Me Bae. That is the Malika Me Bae. The 54, the pre-54-year-old, hopefully going to see Superman. And if so, we'll see him on Wednesday to come back and talk shit. just saying, putting it out there. I'm gonna set some time aside for Malika to get it off his chest. Say it with your chest.
Say it with your chest.
Yes, because we got to know. I want to hear Charles. I heard some of Charles. I got to hear Malika now.
All right, you'll definitely hear it. All right,
Good.
man.
Peace, brother.
Peace out.
All right, that was the Malika Me Bane. I've been the artisanmc. This has been the hero's journey. I do this every Sunday from 8 a.m. until I feel like stopping or I need to go to the restroom. Where we'll talk about geekdom life and everything in between. Thank you to the people who supported the stream today. No One, Joe Herb, Cyrus Burke 2 times, and Malika B. Bane on the Cash App side, I believe, earlier this week. Appreciate you guys, and I will see you next week. I will try to get a video out on these 2 movies. Somebody asked me about the Ballerina. I never did my review for the Ballerina. Never did my review for The Accountant either because I talked about it on the stream. I don't like repeating myself. You either listen or you don't. But I do need to put that out as content, so I will do my best to try to get those videos done. I just got a lot on my plate with this additional work stuff that I'm doing. So with that, I don't have my outro ready. There we go. I will see you guys next time. Oh, and remember, summer movies to watch if you got time. One Crazy Summer, John Cusack, Demi Moore, 1986, 83. Summer Rental, John Candy, 83. Fun. Club Paradise, Robin Williams, Peter O'Toole. Fun, like 80-something. National Lampoon's Vacation, the original one, 80-something. Chevy Chase, Beverly D'Angelo, fun movie to watch. Euro Trip, Shel Trachtenberg, funny as fuck. A lot of cameos. You should watch it. A lot of fucking cameos. You should watch it for the cameos. Sex Drive, cameos as well. Just watch it. I can't tell you no more about that shit. And then Weekend at Bernie's with Jonathan Silverman and Andrew McCarthy. Classic. Fun stuff, summer feel movies to watch. If you got 5, drop it in the comment section. Maybe it's something I didn't think of because Malika pulled Meatballs out of his ass, and I ain't seen Meatballs in forever. I haven't seen Meatballs in forever. Him saying that made me want to go watch it. Really made me want to watch it. It's Sunday. It's a binge day, so I can watch some flicks before I go to sleep for the night. So appreciate you guys coming through. And I will see you next time. Peace.